This program is rated MA. It contains adult themes, coarse language, sexual references, and violence.
All right, what's up? It's Friday. It's open comms. Holy shit, Elby's back. Hello? Or maybe. Oh,
Hello?
yeah. Oh, okay. He couldn't hear us. There's Elby. What's up?
Hello?
Hello. You made it just in time.
Hey.
Welcome to the show. It's Friday. We're here. Manic is not here. Manic is out and about doing something. I don't know. But we got rain. And then I think November's going to be hopping in later, so.
Salmon shorts?
Salmon shorts. Yeah, we can go over the Seattle shenanigans. But yeah, so anything good for the week before we start?
I got sunburn today.
Uh-oh. In
Yep.
Canada?
Yeah, we had the one sunny day of the year. I didn't bring.
Oh no.
Whatever.
Just now, are you further north in Canada than you were over in Ontario?
Yes, I am. I'm further north, and it is wide open plains and prairies. The wind is terrible, and I'm told the winters are absolutely awful. But
I
it's a
had
dry cold, so we got that going for us.
I had a buddy that lived in Fort McMurray for a long time.
Dry
He said it
cold.
was. He said it
Yeah.
would get cold as all hell up there.
Yeah, they
I
were
fucking
telling
hate
stories
that
about.
dry heat statement too. So I'm glad you used it as a dry cold. That's what.
Well,
I'm
it's a real thing. Those are real things. Dry colds, dry heats, wet colds.
If
wet
it's 112 degrees, it didn't matter if it's
Oh
dry.
yeah,
or
no.
wet. It's
Yeah,
fucking
you're right. Once you hit a certain point, hot is hot is hot.
Well, it's dry
But, like,
heat. I fucking hate that one.
yeah, it's a dry heat's okay.
When it's 40 below zero, dry or cold, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's cold. But like a wet cold is way worse.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Why don't
Yeah,
people
they're
use
telling
a dry
stories
cold?
today
I
about,
don't
like-
people using that excuse very often with a dry cold.
Yeah.
You're the first one to use it. I like it.
What the hell is this?
You're the man.
In February, they said they were out on the range and it was minus 52 Celsius. I guess I don't know what that translates into in Fahrenheit. Rain, are you talking to us?
What
She's
I
singing.
think
to
she's on
herself.
a fleet or something.
Okay,
Wait, what temperature was it in Celsius?
minus 52 Celsius.
So that would be like minus 68 Fahrenheit, I think. Because negative 40 is where the two equal out. Negative 40 Fahrenheit
Right.
is negative 40 Celsius.
Yeah, but
And
then
that's
it
where
separates
the
out.
Fahrenheit numbers start getting exorbitantly higher after that.
Why is it though that the numbers get closer together the colder it gets?
Well, it's because Celsius, it's 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit per degree of Celsius. But it's because of where they zero out. Celsius is zeroed out at the freezing point of water. And I figured out, because like 32 degrees Fahrenheit is
Negative
freezing.
52
And it's like, okay, so
Celsius.
what is 0 Fahrenheit? I always wondered that. I was like, why
32
is 0 Fahrenheit where it is?
Zero
And-
Fahrenheit is negative something Celsius. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's,
negative 52 is negative 61 Fahrenheit, right? But like
Okay.
negative 12.
Yeah, so
that's
that's because
the
the
difference
freezing
is
point of
different.
water, so you get below freezing point of water, and Celsius immediately goes negative, but Fahrenheit doesn't, because Fahrenheit is at 32 at that point. So that's why you get,
Because that makes total sense.
yeah. Well, I looked it up.
Well, then why is
the,
it
free-
the,
the
gap
0
between
point of
38 degrees Celsius
the-
is 100 degrees Fahrenheit?
yeah, the 0 point of Fahrenheit
Right?
is the guy, probably his name was Fahrenheit. When he made that scale,
Marcus
he
Fahrenheit.
zeroed it out at the freezing
Brother
point of brine water.
Dr. John J. Archibald Fahrenheit.
Yeah, so
That was his
Third
dad, I
Esquire.
thought.
and I don't know how thick of a brine or what kind of brine, but like I'm assuming like ocean brine or something like that. So like the freezing point of brine water is 0 Fahrenheit.
Oh, okay,
that's
sure.
that's where he decided that it was a sensible place to start his measurement scale.
The formula is just weird.
That's
When it
fucking
gets
dumb.
into
It was dumb. It still is dumb. But yeah. So yeah, below freezing, but before negative 40, that's where like it gets really confusing to look at the temperature because like negative 20 Celsius sounds really cold because like, oh, Celsius is like a bigger increment than Fahrenheit, so that's got to be really cold. But negative 20 Celsius is like positive 5 Fahrenheit or something like that.
The formula is X Celsius times 9/5 plus 32. That's the formula, right? So it's 28 degrees Celsius, 9/5 times 9/5 plus 32. That would be the Fahrenheit.
Did we talk about how Celsius worked? I zoned out for a minute there.
Celsius
works
really nice.
At 0 degrees Celsius, that's the freezing point of water, not
100.
fancy water,
Just
not
water.
tasty water, just fucking plain old water. 0 degrees Celsius. And
100
the
is the
boiling
boiling.
point of water is 100 degrees Celsius.
Fahrenheit, because it's 0 Celsius times 9/5 is 0.
And it also somehow going, which is a weird thing. Also, thanks for the sub, Darwin. Appreciate it. But yeah, so the weird thing is that even making it like that nice and concise, like 0 is freezing, 100 is boiling.
Are you guys talking about temperatures and the difference between the different measures? So you use Celsius for science, Fahrenheit for things like human bodies and weather, and then you use Kelvin for large scale things like space.
You can use any for anything. It's just I
yeah,
like
true, but
Celsius
but when you're trying to measure a temperature and the difference between is 1 degree between going to the hospital and not, it's very nice to have a very precise measure.
Yeah, but I
versus
mean,
something
it also goes with the area because like I think Canada just uses Celsius all the time. So like like what's body temperature in Celsius? It's like
37.
37. So they'll go on like a fraction of like if you're 38.7, better get to the hospital. I don't know, but
Yeah, if you rock a 38, you've got a fever. If you got a 37, you're good to go.
But no, like going from 0 to 100, that's nice, but the increments there perfectly match up with 1 Kelvin. Like 1 Kelvin, well, 1 degree Kelvin is.
It's almost like the metric system is designed to work like
smoothly and
like
easy.
magic.
Smoothly and easy.
It is
It's
a
just in increments
superior
of
scale, I think, but
hundreds
it's
and
just when you grow up your whole life using a different one, then it's
I
hard to get
understand.
used to,
Yeah.
but
No, I get it. And I'm not trying to force you to convert. But
I've been
I was
working.
pointing out-
I need you to read my brochure, please.
Yeah, no, I've been working to get more familiar with Celsius. That's why like I can hear temperatures and I can't give an exact answer, but give good approximates. That's a lot of lime juice. That's a lot of lime juice.
What are you making?
It's gonna be really sour. Dude.
I'm making I was like, I kind of want a margarita, but I didn't think I had margarita mix, so I grabbed a squirt to mix in with some tequila, and then just poured some lime juice, and it's like a ghetto Rita. And then when I went down to the fridge to find the lime juice, I found out that I actually just had margarita mix that I could just use instead.
Wait, why didn't you just use margarita mix?
But because I already poured this, thinking I didn't have that. So.
Gosh.
Lesson learned.
Do we need to do shots or something?
We always need to do shots or something.
We can do shots to that the
Shots to
CCP
Jim,
Titan getting out safe and sound. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Shots
congrats to escaping that snuffed out bait. Good job, bud.
doing the
Well
right
done.
thing as his job required him to do.
Yep. We can get into that, I guess, right off the bat.
Yeah, so we can
Is
get into
this-
the GM week.
Wait, do you have the Manic video?
I can get it pulled up. I didn't have time to like.
Well, we should like
Mess
set the
with it.
table first before we
Yeah.
just throw that
Yeah,
out.
I'll just start getting it prepped. But yeah, you guys can.
We could talk about GM week. What's been going on in GM week? There's been like scavenger hunts and all kinds of shit, right?
Cornelius had a good stream. We had the CCP kind of debacle thing in Rocket Pass, but that scavenger hunt thing looked pretty cool. I wish I could have taken part of it. It looked kind of fun.
Yeah, they've been doing it's been partially, I think, halfway on Twitter, halfway like
Manic
within
Velocity.
the game. Like just finding cans, getting free skins and stuff like that.
Were you watching the stream though? Did any of those clues make sense to you at all? I mean,
No, I work during the day.
it was fun to watch, but I was like, well, I wouldn't be able to figure that out. I have no fucking clue.
Yeah.
With it.
And they've done, it's like speaking of, so they've done streams like interviews with GMs and stuff like that too, right?
They had a stream schedule. Of course,
Because I thought they were doing the scavenger hunts, and then I thought they were like showcasing some stuff GMs do, like with their interviews and whatnot. And then they also had my favorite, which is like Bad Art Week. So normally they give tons of like rewards to people who are really good artists, and so they kind of gave us little guys who are garbage at art like me a chance to win
I should
something.
enter in this. I should enter in that for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, we did
I've
talk
seen
about
some tweets about it
Readers
where like
Brazil
somebody
thing.
drew a rift or whatever.
This is good stuff, I think.
There's a limerick, an icebreaker contest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like Sutonia pickup lines.
Probably.
The cosplay contest.
The
Yeah,
leaks,
I
the
saw-
leaks. No.
I saw some photos. Oh, you did the. Why don't you download the video?
Because I want to be able to listen to it.
You can't listen to it?
If I play it as a media source, I can listen to it technically, but last time I tried to do that, everyone's like, there's no sound coming through, and it messed up the whole video. So I was like, I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way this time. But anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to...
So some of the in-game events were Whack-A-Bot, which happened on the 20th. The GM and ISD Rome, and I think might have been where shit went wrong. Was the 20th?
Was it
23rd of
Ice
September?
Cream and somebody else?
It doesn't say. It just says various GMs and ISDs will be taking into space with the fantastic Bjorn B as their FC.
Those two names.
No, that was a different thing.
That's
The
a
ice
different
cream
one?
stuff I thought was him just like surprising people on stream.
All right.
I don't think so. I think that's the one that
The scavenger hunt. There was an orbital stash, which is a trivia lock containers will be dropped in easy to find locations across space. That's kind of neat. On stream, they had live stream events on the 22nd. That was CCP Paragon and CCP Goat.
Yeah, so go to GM.
Oh, well,
sure.
they answer Eve Steam reviews. So they go on Steam and they look at reviews that people have left for Eve, and I guess they were answering it. That's pretty funny. There was a Magic School Bus stream, so they ripped off Mike Azariah and they did a Magic.
Oh, they
School
ripped
Bus.
him off? They didn't
Yeah,
even
I
just
didn't-
get
Wait,
Mac.
wait. Are you sure they didn't showcase
Mike
Mike
Azariah.
Azariah?
Yeah, they didn't rip him off. It was him.
Oh, okay. I was
I
like,
don't
why
know.
wouldn't they just
Was it
get
him?
Mike to do it?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that here at all. It says drop in for a relaxed stream with various GMs as they pop between career agent systems to talk to new players and give them tips and advice, while other
Oh,
GMs
okay.
answer questions on stream and on a special GM Discord server. So they kind of took Mike Azariah's idea and they just like went with it, I guess. They didn't rip him off. There's nothing to rip off. It's just a nice thing that he does.
I don't know.
And then appearances on streams. Okay, this must be where they went wrong here. GMs will also be hopping onto various streams hosted by Eve partners during the week, so keep an eye out and tune in to watch live.
Real quick, LB, like for some reason, like you'll be talking, and like, every now and then your volume will like dip, and then it'll come back up like a second or two later.
Oh, weird.
I don't
That's
know if
super
that's
weird.
like the mic position, like if it's
Probably.
okay. Also, Darwin said that.
How's this? Is this good?
That sounds.
That's good.
That actually sounds really good.
Really good? Really
Yeah,
smooth?
like-
Okay, we'll keep it here.
Like butter.
No one wants to see this anyways. You got to pay to see this.
the
Become a patron of Open Comms
yeah,
and move this mic
we
so you can
started
see my
a
mustache.
open donations or open cons.
Open Patreon.
Open cons is our donation site. No,
See me on Fan House. Come on Fan House and you can check out my mustache wax.
Hell yeah. Do you need a fan house referral code?
I love that, please.
I'll send it to you.
but Darwin was
Mustache
saying that
pics and feet pics.
the GMs did it, but they went and got explicit permission from Mike Azariah to do it. So
Oh, okay.
Okay,
so
good.
it's-
That would've been great. I actually
They
would-
got the not the royalties, but what do you call it? The license. They got the licensing to do what they
That's
want in
good.
their
That
game.
would've been good otherwise.
I wasn't serious about the referral code, but okay. Thanks.
No, it's fun. I actually prefer fan house over like any of the other sub places there are.
I don't have any
Like-
content to put on there. I was kidding.
You don't need content, dude. Just be like, hey, instead of like subscribing through Twitch, like if you want to subscribe to Open Comms, do it through fan house because you can pay less while the person you're subbing to gets more.
Makes sense.
You could just do like
Hint, hint,
hits.
Drayden. I mean,
I
you
think
can also
that's real.
post feed on there,
You
but
said hentai Drayden?
said hint, hint.
Oh, hint! I think you said hentai Drayden. I'm like, what?
No,
You subscribe to Drayden's Fan House, you can see the hentai that he draws.
since
One
GM
of his
Week
many
won't accept
talents.
it for bad art.
You can just do like feet pics and just send birds' feet, like duck feet and stuff like that. Don't actually send like real
Like
feet.
little cute web toes or
Yeah.
whatever.
But yeah, so that's I got the video ready. We haven't got to the Titan thing yet, so I'll save it. I don't even know the full lowdown of like what was going on with the Titan. Do we want to get into the Titan thing now?
I mean, why not?
Titan.
We'll dive into the Titan. as far as I know, there's the one of the CCP devs, Titan and Lowsec. It got caught by Snuffed Out, and they were gonna kill it, and he used some GM commands to vomit us out of there.
When they do these events, they get specific permission from their internal affairs guys. They were authorized to do certain things. They were not authorized to take that into Lowsec, right? They were tricked into doing it, kinda. I mean, except
So they got
still
scammed in
fell for
their
it,
own
right?
game to
They got scammed in their own
Titan
game.
into Lowsec.
Yeah, they got scammed into going
By-
to Rock Boss, but they were not allowed. They weren't supposed to lose an asset like that in Lowsec. There are repercussions for things like that, so that's why they removed it from the game, because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place.
I mean,
Yeah. So if you look at it, it was a bus with a police skin on it, and they were role playing as police officers, and they were going around into like high sec and stuff like that, and just like showing up in people's like places and quote unquote arresting people.
They tried Glaive,
Right, but they got-
right. Was that the deal?
Yeah. Yeah. So they got scammed into going to Rakapass. Like somebody was like, hey, there's crimes going down in Rakapass. So they were like, yeah, let's go.
So they didn't
Not
check
realizing
to
that
see
it
if
was
a system or not.
low sec. Yeah. So they command moved themselves into Rakapass, and then they realized like, this is not good. Got tackled, and then they were like, okay, well, it's time to use the magic commands, and they magic themselves out of there.
So,
And then people got super butthurt about quote unquote cheating.
I can see. I don't know. I'm always a fence
legal
straddler
ramifications,
to begin with, but I see both sides of this. I understand why people are pissed, because it's like, okay, you guys messed up and accidentally put it into Lowsec, but if it gets caught, let it die. Who cares if, like, I mean, it's a Titan. It's not like it caught, I mean, did CCP spawn this out of nowhere, or did they use like confiscated discs
Yes.
to pay for it?
No, they spawned it out of nowhere
Okay, then why do they care if it dies? Like,
because it ends
then
up on
spawn
somebody's
another
kill board.
one. Okay,
It ends up on somebody's kill board,
You have rules that
and the
work.
loot drops,
and
and
it's
the
all
wreck drops, right?
Yeah.
Like all that stuff is still there in the game. So
Okay,
they're
Do
some
we know if
people
it
do
actually had a
stuff.
fit?
yeah, it was fit, but it's not
Okay.
well fit. It's like
Well,
T2
I
fit.
don't know that it
You know what I
didn't
mean? It's
have
not like
the same
officer
level
mods or
of
anything.
that, too.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
might have, right?
it's.
But, like, so-
with the amount of in ISK and all the money in the game, like that, some Titan loot is not going to be like something that messes with the market or messes with anything. So I don't think it would have been a big deal for them to just let it die. I think they should have let it die. But also, I understand that if they're trying to have like the integrity of the market and all that stuff, then they need to if it's not supposed to die, then they got to get it out of there, and then they use GM codes. But I don't know.
You got to have permission to do that thing, right? And they didn't. So I get why they did it.
Darwin's saying it didn't have a fit. It had like 2 modules.
That's what. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
So the thing for me is this: like, GM just like conjures an Erebus out of thin air, just magics it into existence, and then everybody in the player base is like, "That's fine, that's cool." GM gets scammed into going or tricked into going to Lowsec, gets tackled. GM magics himself out of trouble because he's not supposed to lose said magic Erebus, and the player base goes, "Oh my god, this is unacceptable." The
That's true.
audacity. Like,
That's true. There's
dude, it's
double
a,
standard.
you didn't have it a minute ago, and now you have it, and now it's gone, but you're entitled to it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Here's why I think you should be upset, right? Why would they not know that Rakapass is Lowsec?
That
Believe
should
it or-
upset people more than anyone else. How do you not know that Rakapass
Well,
Exactly.
if they don't play.
is,
I mean,
is bad,
That's the
bad
biggest
boy
problem
country?
here.
I'm not in low
They
sec
do
or high
rock
sec. I
ball.
mean, I think I've
You don't
heard
work
of.
for the game, Drayden. They do.
Well,
They
I'm-
work for the game, right?
Well, I know they work the game, but the thing
they
is,
should
like,
know-
I mean, you can't
the fact
expect
that
them
they
to
decided to go
memorize
off-
thousands of systems and know what's what just on the name.
I
But,
do
I mean,
rough-
they should have checked. They should have checked. That's the thing I would be is regardless of whether they know Rakapass is a low sec or high sec or whatever, they should have looked and be like, what kind of
First off,
system
they
is
shouldn't have
that?
gone off script. They had a specific thing that they were supposed to be doing. They decided to go off of that, do something else, and went into a system that they shouldn't go into because they didn't know it was low sec. Come on, they need to know that stuff if they're flying.
Yeah.
shit.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I've heard
more
of
than-
Rakapass, but I didn't know. I wouldn't. I mean, if you told me that, I'd be like, well, I don't know. High sec and low sec all have names. I wouldn't know without checking. But that's the thing is they should have checked. They should have
Yeah.
checked before they jumped it. If they are supposed to stay in high sec,
More
make sure
concerning-
before you jump somewhere that what you're going to is high sec.
Yeah, that's more concerning than magicking it back out. They magicked it in. They didn't complain about the magic it in, right?
Does Sheltark Sakari is partnered? Is he partnered? ESS, the double S,
That
EFMP, the
How-
frigate master pilot. Is he partnered?
The loudmouth pirate guy.
I
Yeah.
know who Sheltark is. I don't know if he's
There's
partnered or
no
not.
way. If
The
he,
OMB, the one man.
Before.
that's a travesty.
But
Well, here's the thing.
might
Like
not be.
he's a
little-
streamer. He's
a
pretty
little
prolific.
eccentric, yeah.
Like most people have heard of him. He's eccentric. He's loud, but like he reads from the Book of Rakapos, and he's a low sec pirate. Like, how are you not hooked in with the meta of the game at least to know that maybe Rakapos isn't somewhere where I want to just like
I
flow
wouldn't-
things through.
Just take the word of someone telling me go jump here, like, and it's
There's
like this is the
content.
internet. Someone,
Yeah.
I mean, like someone going
No, they
to
can't
tell
lie
you to
on the
jump somewhere
internet.
where you don't. You
It's
aren't
not
supposed to
allowed.
jump. Like, I mean, you can't just take. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Whoop, and then, I mean, that's that jump straight to the beacon instead of
Yeah.
waiting for the Sino thing.
Beacon provides, I guess.
Beacon's always there. You don't have to worry about Sino pilots. Just jump.
Should we? Can we plug things while we're at it?
Are there holes?
So there's a new T-shirt out on tech2threads.com.
You got a link?
Tech 2 threads.
What?
Yeah, I got a link. Hold on.
Let's take 2 threads.
Is this like official Eve merch
It's,
or is this Eve
no,
merch
it's
that's
believe
official?
official.
somebody- He says he doesn't
It's
know.
it's New Eden Post puts it out. It's if you click that link there, it'll take you
Oh.
right to it.
Oh, these ones. Yeah. Okay, this is Redline stuff.
Yeah, there's a new shirt up there for the goons. The goon. What is it called?
Imperial.
The Imperium Revenge Tour 2021, with all the bands on the back and all the places they're going to travel to. Pretty neat.
That's cool.
Like how he puts, is that French Connection who like died during the war?
They did not die during the war. They were they folded themselves in it because they had some didn't have a lot of people.
The
So
Alliance
war's
didn't
over,
die, but they all joined in it.
Well, no, they didn't.
I think that's what you call it, dying.
It was for keeping track of things for the whole.
Surprised he didn't make a
They died. They just needed somebody to have their placeholder.
surprised he didn't make a Sinners one that just has like the Sinners logo. It's like I invaded Query or invaded
Sinners had
Delve, and
nothing
all
to
I
do-
got was this lousy trader label. And
That would be good. Yeah.
just have the
NSH?
Sinners logo. Yeah.
Did you want for like, oh, I made a delve and all I got was
But it has to be
Alliance.
specifically Sinners because NSH wasn't traders. It's only the Sinners.
No,
were.
no, but Sinners joined NSH, so it'd be kind of
Mhm.
funny.
with like an Iron Maiden theme to it.
What's up,
somehow.
Dunk?
What's that little squirrely thing in the top left? What's that one? Who's that?
Squirrely thing in the top left.
Ranger
For
Regiment?
the shirt. Is that what it
Weasel?
is?
Yeah, it's like a weasel or a mink.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't like it.
Top left.
And I don't know who the
On
top
the,
right
on the
one
back
is
of the
either. I know
shirt.
all the rest.
I don't know what that. Yeah, the Golden
Actually,
Dragon. Who's that?
FXR? I haven't been in the Imperium so long. Actually, I don't know half of these. Who the fuck are these people?
Yeah, who's beside FXR? Who's that?
Who's to the left of FXR, and who's to the left of that? The red dragon thing.
That's Dracarys. I know those guys.
Oh, okay. I didn't know their logo. I've heard of Chikars, but who's the top right? The little gold dragon thing, serpent.
I don't know.
It's like I'm like old Imperium. I know Initiative, Goons, TNT, Lawn, Bastion. That's about it.
I'm not sure which one TNT is though.
Yeah, TNT's hard to pick out.
I think it's the gnome.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Oh, Golden Dragon is the Ranger Regiment. White Ferret is Sib Squad.
Oh, Siberian Squad.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not part of this group, so I don't know. I guess.
Yeah. You're.
I should know these things. I'm gonna pretend like I did.
Wait, these guys are blue?
I was just testing you guys.
Half the time, like in those big coalitions, half the time you don't even know who the hell is all in your coalition anymore.
I don't know who's in my corp.
I shot Fraternity when they were part of Pappy. I didn't.
Yeah, but they
not
deserved
Pappy,
it.
but PanFam. They were part of PanFam, like, but it was loosely. Like they were supposed to be blue, but NC Dot never technically set them blue. They were just like they're blue in name only, but not in actual standing. And I'm like, well, fuck, that doesn't help me when I'm just roaming down. I see gray box, I shoot it, and I kill the dude. And he
Yeah.
gave me this wall of text in Chinese. I'm like, fuck, off to Google Translate, and it came out really broken, but I got the gist that he's like, we're friends. Why would you kill me? I'm like, oh no, what are you talking about? You're neutral, dude. But
We found that Frat and Horde were the worst people to be aligned with. Frat because
It
they
didn't
don't
seem like
really.
they ever helped their like.
No,
The
they
whole
don't help
coalition would love to
anyone.
do stuff, and Frat's like, yeah, that's cool. We're gonna stay home.
Yeah, or like you'd be like, "Hey, we're blue. Stop shooting our space," and they'd be like, "Okay," and then they would transfer half those characters that were shooting your space into another alliance that would continue shooting
Oh
your
right, yeah,
space.
that's what happened.
You're like, "What the
It was
what the
before I
fuck, man?"
joined, but yeah, you.
Oh, it's not us. We're not doing it. I'm
Well,
like,
that's
"Oh,
why you
yeah,
guys
okay."
flipped to Imperium side, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, that's
because
yeah,
Frat
pretty
just kept
much.
shooting you, and the rest of Pappy was
Frat
like,
kept shooting me, and the entire fire coalition was like, "Well, just deal with it." We're like, "No, they're like wrecking our shit while we're trying to deploy." Like, whatever. Anyways,
just deal with it. Deal with the 20,000
Yes,
man alliance.
deal
is
just deal with it.
attacking you
Oh yeah, okay. All of
150
China is
units.
at our doorstep, but fine, that's fine. And then like Horde is bad because of the fact they don't have an auth system or a background check or anything. It's just like, yeah, you can be in Horde. Anybody is in
Oh.
there, so like there's all sorts of people who are just like, hey, I'm in Horde, and you're like, hey, I'm blue to you, and they're like, don't care, pew pew, and you're dead. And you're like, well, that was a fun roam. Thanks, everyone.
Hey Dunk, we're not using TeamSpeak and Zoom anymore. Just go into the OpenComms Discord, and there's an on-air voice channel. Hop in there.
Anywho, get your T-shirt, your Revenge Tour T-shirt.
Yeah, they look good.
Can I plug another thing?
Oh, link to the T-shirt. Okay, I thought he was talking about Zoom link. My bad, dude. Yeah, plug it again. I think he missed the first link.
Oh no, New Eden Post dropped it again for us.
Okay.
3 months Omega and 3 months multi-character training is on sale now for 50% off.
Oh, damn.
I always take advantage of this. I like this thing.
I should. I mean, it's I mean, I pay for my subs. I don't Plex, so
Me too.
I
Yep.
really should. Like, anytime these sales come up, just get them, because kind of just like throwing
Yep.
money away by not doing it.
I use it to train up like all three of my characters are going to be able to do PI and then run industrials, and then fucking one of them is going to be an invention character, and the other one's going to be a manufacturing character. That's all the industry I'm going to do.
I kind of want to get back into just dabbling in industry, but like, it's not like it used to be. Now there's so many like massive setups that
Yeah,
I
there's
mean,
a lot more ingredients to it now.
And honestly, the thing is, like, if you're not harvesting a lot of the stuff yourself, you're never going to be able to compete with the prices. What I used to do back when, like, AFK Ishtars, like, for ratting was, like, the flavor.
Yeah.
Like, everyone just did it. And people would just die all the time, but they didn't care because they made so much money just AFK Ishtaring that, you know, they could lose 3 Ishtars in a week and they'd be able to pay for those and all the Plex that they need. So, you know, I was able to just... Ishtars were selling like hotcakes, and I would just go and get Moon Goo from HiSec, export it out, do the reactions, or not the reactions, I would build the T2 materials since I had the blueprints for those, and then just build the Ishtars, and I could actually make profit. But now it's like you look and doing anything like that, if you're not mining the Moon Goo yourself and mining the minerals, you're pretty much, if you buy all the materials, you're going to basically spend as much as it would cost to sell it, and then you're going to lose on the taxes, so it's just
Yeah,
I
I feel like you can either do everything yourself, and then that's a huge pain in the ass, and you have to have a huge setup to do, because you need everything, right? You need PI, you need Moon Goo, you need minerals, you need fucking salvage, like you need like fucking everything.
Yeah.
And then, or the other option is just pick one aspect of it and just do that one aspect and do it as efficiently as you can, and then fucking go from there. I think that's the only two options you have, really. And like, if you're not running 12 characters, like the choice.
Yeah,
is
that's the thing. Yeah,
pick one thing and do it well.
I just had one guy, and I would just import because I had a jump freighter, so I just import my own shit, just in bulk, to build stuff, just to have fun building. And it was making money for the Ishtar. I was making like 30 or 40 million per Ishtar, and that's only going like the 10% over Jita that goons were. It was like the standard up in Declan when they lived there, but now you can't. Now it's like if you're not selling at Jita price out in nullsec, then you're just gonna get undercut. And it's like, well, I don't know how they afford to do that, but minerals are free, I guess, if you mine them yourself.
That's absolutely true.
That's how they do it. They just like cut their losses. Like, I'll just make $0 on the minerals, and all my profit will come
Because they
from
don't
the
need
ship.
to. They've mined it themselves, so that's all free. That's
Yeah.
all free material. It has no cost to it. No value to it at all.
Moon Goo is free if you mine it yourself. All
Yep.
that.
That is absolutely true.
But
My wife is currently leaving me. She's at the liquor store right now.
Oh
There's
no.
some country western star there that's like signing bottles of vodka that he makes, I guess, and she's there and she's sending me pictures of
She's
her.
getting
And
Is that her like what is it?
her like
Fuck. You know, like
celebrity crush.
celebrity crush, but you know how couples will have this
Oh,
list where it's like,
yeah,
if you ever get the chance to fuck
the,
someone, do
yeah,
it
like
instead
what,
of like
not the
couch
excuse
cheating.
list, it's the exception list or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever had an official list. But like if he's gonna mow the lawn, that's fine. You can.
I had a girlfriend that she we joked
I don't
about with
have
that
to.
too, and one of the people on her list was the drummer from Static X, and then we went to a Static X concert, and I'm just like looking at her like, don't you fucking dare. Don't do it.
If I had a boyfriend and he came up to me, he's like, "Hey, I cheated," I'd be pissed, and then he'd be like, "But it was Scarlett Johansson." I'd be like, "What the fuck, bro? That's awesome."
You didn't call me?
Yeah.
Akaroth, he's making vodka because it actually takes effort to make whiskey or bourbon. Vodka is super easy. Everything starts out as vodka and then it becomes something else.
You can just make vodka on the fucking stove, I think.
Make it in a bathtub with potatoes, whatever.
They don't do book signings up there. They do vodka signings.
That's the
He
most
can't
like
read or write.
redneck.
He what?
It's the mo-
It'd be a picture book.
Oh,
yeah,
like,
no books. It's the
Here's a
most
picture of my
redneck thing ever,
horses.
dude.
Can't read or write. I'm like, how is he signing it then? Just signing it with like a smiley face.
Yeah.
And,
Technically,
Just
can have a
he's
signature
making his
if
mark.
you can't read or write.
He's making his mark, is what he's doing. He's drawing his Brent Kissel mark on these fucking things.
he just like draws the marker on his finger and just puts a fingerprint on the bottle. It's like, there you go. That'd be a really bad idea.
What else is going on?
Yeah.
We talk about. Should we
before
play the
get off
manic
of the Titan
thing?
A manic.
Play the
Why
manic
does
ring.
the cameras freeze every time I? Oh,
Discord is trash.
Discord is
no,
trash.
I don't know if maybe I'm minimizing it. I don't think I am, but sometimes when I activate a certain window, like all the cameras freeze. Anyway, yeah, Manic has a rant that he wanted to play, and it is a rant. So here we go.
I guess he didn't want me just.
Wait, did you preview it? You can't preview it.
He told me not to, but then but I played like about a minute of it, so.
All right, play it.
Hi, Manic Velocity here with a rant that nobody gives a shit about. Here we go. Okay, all I'm saying is that if the GMs, the CCP GMs and the CCP devs, if they're going to be playing the game, I don't think, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm way off base here. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. If the GMs and the devs are going to be playing the game as players, they should not be using their GM tools and their dev tools to give themselves an unfair advantage in an otherwise legitimate scenario. In this case, it was PvP. The GMs and the devs should not be using their special access tools to give themselves an unfair advantage. Am I wrong? Somebody please. Oh God, if you genuinely think that I'm wrong,
You're wrong,
I need to talk to you.
Okay.
Come see me at Eve Vegas in 4 weeks. I'll buy you a beer. We'll make this a discussion. But for those of you who agree with me, if you out there, all the viewers watching at home and everybody on the panel here, if you agree that the CCP devs and the CCP GMs should not be giving themselves unfair advantages in otherwise legitimate gameplay scenarios, if you agree with that, then I think the logic would follow that you would also have to agree that what GM Ice Cream did earlier this week was wrong. Because that's what he did. In a legitimate fight scenario, in a legitimate gameplay scenario, he gave himself an unfair advantage. He gave himself an advantage that no other normal player has. And I think it was wrong. And I expect a written apology. Anyway, that's it from me. Hope you enjoyed it. I understand if you didn't. But yeah, I'll hang up and I'll hang up and listen.
All right.
So Manic has the situation wrong because he says the GM. Okay, so I agree. GMs and CCP devs should not give themselves an unfair advantage, but if they are on their GM or dev accounts, they already inherently have an unfair advantage. So for those who don't know, GM and dev accounts are like super users. They have all skills to 5. They have skills that players can never achieve to 5, which already gives them that unfair
Are they
advantage,
allowed
right?
to play on those?
For
they're not
events, for events,
For
yes.
okay,
Not
for
for
events.
not for day to day. They can't be like, "Hey guys, I'm not on stream. I'm not like trying to, support anything. There's no player event.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go do solo PvP on my CCP Rise account and just kill players. So I have all skills to 5. So no matter how much I fuck up, it's easy."
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
You can't be like he's in a fleet with his corp and someone says, "Hey, we need more tackle," and he's like, "I got you."
Yeah.
And pulls out the
I
Polaris
was
frigate.
because I know they
and
opened
fucking
up
wrecks
a
face.
while. It was like a couple of years ago, maybe more. They opened up to where all the devs can play the game fully. They don't have to hide their identity. They don't have to they can join nullsec alliances. They can do all that stuff. But okay, but I wasn't sure if they.
And that's only on their player accounts.
Yeah,
No,
they're
that's
non
player
CCP
accounts.
accounts.
Yeah.
Okay, that
Like
makes sense.
CCP Swift, if he's going to join a Pandemic Legion fleet, he has to join it as Elise Randolph.
Yeah.
He cannot join it as CCP Swift.
Right.
And
Okay.
so, but in this instance, when he talks about, okay, the devs can't do it in a legitimate player encounter, but this wasn't a legitimate player encounter. CCP had a Titan in HiSec, they had a Titan in Abyssal Space, and for a moment, because somebody DM'd him, they had a Titan in LowSec, but he teleported himself to LowSec with that Titan. It wasn't like he took a Sino and, he got baited on a Sino, or, he jumped in with an NPSI fleet and then he got caught out or whatever. This was, he literally teleported himself there, was like, "Oh no, it's low sec. I don't think I should be here," and then teleported himself out.
Yeah. Yeah. So Akrod say like they don't. No, that's the thing the main thing that changed. Before they used to be able to play, but they had to like hide their identity. They weren't allowed to have any leadership role. I don't think they were allowed to join nullsec alliances. And
If they did, they'd have to be F1 monkeys. Yeah, they literally couldn't do anything.
And they had to pretend, and like if they ever got found out that that's who they were, they had to like leave. So, but the thing that opened up back a ways is like the game was like everyone keeps talking about how the devs are out of touch with the game because they don't play the game. Well, that's because we don't let them play the game to its full extent, and so they basically opened it up saying, "Hey, all the devs can play the game. They can join nullsec alliances." Now, I don't think they can take leadership spots in nullsec. They can't run corps, and I don't think they can run alliances. But they can join. They can do stuff, and and it's fine if everyone knows that they are a CCP employee, and they can do all that stuff. Fully play the game. So then, now they can play the game, and they are more in touch with the game. So I think other than just leadership of groups, I think that's like the only stipulation I can think of, unless if Darwin, if you know anything else that you guys can't do as devs, I'd like to know. But
breathe, walk, eat, sleep.
How many bots got dunked?
I almost made a bad joke, but I'm not gonna do it.
We appreciate that. But only good jokes here, please.
Did Manic send you one?
Yeah, my bottle opener came, and I'm going to use it to open one of these that I found today at the liquor store. Look at that.
Wave.
Oh yeah, big wave.
Nice.
A bottle.
Held to higher behavior standard. That makes sense, obviously. Yeah, okay, yeah. So like behavior,
can't
no
be
shady. Even if it's allowed behavior, no shady behavior. Like
they can't join tissue even accidentally.
Yeah, that's probably the other stipulations.
I think the rule was. I thought the like general rule was always don't make more work for the GMs. So like it includes things like don't scam. I don't want to say scam.
No,
but like
he specifically said that no scamming, no.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, like lying and scamming and stuff like that is a part of the game, but the devs aren't allowed to do that stuff. Like they have to just legitimately play and be honest and be a moral compass for the player base.
God, that sounds so boring.
I don't know.
I have a moral compass for the player base.
I have a moral compass. It points.
So they can't join safety either. Then I guess.
I think they can gank.
Why in EVE Online would you want to have a moral compass?
I
Is
do.
is Eve not the most morally corrupt game on the planet?
All right. You know that thing.
It's what you choose it to
Can
be.
but I
You know,
don't
you
like
know the
being
thing in
that
video
way.
games where you play video games because you can technically do whatever you want. I always play the good guy because one, I can never ever be the good guy in real life. Like there's no situation where I'm gonna save all the children from a burning building no matter how hard I try. So I do it in video games. And two, I feel bad when the NPCs feel bad. And it's worse when the NPCs are actual people and then they feel bad. So therefore I always pick the good guy.
So in games, dealing with NPCs, I'm hit and miss. Sometimes I play like it's like, I like this NPC. I'm gonna be nice to him. And then there's other times where it's just like, you rob them blind, you kill them, you burn their house down. Whoops, the
talking to-
family was inside. But it's like those
Are you talking about
Rain-
GTA? I feel like everyone plays a
but I'm
bad
saying,
guy in
like,
GTA.
when it comes to NPCs, I don't have any like sympathy. Sometimes I'm nice, sometimes I'm not. But when it comes to other players, like actual people, I absolutely do. I'm
But I think
I
Rain
will
is
not be a mean person to an actual person unless they're a dick first. Then fuck them.
yeah, but I think Rain's actually comparing Eve players to NPCs. That's
Players
what
are
I
NPCs,
heard, anyways.
dude.
Well, no, she's saying she's like super nice to all the NPCs in games. NPCs are
Yeah,
NPCs. They're
well,
just
so-
code.
so
Rain,
that's
they're not
how-
real people.
Like in Skyrim, I always gotta like rescue the fucking damsel in distress or like save the dog or whatever because like I feel bad if I don't. And Eve, I just imagine every person is just like an NPC with a quest to give to you, and if I fuck them over, I feel really bad. So when some guy's like, "Hey guys, I need to go in a wormhole, I need help," I'm like, "Well, he might be new or he might murder me, but I should help him."
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
How often do you get murdered?
I actually didn't get murdered in that instance, and most of the time I don't. I actually make a lot of friends.
Skyrim, I'll be the one that's like, I'll help them recover their family heirloom sword, and then they get it, and then they turn around and I kill them, and then loot their corpse. So then it's like, I got the quest reward and the sword that I can go sell somewhere else, and then all their shit.
And
And
now
then
it's
I
my family heirloom.
hide their body off in the weeds down in the river.
That's terrible.
Hello, adventurer. Welcome to Honeywood.
The only game I'm really mean
Goblins.
in is like GTA, and that's because that's because it has like driving mechanisms and the NPCs super tilt me, and so I just do what I want to do in real life and just murder people for using the left lane as the cruise control lane. I probably shouldn't say that. People are gonna get mad at me for saying that.
Are you one of those like go 15 over the speed limit at all times?
I go the speed of traffic. Generally, my default's almost always 5 over because that's usually the speed of traffic.
No, not up here.
But I'm
it's
one of
like
those
15.
people where
Everyone goes 15. I go 5 over because the second I go 10 over, it's like that Harold and Kumar where like he looks down the street, nothing, takes one step in the street. Woo! That's me.
Yeah.
The second I go more than like 8 or 9 over, ticket instantly.
No, I go 5 over. I wave at the cops too when I pass them because they usually never pull me over.
Yeah, I'm a
Cool.
5 over.
Sorry, guys. I'm fucking stupid fires put out here.
What?
What kind of
Dom's-
fires?
Dom's a firefighter, dude.
No, and Diplo fires.
Oh no!
Bastion fail cascading.
Did someone shoot blues?
Not yet. I'm gonna.
Sick. Wait, it's not me, is it?
No. Real blues, like dark blues. I'm about to fucking shoot a lot.
Oh,
of
we're
them.
not real
Oh.
blues, LB. We're like the fake.
You guys
Oh,
are
fuck
you guys
us,
are
I
good
guess, eh?
blues.
That's
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not-
We're
I'm talking. No, never mind.
Now you got a Diplo incident. Now we're shooting
now
down the
I got a
Bastion
complaint.
structures.
Where's your
Fuck
department?
Bastion.
It's not me. It's you.
I want to talk to HR.
Tell you what.
Right?
I think that's GM week.
That's GM week in a nutshell.
One more stream.
Uh,
Did you
There's
talk
a
about
schedule for upcoming streams, though.
that? That's
Talk
part
about-
of GM week. That's what I was trying to get at. Yeah.
Is that part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carneros has another stream. It's a really
Is it on
interesting
Tuesday?
Stream. No, he's not. Besides his regular ones, it's coming up like Sunday or Saturday. I don't have to look at the date. I can't remember. It's basically a stream for returning players. Yeah, players have been playing for a long time, just to kind of go over all the changes, explain to them what's changed, in, over the time between when they played and now. And he's like one of the best people for that kind of a stream. He's very knowledgeable. He's very, very easy to listen to. It's going to be a good stream. I'm telling you. If you're somebody who's coming back to the game, has questions about some of the different changes, how they affect things, how they work, this is something you want to watch and by somebody who's a good host for something like this.
So it gives you a link to the CCP TV which is their
Yep.
Twitch channel. And then the next event,
Yeah, it's at the
Um,
26th, at 1900. I believe those are Eve times.
there's
Returning
one
Players
tomorrow.
Reorientation. That's by Carneros.
One tomorrow. It's the Eve Academy. Eve Academy Introduction to Wormhole Mechanics, presented by
Yeah,
Eve.
so you don't want to. That would be terrible.
No, wormholes is cool.
Wormholes are awful.
Wormholes is all right.
There's worms in wormholes. Worms are gross.
Everybody ate worms.
I don't know if
It's probably very
I don't know.
interesting.
I feel like I've
Not a
had-
wormhole, yeah.
spent more time in a wormhole with other people telling me this is how you do shit.
I
But
fail. at
also, I
wormholes
feel
every time
like
I go
in a
into them.
wormhole, it's really tough to do wormhole shit if you got only one or two, two account. I have 2 accounts.
And if you're
both-
terrible at scanning stuff,
They
wormholes
both
are
have
not-
scanning skills, but it's not something I do all the time. But I feel like 2 accounts and only one of the Drayden's the only combat guy. The other guy he can do a Sino pilot, which doesn't do shit in wormholes. He can do scanning, hacking, and industry, and I guess he can fly a dreadnought now. So,
Right.
I feel like I would not be well suited for wormhole life.
No, when I lived in the wormhole, it was I'm a single character master race, so it's just me doing scanning, mapping the wormhole chain, and then doing exploration sites, doing PI, and then running the low level combat sites that I can run by myself. Unless there's more people on, which I think if we went back in the wormhole now, we'd be a lot better off. We're much bigger than we were back then. But back then it was just like 6 or 8 dudes in the alliance, and then fucking I was always alone. All by myself.
If I jump through a wormhole, it collapses. A lot of
Oh, is
times,
that
I'll
your
jump through a
luck?
wormhole, it'll collapse, and I won't have a fucking probe scanner on board. That's always that's a good thing.
You got to look at the wormhole first before you jump in. You don't just jump into a wormhole.
Why not? It looks like a big fucking. It looks like kind of like a trampoline. It looks like fun.
No, I
jump
just
right in.
jump.
I jump
Well,
right
I check to see, I do check what kind it is, so I can look on a chart and be like, and then I check to see is it gonna collapse behind me if I jump through it, type of thing.
in. No, it doesn't matter. It could be a brand new wormhole. I jump in it. It fucking.
I mean, there's
collapses.
always a way out, right?
I'm so big. No, there's
it-
not.
it-
If you don't have-
I
if you
would
don't
never
have
jump
probe-
into a
probe
wormhole
monsters,
without a scanning ship unless I had scanned a path and knew that it was gonna stay open for a bit.
Are you saying I'm dumb? Is that what you're saying?
No?
Well, you're right. I was dumb, and I did it
Then
many
I
times.
was. No.
I just had bad luck with them. I don't know. I just.
I do remember,
Most times it would be I
LB
jump
was-
out of the wormhole, then it would collapse, and I had to go like 400 jumps to the next wormhole that goes back to our space. I tried it for about 3 days, and I just did so bad. I can't do it.
I
It's all me. It's,
I
it's
took
not, it's not you.
LB's wormhole advice. It was a while back, but he was living in a wormhole. Like, oh, LB knows. I thought LB was like the big wormhole guru. So I'm like, yeah, okay. So those, there's always the scanning sites. Cause I go in nullsec and this was back in the frat, when frat was right next to NC Dot, and Horde was on the other side. And it's there's no scanning sites. They're all fucking there's nothing available to go hack. Because I just wanted to hack and have fun. I like the little hacking mini game. So I was I'll go do some wormhole sites. And I was asking him okay, so the hacking sites and wormholes, what should I fit? Because they always have sleepers on them. How do I fight the sleepers? And he was like, I think you assumed I was going into class 2 wormholes, and I was jumping into a class 5. And so you're yeah, if you fit a Stratios like this, you'll be fine. And I was okay, cool. So I scan the site down, warp into it. There's 3 sleeper ships there. I'm cool, there's only 3 of them. I should be good. And I shoot them, and then they fire at me, and all the shields are gone, and a quarter of my armor is gone, and it's on a shield tank ship. I'm oh fuck, warp out,
Get out of here.
And I got at I aligned and warped, and they got one more volley off, and I was half structure by the time I warped out. I'm Jesus Christ, LB, you said I was gonna this fit worked. He's yeah, it should. And then not in a class 5 apparently.
That's so classic Drayden, dude.
I was yeah, fucking, I got this big dick swinging, and then get my ass kicked. But
So that's Saturday. It's introduction to wormholes, and then Sunday they have an introduction to weapon systems presented by Eve University as well. And then after
Okay,
that is
probably
the
very interesting,
returning players orientation.
and that's by Carneros. Yeah.
They've been doing a lot of Eve Uni collaboration, Eve CCP has, and I've actually really enjoyed a lot of their stuff. Eve Uni is really good.
I'm glad to see that resurgence of their, because they kind of waned there for a little while. Now they're back, bigger and better than ever. It seems.
Is that Eve University?
Yeah, Eve University. I mean,
There was some internal drama there
people
for a
there,
while.
right? I mean, they do a lot of good work for players and new players and old players. More work than I would do. I can tell you. That's pretty tough.
There's a video out for the Caldari Union. Remember they had that event and there was no video? No
Yeah,
video.
that's. I'm glad.
Is
they
it
finally
out
put
now?
Yeah, it's out. It came out
Yeah.
what, a couple days ago, yesterday or something.
Yeah, we'll get you a link. Hold on.
The video, it was. Here's the thing. It's right on par with the Amar and the Galente ones. I don't know what. Like, was there a different team working on each different video? Because like the Minmatar one is mega hype. The Minmatar one is excellent. You get hyped up. You got the. It's not Heilung, but it sounds like Heilung at the end. It's just like the big like chanty like.
Mhm.
Just the big chanty metal, like Norse druid type stuff going on at the end, and it's like you get all hyped up, and the ships are all like, whoa! It sounds like it feels like a trailer for something, and then you get the other ones, and it's just the spokesperson talking about their empire, and then it's over. It's like, not saying
think
that they're
you're-
bad, not saying they're bad, but it's like I feel like. By putting the Minmatar one should have been the last one. I know they can't do that because of the dates for all their celebrations like Union Day for Caldari.
Why should it have been the last one? What do you mean?
I'm just saying because like if you have these like that's okay because if everyone saw the other ones first, they're like that's cool, okay, that's cool, and then you get the Minmatar one at the end, and everyone's like it's like a
I see.
finale. It's a big
Or it's
finale.
effect, you mean? Yeah.
Whereas like you get the Minmatar one second, and then that sets a precedent, and then the next two videos that come out aren't anywhere near that par. And so it's like I'm not saying that there's disappointment, but it's definitely like okay, but the Minmatar one was so much better. Like it's I don't think there's anyone out there that would say any of them are better than
In
Minmatar.
order, how would you rank them?
Minmatar 1, of course, and then probably see Galente and Caldari are pretty close. I'm gonna go with a bias because I like Caldari more, so Caldari maybe 2, Galente 3, and then Amar 4.
All right.
But all the other 3, they're all close. Like they're close second, third, fourth.
No, they're not. Fourth is fourth. That's all.
I mean, but yeah, the Minmatar one is
Minmatar's number 1, and if you ain't first, you're last. So that's how the others
pretty
rank.
much.
Yeah,
It is
second
so
place is
far
just
above
first
and beyond the
loser, right?
rest. It's
place
excellent.
is
It's
just
such
first
a great video. I actually watched that earlier today, because I hadn't watched it in a while, and I saw the Caldari one came out. And I watched that. I was like, okay, that's fine, that's cool. But then I was like, okay, I gotta get hyped again. I watched the Minmatar one. I'm like, it's so good. I wish it was longer. It's like when it ends, you're like, no, I want a full version of that song. But I think it's just music they had made for the video. I don't think it's an actual full-length song.
I don't know.
But
I don't
yeah.
know. I've always loved even the small short ones. The videos that CCP puts out are good quality. They seem to be mostly timed. They're well thought out. They always have good animation, good sound to them. There's sometimes great stories to them. Sometimes there's no story. Don't matter. That's really a very good section at CCP. The guys who make these videos do a great job, and they should be
Excellent,
commended.
yeah.
Because even fourth in this situation, the Amar one's still pretty cool, right? I mean,
No, they're all good. They're all good. That's what I'm saying. I'm rating them in relation to each other, not in overall. Like I'm not saying that the other 3 are bad. I'm saying that those are fine, but it's just someone whoever the group was that made the Minmatar one stepped it up so high, and I'm just wondering was that a separate group that did the rest, or was there? Did they do
Maybe
the
there's
rest
a- maybe
kind of
there's
more
a
mellow,
lore reason
just
for that,
chill
yeah.
because those empires aren't as aggressive as Minmatar type of thing?
Who knows?
I don't know.
somebody does.
Where's Darwin? Hey, Darwin.
Darwin,
Fuck.
answer all our questions.
Darwin, why you do so good Minmatar but no good any other ones?
I have to say though,
Guaranteed
that
fireworks.
Minmatar one I
Darwin,
think is the
man,
best
you got
cinematic
that.
I've seen from Eve in a long time. Like even some of their quadrant trailers, I think it blows those away. A lot of them.
Speaking of
somebody out
videos, there's
there
a new
say-
scope video out. Did you see the
Yeah,
new
I was
scope
just saying,
video?
there's a
I
scope
didn't
for it.
watch that yet.
I'm watching it right now.
I wanted to, but I was.
Darwin.
So
though,
you're
he doesn't
watching
wanna
it right
tell us.
now?
He doesn't want to tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darwin's the
Back in 4 minutes.
Like, I'm wondering like who does all the, because it's the art department does like they're not the ones doing the cinematics. They're not the ones doing the
Darwin can answer that question.
music.
What is the name of the
engineering
department that makes
and
videos?
editing and all that stuff.
What
So
is
it's probably multiple different groups doing that.
I think it's the old lady down the street. Actually, she got the little shop on the corner.
Well, that's good.
Man, I just watched that video for the Minmatar. It is so good.
You never
You
seen
were
it
not
before?
kidding. No,
Dude,
I haven't
told
seen
you, it's
any
like,
of them.
It's like one of the best.
Were you
cinematics they've made, though.
serious?
Yeah, of course I'm serious. What do you
It's
what do you
so
think? I
good.
pay attention?
You get hyped. You get some, and that's the thing. The other ones they talk about, like, oh, like the Caldari one. It's cool. It's like for the state. It's definitely the attitude of the Caldari. It's like the corporate oligarchy for the state. Put in your dues. Put in your service. Because the state, they're like the Caldari. If anything, they're more of a collective hive type of culture. Not totally, not like a.
Hey, why
big
would the
hive.
editor of a
Could
news
you
report-
As
imagine?
opposed to like like the Free Galente, like democracy, or the theocratic Amar. It's like Caldari is much more like structured business. Everyone does their part. I don't want to say communist because it's the opposite of communism. It's full capitalism, rampant. But it's everyone has to put in their part to the state. So you get.
Can I just say one real quick thing? Can you
Yeah.
imagine if the factions lore actually meant more in EVE Online?
I wish it did. Because when I first joined the game and I didn't know what the hell I was doing and I was making my character, I picked Caldari because I was like, yeah, corporate oligarchy, like oppress the people with the corporations, conglomerate over the individual. Hell yeah! Like I don't know why I thought that was great, and I was like, I'm gonna be at the top of that feeding chain. I was like, I designed myself as like some Russian general looking dude, like admiral guy, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna oppress the people.
So we had
We love business.
I love the business, and I made that character, and then I found out that it, other than some Caldari ship starting skills, it really didn't do much for me.
Did we have the role player on here, or was that Talking Stations did that? Somebody did it. Somebody had interviewed a role player, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to do that now. It sounds like fun.
You can always do like minimal role play. Like I just role play in chat sometimes, because I'll have like I
Not
find
like I do in the
Arcia.
bedroom, right? I don't want to do that kind of role play, right?
No, like I find Arcia and I like comment to her, like role play stuff. Like I refer to her as her in-game character name and title. Oh no, sorry, I'm playing Final Fantasy. But I do that. It's super fun. You don't have to do like super hardcore lore stuff. You can just kind of participate.
Treacherous.
Yeah. It's really weird though. They call me Mr. Chocolate because my character's a man.
How fare thee, Mr. Chocolate?
That was such a weird coincidence the other day, like the fucking chocolate messiah.
So background, like I'm racist against Caldari. Here's the thing: is my character in the game's Caldari, but I love lasers, so I've switched everything over. I got
I like
fives.
lasers more.
I got
too.
fives in everything Amar, right?
How do you feel about
Not
lace?
everything Caldari. I'd like it better.
Lasers and
But I would
lace
not
go
be
well
allowed
together.
during
I think, so.
the Amar faction warfare or role play. They said that they don't take anybody who's not Amaran or Amar of the three. I don't know what the fuck they're called.
Amar Victor, baby. That's what's up.
Makes me sad.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I do wish there was much more of an impact in the game, but
You know what I
how would
really
they
wish?
implement that? Because like you'd have to like find a way to where it has an impact, but it'd have to like retroactively work towards everyone else's made the character, and now all of a
Nah,
sudden,
it doesn't have to have an impact on anything. It'd just be a fucking storyline, dude. Like, all of the factions should have their own epic arcs that you can play through, and like,
Don't
you go
they?
through the story. I don't know, do they?
Yeah, they
I'm
do.
pretty sure they do.
I didn't do them.
I thought
They do.
only Sisters of
You
Eve
don't
had
have
one.
to. No,
No.
I
a ton
think
of
there's
them.
a
All
bunch
of them
of
have
epic
it.
I think
Look
there
in
should
the
be, like,
agency, you'll see them.
Benefits.
Have they
like,
always
if
had it,
you're
or
a
is that-
Caldari
Because
Is that
I've done
the
it for
agency?
Garistas, because that's how you get Garista standing.
So
I
what
would be
you're
okay
telling me
with,
is I should just play them.
I would be okay with
Yes.
them.
Yeah. You should actually play the game. That's what you should do.
Shut up, LB. Come on.
No, I'm saying I
Where's
would
the witch
okay,
eye
okay,
choke
think
come
about
from?
it.
What the hell?
I don't do the PVE stuff, so
I don't know, I'm sorry.
I don't know anything about it. I wish now maybe I'll go back and do it. I don't know.
So
I'm sorry.
toxic. You blew the Imperium, you just become a toxic jerk, dude. Ugh.
I didn't blow them
Yeah,
all.
that's what we do.
I said blue, not blow.
Past tense for blow, right?
Past tense. I mean, well, yeah, it depends. Like, are you currently blowing?
No,
Dom,
I'm
or
not.
Did
That's
you
what I said. He
blue?
said I blew them all. I mean, I don't think I did blow them all. I mean, some of them, but not all of them.
I mean, that's okay. That's fair. I'm sorry.
Hey, whatever's
You gotta
within
do what you gotta
your.
do, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, don't
That's
exert
it.
yourself. I mean,
I bought knee pads for a
Anyways,
reason.
The moral of this story is that I've played
Don't
this
blow
game
'em
for
all.
almost 3 years and I didn't know that those existed.
I did.
Hello?
I knew the Sister of Eve arc. I
I
did. that.
kind of wish there was like certain bonuses that like you got from like based on not just what race you picked, but also like your sub like the whatever your 3 subsets, and even like maybe your like what is it like fuck, I forget what faction I'm in. Like I'm Caldari, but then I forget one of the 3,
Yeah.
and then I'm a test
Like you-
child, so I don't
You
know.
used to get that.
Did make a
You
difference.
used to get that. Like your starting skills would be based on your bloodline, right? Like
Yeah, your
you could have an
bloodline, and then,
industrial.
like the
It would be
your
like
start-
Galenti, but you could be like an industrialist Galenti, and then we get and start
You got
off with
different
like
skills, different
extra
work.
fucking mining.
But I mean, like, what if
skills.
it wasn't just like, okay, you get this extra skill that everyone else can have? What if it was like, you get this bonus for being this bloodline, and the only people that will ever get this bonus is your bloodline? Like, it adds a little bit of unique flavor to.
Well,
to your
then your
character
choice would
creation.
matter, and I don't think they want the choice to matter.
I think it should matter
It should, yeah, it absolutely should.
because I think it makes it more interesting and fun that if whoever you pick, it does matter because it could affect your play. Like maybe you like this is the style of play
And
I like, and this is a bonus I'll
let's-
get, and I like that.
not
and I
only
want
affected
that.
your
Let's
style,
double
it-
down, dude.
it affected
Let's
what
double down.
attributes were. It affected what skills you started off with. It used to make a big difference. Now they're all the same, but it did used to make a difference.
And how about
each of the
you can freely engage people of your warring faction in high sec and low sec without consequence. So Caldari and Minmatar can fight each other in high sec without having
Like
to
with-
worry about Concord,
I think
Without joining faction warfare.
without joining faction
Ooh,
warfare.
How
that's-
about
Just by
you join faction
existing.
warfare and
That's-
not get like
okay,
locked
I'm
out of
talking
trading
about
systems?
Small bonuses. I'm not talking about something as major as that. 'Cause
Oh,
that's
fuck it,
intense.
dude.
That's
Let's
intense.
let's
Caldari?
make
I'm
fucking
talking like a little
Alliance and
bonus to
Horde
this,
in
a
this
little
game.
bonus
Wait,
to
what?
that, a little, I'm talking about some things that aren't going to like swing tables and make it all chaotic. I'm saying,
what's wrong.
just
Kim?
a little min max.
I'm talking about getting the dick out, plopping it on the table, and saying, "Go for
Thunk.
it."
Galante should not be able to dock. A Galante faction warfare member should not be able to dock in a Caldari controlled station.
They can't.
True.
You can ISEC. Yes, you can.
No, they
Yeah,
can't.
high
I do it
sec.
all the time. I'm -6 or -7 to Galante, right? But I can still dock in their stations.
No, I think those kind of
In high sec.
consequences
In high sec,
deters
yeah.
people from
It's
trying
your-
stuff like that. Like if I found out I did faction warfare and then I couldn't dock at an opposing faction's like high sec
can't
trade
reverse
system,
procedure.
I would never do it.
So
Did
just
you
leave
say-
faction warfare.
Dom, did you say something else before
then
that
we
that
don't
I
have
didn't hear?
people doing faction
The
warfare.
same thing I just said now. They shouldn't be able to dock in each other station.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I
But
don't
like you get chased by the faction police.
I do get chased.
Yeah,
by-
I think that's dumb in high sec too.
But I agree with you, Rain. It does it would curb some participation if you do. So they can make it balance that a bit. It's just to me, it makes no sense. If I'm at war, if I'm in faction warfare, I'm in actually doing it. I'm at war with. I shouldn't be able to go to the enemy's area and be safe. That's just not.
Exactly. You shouldn't.
If
No
I'm
one should be.
says I shouldn't be able to dock anywhere in high sec. Period. Maybe a pirate station in nowhere.
It
That's it.
just sounds like you hate high sec, dude.
I love high sec. I love
Yeah,
being
what-
Big Ten.
Why are you racist against high sec?
Dock, that doesn't-
I hate high sec personally. Let me tell you about my vision of high sec. No player structure is allowed in the entire high sec system. Not a single one of them. Every one of them
So
that's
all
there
the
gets
cost of everything
destroyed.
Goes way up.
No,
It's good.
everybody that wants to do production, go to low sec, dude. Or go to null
Then
sec. Do
a bunch
something.
of people leave the game because they don't want to do that.
See ya.
I don't want to stop what people can do in
Then
high
the
sec.
game dies because
That's,
See ya.
high sec is
I-
half the player base, if not more.
There should be more consequences than being chased by the police. It's not that big of a deal to get away from them.
I mean, that's the thing, it's
Basically,
like,
I don't think people should be allowed to make money from other players in high sec. I mean, okay, let me rephrase. So right now you could, plop a keep star in some place like Perimeter and make money from the taxes of items. I don't think that should be possible.
Why?
I think that only NPCs should be able to get
No.
taxes in HiSec.
But it's
And if
your own.
you-
You're saying your own tax because you own the station. You own the facility.
Now, should that station have to pay taxes too?
They are. It's think of like a
local
shopping mall. I mean, like
yeah.
think of a shopping mall. Now it's not actual taxes, but
I said
all
what I
those
said.
stores have to pay rent to the mall owner to be able to sell their goods in that place.
Taxation is theft, dude.
Taxation
I don't want to pay
is-
taxes unless I can
Tell you
pick
what,
who's fucking.
Based on
What
that
are those
statement,
taxes
all
used
taxes
for?
right now go up.
No
by 5%.
taxation without representation.
Yeah.
The representation
Do I get a
is-
vote in the city council to say what roads we're repairing or what HiSec
Well,
routes
but-
we're repairing?
Here's the deal. You can vote with your wallet by not spending your money there.
Yeah, go to G to 4 instead. Unless you're -10, then you can't because it's bullshit. You should be able to. If you're being chased
You're
by the
fast
police,
enough. You
you
can.
knock up. Oh, where'd it
No,
go?
no,
I
'cause
don't
you're
know
criminal.
where it's going. Bullshit. You had to ask permission.
Like,
to knock
I've
up.
seen people. If you're -10, you can get through if you warp fast. If you have like an instant warper.
I thought you were considered criminal, so you can't
Concord
go
will
at
get
all.
you. You can't
You're
go away
-10?
from Concord.
What?
No.
Yeah.
I guess
No.
I've never
Really,
been
though.
-10.
Only if you're black
If-
as a criminal.
If
Negative
you want to
10's not
make
-10 going through HiSec and I'll get concorded. Get chased
If
by
you-
everybody. But concorded.
if you want to create an industrial empire or a business empire, there's already plenty of business people in the Caldari faction that would like to disagree with you, but they can't because they are programmed not to. That's bullshit. That's so much bullshit.
But I mean, they can't be programmed as people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I get that.
No, so the Caldari, right? They're business people. How do you think the Caldari feel about the Tranquility Trading Tower and Perimeter? Because that's Caldari
think-
space.
I think they
Do you
dislike
think
it.
they like that?
An area
Yeah.
that
So why don't they attack it? Why don't those little blue shipped boys come over there and go pew pew
maybe
and
they
kill
should.
that
Because
bitch?
Concord won't let them.
Not Concord. Concord is
Okay.
not a game asset. That is a punishment system for people breaking the rules.
So
Right.
but go on.
are
But
we,
if you-
are we paying off Concord then? Is
But
that
if
are we
you-
paying
if you-
Concord?
If
come
you
over and attack the perimeter station? That's something they should have done. Absolutely. CCP should have arranged that. It been a cool event they could have done. Now, don't go overboard and make it unrealistic, but make them defend it against the HiSec armada made up of the Caldari Navy.
Well,
The
you can travel in your pod.
That'd be fucking cool.
Yeah, because Concord won't pod you,
I
so you
thought
can
when
just, you
they
can
had-
just pod around as a -10.
Great idea. It was a mistake. It was an error, but I thought it was a good. I liked it. I thought it was kind of cool. It'd be a good way to
Anyways.
get both HiSec and NullSec players involved in something together. If you had the Caldari Navy or whoever, I can't remember all the different Caldari military factions, but say
it would
let's
have to
say
be a
they-
case of like the Caldari Union would have to declare war on the TTT.
Yeah, I mean,
And-
correct me if I'm wrong, but these
Would
empires
have to
hate us,
follow
don't they?
war deck mechanics
That'd be awesome.
as
But-
we do, right?
But these empires, they actually hate us Capsuleers, don't they?
They're
Yes, it is.
afraid. Yeah, they don't like the capsuleers.
Caldari does. You're right. Yeah,
So why don't they come try to fuck us up then? I don't get it.
because we are more power. We're gods and they're not. They
Why
die.
do- But here's the thing.
Blow
Why,
up.
why
They
do
die.
they? I mean, if you want to get into the full lore, why do they let our clones in their stations? Then they could just be like, if they don't like capsuleers, they'd be like,
They tax us, remember?
destroy
Because
all the clones.
it's like telling the United
And
States.
also,
no, you
apparently, you only get the clone transfer if you're in your pod. If you are out of your pod in a station and die, you just die.
Oh, we should have
Yeah,
You're dead.
that's
So why
that's
don't they
how it
just
works.
assassinate the capsuleers in the stations?
Because money, Drayden.
There is the
maybe
money
that'll be
thing.
a Dutch thing. That's what
If
happens.
there's one thing Caldari like more than, well, hate most of
Murder.
capsuleers, it's money.
One
The
history-
finger thing means the taxes.
How many fucking children could be
Cream of the
saved
crop.
if we were having?
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah, brother.
the cream rise to the top.
Cream rise to the top. Oh yeah.
If that saves a lot of children too, Skyhawk. You are correct. We need to be more about saving children.
Are there space children in Eve?
I think so. They die.
Do you know
all
how
the
many
time.
space children you can save with one ISK?
A lot, like
Yeah.
10.
Dude, we're all billionaires. We
100,
should
yes,
be like.
This goes
giving
back to what I was
all of our
talking about
ISK
the other week,
to the
dude.
space
know.
children.
Why are we not fucking worried about space children? It's ridiculous.
I mean, I'm barely a billionaire in Eve, though. I think I'm at like 1.5 billion. I need to like pull out my.
I looked at
credit
fucking
card.
Man,
I-
fuck
I-
those space kids.
If I sold all my shit, I'd have a lot of ISK. But I wouldn't have.
If they weren't poor, they'd have money.
Then I could give it
Shit,
to somebody.
why do I have to give them my money?
That's a fair point, dude. Good on you for that. Mm-hmm.
Just don't be poor.
Yeah, it's pretty easy, right?
Just, you know,
Get a job, space children.
Ridiculous. Stop breeding, maybe.
I mean, why don't they just take a Rorqual out and go mining or something? Fuck.
Because they're not capsuleers, dude. They're space kids.
Maybe their parents should get
It's
jobs
my
then.
fault.
Yeah, maybe their
Maybe they
parents
should have
should
thought
get
about
jobs.
that before
Hey,
being
check
space
it out.
kids.
I'm going on a fleet later. We're going to lose a lot of ships. I need crew. Get your parents to get jobs on my ships. And then you have ISK.
I love
No,
thinking
if
about
you don't
it.
have-
Take it
out
from the inheritance.
Insurance on your parents.
You won't have parents anymore, but you'll have ISK.
Who needs
Space orphans.
ridiculous anyway? I mean,
Sporfins.
Orphans.
orphans.
Jesus.
Hey, Red Knight, we need a shirt that says "Save the orphans."
Save the Sporfins.
My God, I
someone
I
should,
am
someone
seriously.
Someone should put a citadel down and call it the Sporfinage. And just
I love
like.
That'd be fantastic.
The sport. I can it not be Sporfins? Can it be Save the Space Orphans?
That's gonna be orphans. That's space orphans. It's just, you can hyphenate if you want to.
It's not like a spork, dude.
It is. It's kind of.
That's
But
not
you
how
combine
words
them
work.
and they're like, I mean, when you combine space and an orphan.
Here's the thing: a spork is the greatest fucking invention ever created, right? So why is a space?
Clearly,
Why is a sporfin not a good thing, right?
because they're orphans
It's the
in
best
space.
of both worlds. It's space and it's orphans.
Yeah.
Sporfins.
Matter of fact,
You can
sporfins.
save a whole syllable. Save a syllable, save a child, Redline. You know? Like,
Jesus Christ.
That's right.
Oh my God,
You
that
don't
can
have-
be on the front. Save a syllable, save a child,
Guys,
save the Sporfins.
When is this gonna be on a T-shirt, Redline?
I can put it on a T-shirt right now.
Give him a few minutes.
Literally, give me a few minutes. Let me find a sad kid on Getty Images or something real quick. I'll put a
You
space
should
back.
just
Oh
use
my
like
God.
an Eve. Just
a
make it
tag
like an
kid
Eve
superimposed
part or
over
something.
like a
Okay.
Ibis or a probe or something.
Are there any children models in Eve?
Okay, wait.
Is
That's
that-
a little too far?
Yes, there is because you have to save the little girl's fucking dolly. Don't they show a picture of that?
Yeah, do the dolly, the little toy.
The dolly on like a Polaroid picture that just says "Save the Sporfins."
Yeah.
No,
And no, like a milk curtain.
floating,
Yes.
dolly and floating in space.
For only one ISK a day,
Well,
you can
or-
save the Sporfins.
Milk curtain might not work. You do a quaif bottle though.
Oh my God, that'd be so fun. That would take a little bit more than 5 minutes, though. Just saying.
Well, give us a cheap one
The other
first, and
one.
then-
Yeah,
Speaking
give
of
me the
space
cheap one.
orphans, how about these
Are-
rogue
are-
drones?
Yeah, the research from the rogues.
Eh? Like that segue?
There's always been
No,
rogue
I
drones.
didn't like that segue at all.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
That was a good segue.
Rogue drones,
That's-
space orphans, it's all coming together.
I've seen better segues in the Chicago streets.
Oh,
That's not true.
Because
never
the
never been to
scooters,
Chicago. Was it good?
the little
Chicago.
scooter things.
So Dom, when are we doing like an Eve Chicago for like a Midwest meetup so we can get non-Midwesterners to go?
I would love to do something like that.
I would do that. You don't want
Hey,
to go
say
to
again,
Chicago
Tom?
in December, dude.
Like after the first of the year, maybe. We'd
We
have to
cannot
really-
go in the winter, dude. It had to be like March, April at the
If
earliest.
you go in the winter, Chicago's a little safer because people stay in, they don't shoot each other.
Well, we're not gonna have it in the dangerous parts of Chicago.
What's that? That's Chicago. Is the dangerous part of Chicago.
South side Chicago is the dangerous side. The part on the train where it says Murder City is the danger area.
Wait, it
Yeah.
actually says murder.
Where's
City?
the
Yes.
Where's the good pizza at? Where's the pizza at?
Also
dude,
in Murder
and-
City.
see, like,
Murder City?
everyone's
Oh,
like Chicago
no.
deep dish is like, you look at it and it's like, why is there that much sauce on the top?
I say we just go to fucking Detroit and get it.
Why
over
is there
with.
that much sauce? Like, it should have a quarter of that much sauce under the cheese.
Chicago style pizza.
I refuse to
What's
acknowledge
wrong with
Michigan
Detroit?
as the Midwest.
I agree.
Suck it.
I agree with you, John. You're-
Suck it.
Randy,
Suck Michigan's mitten.
You are on
It's
Eastern
it's
time
the
zone, you thought.
mid-north. It's the mid-north.
Who cares if we're on Eastern time zone? We're the
Yeah,
Midwest,
You're
bro.
not
What do you mean?
Central time zone.
Wait, Chicago.
Cent-
Wait,
ti-
no.
Midwest is
Michigan's
in
Eastern
Central.
time?
Yes.
Okay, are there any
It's,
mountains in Iowa, Idaho?
We're not in the
Oh,
mountain
there's
region.
a ton of mountains
There's tons
in
of
Idaho.
mountains in Idaho.
We're not in the
Oh,
mountain
I guess not
Like,
because
half
you're
the
not on
state-
mountain time. I guess they're just really big hills.
region. We're not on mountain time.
Half the
Iowa's
state is
in
mountains.
Central time. Idaho does have mountains.
Why are you
Well,
talking shit
actually,
about mountain time?
No,
You're making this
Idaho-
personal.
Okay, so here's the thing.
He thinks
Idaho
Iowa's
is mountain time.
He's trying to get it, but he can't because we're in
All
Central
of
time.
Idaho, except for the very tip of the panhandle
Well,
up top, is
Central
mountain
time
time. The very tip of the panhandle is Pacific. The rest is mountain time.
That's because the
Okay.
tip touches the Pacific Ocean. Checkmate,
Yeah,
red
but
line.
Okay.
just the tip.
Fine.
Just the tip.
Whatever.
Just a tip.
That's
Just for a
great.
second.
No, it's
Just to
No
see
one
how it
cares
feels.
about that
the
state.
Bitterroot-
This is about Michigan. What are the
Bitterroot
states
Range
you know
comes
that's
across.
shaped like a mitten and has a hat?
There should be none, but there is one. It's ridiculous.
I
It's
think-
embarrassing.
Is Idaho the only
Michigan's
state
not even a
that's
real
split
state,
by a
dude.
time
It's
zone?
split
Don't
in
ever
two.
don't
Like-
say that.
Upper Peninsula Michigan is basically Canada.
Oh,
I don't know
right,
why.
right,
No,
right.
it's our hat.
Just hand it over.
Why are we not giving it over to him? I mean, you know why?
You
You
can't
know why?
have the UP,
They
dude. What do you
don't want it.
mean?
Are you
Canada doesn't want it either
a
because it's
Uber?
Michigan.
Redline?
No, I'm not a Youper. What do I'm a
Okay.
troll, dude. What?
He's from-
I was
That guy's from Alabama, right? Or Kentucky, Arkansas. What? Which one?
Who do you think I am?
Did you say you lived in the South or something? I don't remember.
No,
Well, that's
I
Bill.
don't.
Southern
He lives in
Indiana,
Bama.
maybe. Indiana?
Don lives in Indiana.
I do.
No,
Don. Don Rhea.
I am from the great state of Michigan. I'm not actually
live
from
in Ohio.
Michigan. I'm from
Cleveland.
Ohio.
Oh, that's too bad.
You
So you're
don't
from
know
Ohio. You moved from one shitty place to another shitty place. That's. I feel bad for you. I'm sorry.
What
What's up,
state?
Peter?
What state do you live in?
Greatest state in the United States.
Which state is that? The
Iowa.
state of fucking
Corn.
delusion.
The state that feeds the rest of the world.
Yeah,
You
I don't
said
need
all
You're
your
corn.
corn
welcome,
was for
America.
You said all your corn was for ethanol. Nebraska feeds the world with corn.
Not all of it.
Nebraska doesn't have corn.
Nebraska
This
has
has-
all the
Nebraska
corn.
has
It
everything.
just has depression, dude.
No, Nebraska has all the corn.
It
They're,
does- it
they're,
is the exporter of
Nebraska's
depression.
main football team is the Cornhuskers.
Yeah, they stole it from Iowa, dude.
Is that
We-
their
we're not
main
going for
football
it.
team for
We
real?
think we'd be
Yeah,
called
the
I think
Huskers.
the Nebraska. I don't know if it's Nebraska University of Nebraska or Nebraska State, but it's the Cornhuskers.
Nebraska doesn't have the corn palace. That's South Dakota. God, I hate you guys so much for
Why does
this.
South Dakota have a corn palace? They don't do anything except
Because they-
Because
they
it's
don't have
modeled
Mount
after Native
Rushmore.
Americans, dude.
It's pretty good.
Oh.
South
Mitchell-
Dakota's land of like Native
It's
Americans.
right across the street from the National Doll Museum.
Let's be clear. South Dakota is not the land of Native Americans.
think-
It's the land that Native Americans were given after the rest of it was
I think
stolen
a
from
lot
them.
of the US is a
They
lot of
also
Native
had it
Americans.
before it was quote unquote given to them by idiots.
Yeah, I think most of the U.S. is the
And
land of
losers.
Native Americans.
They just got to keep that in part of New Mexico and Arizona. That's it.
Yeah, all the shittiest parts of the country.
Yeah.
Here you go. Thanks for the
Just
rest
like,
of this
you know what?
country.
Don't lose. There you
Okay,
go.
no, we got a confirmation. Correlax
Don't
is like, as someone
lose.
who grew up in Nebraska, let me clear this up. The primary export is indeed depression.
That was
Where
just a
do you
meme. I'm so
send it?
sorry.
Hey, I know for a fact it's still depression.
Okay, but where do you send it though?
To
Ship it to
Iowa.
Florida.
Fucking Michigan, probably.
Probably to Michigan. lot of it goes to North Dakota because they need a lot of depression up there. They don't have no people to
Yeah, because
produce
it's
their
so hype, dude. North Dakota's cool. It's got Mount Rushmore. You ever been to
No,
Mount
that's
Rushmore?
South
That's
That
an
Dakota.
is.
experience.
I hate you, Redline. You're
That's
doing this
South
on
Dakota.
purpose.
You
North
need to do
Dakota,
it.
North Dakota
I
has
love South
Fargo.
Dakota.
What?
North Dakota has
Dakota-
Fargo. That's what they have.
Let me Google this real quick.
Yeah, South
Grand
Dakota. Dude, I've been to
Fargo.
Mount Rushmore. It's on the western side of South Dakota.
I literally have pictures
like
of me
kind
on
of
Mount
west
Rushmore.
central maybe, but like it's in the western half of South.
Okay, like same. I have pictures of me at Mount Rushmore as well, but I'm pretty sure I was in North Dakota.
No, you're
I'm
I'm
probably
pretty sure
near.
I was in North Dakota.
Wasn't it?
Dakota.
Isn't it Rapid City? It's like right near
I
Rapid
forget,
City.
but I've never been to North. I've been to Mount Rushmore. I've never been to North Dakota in my life.
It's got
Are
Jimmy
you
Carter.
sure you weren't in North Dakota? Would you know the difference between the two just by the
I
Yes.
look?
would probably
One
not,
has
but I know
snow.
I've never been.
One's flat and desolate on the east side, and then the other one's flat and desolate on the east side. So
Dom,
yeah.
we're talking about Dakota, not Idaho. Iowa.
The east side of South Dakota and Iowa,
Come on
and
now.
North Dakota is flat and desolate. It's not mountains to get to the west
You
side.
know what
That's
also
why
is flat and desolate? Wyoming, except for the
West
very
Coast-
top, the
South Dakota.
northwestern
I've
corner.
heard Wyoming's pretty. Oh wait, maybe
The
that's
northwestern
Montana.
You
corner,
know what
like
is
by Jackson Hole
also-
and stuff, is really nice. And then the other like 4/5 of the state is a flat, barren scrubland with like an average of 40-mile-per-hour winds like every day.
Okay,
with
do you know what
60-mile-an-hour
else?
gusts. Like
The
Wyoming.
Canadian
You know
Army
what
would
else?
like to purchase some of that land.
Do you know what
Yeah.
else is flat and desolate?
Kansas.
The profit margins from the bugged rogue drone sites.
Ooh, nice. See, that's a good segue. Well done.
Jesus.
Well played, sir.
I
That's how
understand
you
it's an overview,
segue.
though, correct? It's not really affecting the site.
Rogue drones. Go shoot them. New login event and a new in-game event with the rogue drones, right? There's combat sites and there's scanning sites. Is that
Where do you
right?
find?
All over space, all over
It's
New Eden.
where it's not just in drone regions. Okay.
No, it's everywhere.
Yeah, not
Or
in
more-
drone regions. There's no NPC space there.
What are they stealing? The fuck? I don't
What are the rogue drones doing? Rogue drones
Stealing leather.
They're roguing.
just like they're good. They've gone rogue.
So if you're
Rouge.
The
fighting
drones.
Rouge.
So you know when you accidentally
drones,
abandon your
is
drones.
that
Like when you
possible?
warp away from your drones without pulling them back in,
Yeah,
or the
sorry.
FC warps you away before your
Do they come
drones
back
come
to
back
life?
in.
What were you saying, Dom?
If you are fighting rogue drones with drones, is there a possibility that they will like take control of them from you? Is that a thing?
Yes.
No, we haven't
No.
reached that yet.
Yes.
It should be a thing. That'd be awesome.
Oh.
That would be terrible and awesome at
That
the same
would
time.
be cool because, well,
But
I mean,
so the
Wait,
road drone
leaving
event
behind?
happens. Right.
What
So
now?
the reason the road drone event happened, right? So the war ends, so everybody goes back to ratting, and most ratting ships are like Gilas or Myrmidons or the drone ships.
Healers.
But because everyone's been in a year-long war, people forgot how to pull their drones because they don't have an FC screaming in their ear every 2 seconds. So therefore, we had a lot of abandoned drones. So therefore, the rogue drone event happened. CCP saw the exponential increase of abandoned drones. They're like, you know what? We need to make this an event, and so they made it an event.
You know what I really appreciate about
It's
you, Rain?
legit.
Right?
The
Did you
fact
make
that
up?
you give a story to things that are storyless.
Rain, is that
I just
are you correct? Is that you make that up?
I made that up, but it was really fun to make up.
I was,
On the spot, she
yeah, I
made
was
it up.
like,
On the
yeah,
spot,
it
just
is.
then.
I typed it in and sent to like 700 people. As it as a
That's
real
how you
thing.
know you can't trust Rain. She made that up on the spot without
It's
even
so-
thinking about it.
You all
else
had
did
to,
you
and you
sit
all
there
had to
and-
ask.
It was
if
very
like-
believable.
I
was
didn't ask. I knew it was false.
I was hoping that's what it was. That's fucking awesome.
I was but one of the things it's I guess coming after the event is mutaplasmids for drones.
Yeah, mutaplasmids for
Apparently.
drones and drone damage amplifiers. So that's one of the things that
you
was
couldn't
missing.
you couldn't plasmid the drone damps.
No,
Oh,
there was
Yeah, we really need Manic Velocity's little what's the news thing to talk about, or not the news thing, the advertisement thing to talk about the special edition new Gila, the monster ratting ship of my dreams.
There's a new one.
What are you
Expect
talking
to
about?
see,
Special edition. What do you mean?
huh?
What do you mean?
I mean, with drone mutaplasmids and DDA
yeah.
mutaplasmids, Gilas are going to be disgusting.
Oh, but they're not
So-
actually changing kilos. You're just talking about the modules. Okay.
I'm just wondering,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're probably gonna have to change
but how
Gilas,
many
honestly. If they
drones
don't,
or
it's
how many
wild.
mutaplasmids do you have to go through to get the good drones, and then you just got to make sure those don't die, I guess. But
That's it,
are
right?
you going to be able to use them on geckos?
No,
Damn.
I don't see why not. Why wouldn't you be able to?
They're not
'Cause it's-
they're
it's-
not good drones, right?
it's excluded on the list of drones you can use it on specifically.
Probably because they're so good.
They're actually called something else, aren't they? Honestly, that's why
There was-
they just don't apply to them.
There was already a Reddit thread about it, and
but you can't
it's
trust Reddit.
specifically excluded. No, I looked at it on the Hobo Leaks.
Okay.
If you get your news
Does it
from
do
Reddit,
augmented drones?
Yeah,
That'd
the
be-
highest it goes is augmented.
Those are expensive to begin with.
augmented,
Yes,
better than subverted. Which one's better of the two?
I believe augmented is the
Augmented.
strongest.
Yeah, augmented is not quite as good as geckos, but better than T2.
Yeah, but geckos are often hard to fit for more than
Geckos
like one.
fighters, right? I mean, It's
They're like
Huh?
25 megabit bandwidth, right?
that's the They're technically like fighters, and the model of a fighter.
Or are they more than 25?
Yeah,
I
they're
can't remember.
practically fighters, but
Don't you remember the comic books that came out there for a bit? There was that was like the storyline that why the geckos came
50.
out.
Okay, they used to be 25. They moved them up to 50. That's right. 'Cause
they're
then
big
you-
boys.
Yeah, they used to be 25, and you use a full flight of 5 back in the days, and then they realized that was too OP, so they upped them to 50. I don't know when they upped them to 50, but
Not carrier. What was the fucking Ishtar? There we go.
Oh, but I also did hear tell that they're putting mutaplasmas on fighter support units as well.
Ooh, nice.
So those carriers, get those carriers back out into space, please and thank you. Maybe I can log in and kill some of them again.
The chances of getting a good like roll on any of those things is like 1 in 17 trillion, something like that.
That is not
What?
true.
that's
What?
not quite that.
It's not
It's
accurate
like 1
at
out
all.
of 16
they're
trillion.
shitty.
Dom,
Come
you
on.
tried, but you had to aim a little lower.
What?
Was that
I
you
see
making stuff up,
smiling for
Dom?
making stuff up, yeah.
Did you just
I'm
make
making
stuff
it
up on me?
1 in 17 trillion.
I'm gonna start calling you Tree
I
because
think
you're
it's
full
pretty
of shit.
believable. He's confident. I'm confident. We'll take that answer.
Tell me what the ratio is. What is the actual chances of getting a perfect great
Oh, you're
metaplanet?
talking about
I'm
perfect.
bad at
You
math.
said you said beneficial.
Well, there's it goes up by tenths, and so it's going to depend on the module, right? Which means there's X amount of combinations, and then you could figure that out if you wanted to, however many different
Is there actually a
combinations
way
there
to
are.
get all 4 of the categories to go up, or is there always going to be a negative? Do we know? You guys know the answer to that?
You can get all 4 categories to go up, yes, and I'd imagine you could, in fact, get all categories to be perfect. So in
That's probably the
theory,
1 in 16 trillion.
in
I don't-
theory, you could figure out the actual, the actual chances of getting it perfect if you really wanted to.
If it
But
can,
like,
it has been done. So where's the website that shows me that information?
doing math is.
If it can be done, somebody's done it. I guarantee these min
What,
maxers
done the math?
figured it out. Did they
Someone's
share
done
it?
it. Someone's got a spreadsheet.
Absolutely. The min maxing community of Eve is amazing at figuring shit like that out. I guarantee there's got to be a fucking spreadsheet somewhere, just not public, maybe. But
Make the spreadsheets public.
god damn it, I know it's you fuckers.
Yeah, we know you have them. Just
You
show us.
You know who I'm talking
Give
to.
us.
I'm
Give
pointing
us
right
your
at
spreadsheets.
You know who it is.
Give us the juice.
Give us the juice. I've actually done a few of those for the armor plates, and I've gotten a couple of them to come out. I've never gotten them to get all 4 be like really good, but I've got a couple of them where the 2 of the indices are like fucking kick ass, and like one is pretty bad and the other one's like neutral, but they're still makes them better than the regular ones. It's just usually the ones that fail it is like the fittings makes it harder to fit, but fuck it, if it's that much better, you make adjustments.
I have a cat crawling into a box behind me.
I think it's shot time.
Is it gonna fucking jump in?
It might be the cutest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Is it shot time? Should we do like
Please.
shots to something?
Shots. We could do shots to
Look in the
something.
mirror every day.
Do shots to my box cat, please.
Shots to Boxcat and
Shots
shots,
to- shots to
the launch
Redline's
on the
box.
Epic Store. We launched on the Epic Store. You've unlocked.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, you want to talk about that? Is that next on the talking points?
I love it.
Because I saw an article that said that Eve has brought in 2 million players in the last 2
18.
years or something.
How many have stayed?
18.
Not 2 million, that's for damn sure.
I guess
18 and 17 of those were alts.
exactly.
So it's an article on Massively OP, and they say that, well, I guess it was an announcement that was already there, but 24 million lifetime pilots, and the current player count is 19,300, by the way.
Like
Do that
players
math.
online right now.
Yes, sir.
Right. It's a global game. You know that.
Yeah, so if we multiply that by what, 3?
There's more than 3 regions.
How would you multiply it? What?
What? Okay, fine. And then 2 million new arrivals. It doesn't say how long that was, but 2 million new arrivals. Where'd
Right.
they go?
Well, this is why they're working on the new player experience so much, is because
Yeah.
those arrivals show up
They
don't
didn't
have a good
escape
time,
the station in the pod.
they
before it
immediately
blew up.
leave. That's right. They get blown up.
See, I'll
Rogue
tell you what it
drone,
is.
rogue drones, and
CCP,
pirates got them. Got them all.
CCP, if you're listening, this is the problem with Eve and new players, is that actions don't actually have consequences. Choices don't matter.
Oh my god, dude.
That's not true. Though.
I was thinking the same thing.
What? Oh my god, dude, and that it
Yeah.
doesn't. Oh,
Yeah, what are you talking about? You're gonna have to elaborate on this.
Yeah, I was like,
So-
that's.
so
I
this
mean,
is-
I don't know any situation where that would ever be a true statement.
okay. Give me a situation where it is.
Every other situation
I-
except
I
the no
feel odd
situations.
I get a negative fucking.
Every
status.
situation in life.
That's a negative situation.
I don't.
Actually, I mean, by
Don't.
definition, because I get a minus.
What do
to
you
my-
What do you mean, Redline? What are you trying to say? What doesn't have
trying to-
consequences? Explain this to me.
Wait, are you talking about the
trying
thing
to
we
s-
already talked about?
I might be
What is that thing?
where your character creation screen should have more impact on you as a character.
Oh.
It's never gonna happen. Because
Something like
Even
that.
that does have a
Okay.
consequence because whatever you do, like that's what you look like.
Yeah, dude. Man,
Yeah,
these
unless you
tits.
want to
You can
buy
change
a
poses, you can
script.
change outfits. I don't think you can change your face, or can you?
You sure can. I've done it.
Oh,
Yeah, you can
What-
reskin.
When
you
did
can't
they
change
get-
your bloodline, so you can't change your model
learning skills?
template.
That's when they stopped making a
Correct.
difference. Is that when that happened? Does anybody remember? When
Sorry,
they
what?
took- when they took
that
away
done?
learning skills, I believe that's when those choices stopped having an impact. Like with your character creation, at the same time they took away learning skills, I believe they made like all those kind of neutral toward. There's no real difference between them. I believe.
You can't run a game and have those choices that you made on day fucking one with zero fucking knowledge of the game have that impact the rest of your game.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, I'll
unless,
get-
unless you
Because I picked Galenti because it was freedom and blasters. And then when I got the game, everybody was like, blasters are useless. Galente sucks. Train into this. And you're like, oh, okay. I guess.
Define impact.
But
So like if what you're saying is like if the bloodline I chose at the beginning means that I can't fly anything but Galente, then I'm not gonna have a good time in the game. If I'm not having a good time in the game, why the fuck would I even play it? So why would you restrict me to that line of
I
ships?
don't think there's any. I don't think a restriction like that is. I think like bonuses, like you get this specific little bonus to this. It kind of like any other.
Yeah, like,
MMOs,
why-
and like
start off
WoW
as
and stuff. When you
Caldari.
make a character, it's like this character or this race gets this bonus.
When you call
It's like a
yourself a
2% damage reduction on this damage type. It's like that's very minuscule, but you have that, and that is permanent, and that does impact the rest of your gameplay. And so I think little things like that with your character selection, your race selection, your bloodlines and stuff. It's like, oh, if you choose this bloodline, maybe you get like 2% faster production in industry or something. Like little things like that where it's like if you want to be an industrialist, it's like, okay, you want to go with that guy.
They used to.
If you want to min-max. Otherwise, you just go for flavor, but it doesn't matter. But little tiny tweaks,
right?
I think would
If
be
you
good.
chose Caldari military, your attributes were set as something, right? If you chose Caldari industrial, your attributes were different. You also started. This is the way it used to be, and you used to when you chose Caldari industrial, you started with a certain set of skills, like skills already injected. If you started off Caldari military, you had a different set of skills injected.
Yeah, but
now
those can be garnered elsewhere. I would like to see bonuses that are only available if you choose that bloodline and no one else can get that. I would like to see, but I don't want them to be so impactful that it's like a massive major decision because you don't want to lock people into that. It's like if it's just a tiny little stat tweak, a tiny little bonus here and there on something, then that I think could make it a little more meaningful on your pick, but also not be detrimental if you pick something and realize like, oh well, I'm not doing industry, so my bonus to industry is kind of useless. But at the same time, it's like, but you're not hampered by that. You
it
just
shouldn't be a secret or a surprise. You can read the
See-
description of each one before you choose it and say, "Hey, that's
Right.
me," right?
So Darwin says in the chat that we've seen new players spend long periods of time during character creation sweating choices just because they don't know anything about the game. So that's the thing, is like they're sweating the
That's
choice
a good point.
anyways. So give them something to choose between, except besides, does your character have boobs or not? Does your character belong to a military school or a science school? Like, give a choice, a little choice, right? Like 1% to blaster damage on a Galente ship or 1% to drone damage. A little min-max thing that's not going to matter, But if this person is seeing it, they can say, okay, well, maybe I'll like drones.
No, that will
And then
confuse them more because they'll be like, "What's a fucking drone? What's a blaster?"
Yeah,
I agree with that. If you're going to make any, if it's going to have any impact, it should be like it used to be, where the impact be industrial. There's something I want to do. You get industrial skills to start off with, and you have to buy the other ones. Or if you're going to be military, you get military skills to start off, and you have to buy the other ones. That would
Why?
make more sense. It'd be easier to deal with than bonuses
Why?
to things you don't understand.
Why don't they just do like like the new player experience where you're like in a ship and Aura's talking to you? Why don't they do all that and then when you die at the end of the tutorial, it's like, "Oh, here's your new clone. What do you look like? What is your name?" And then
kind
it's
of
like,
like a
"Oh, this
Fallout,
is
or do a
yeah."
reiteration like
Well,
Fallout. Like
like
you make your character, and then you go through the
yeah.
whole thing, and then at the end they're like, okay, do you want to change anything now? And then you can. They're like, okay, after you're done with that, this is final. Are you happy with the changes? Like maybe
Or
do
like
something
I think
like
of like Mass Effect
idea.
too.
I
It
mean,
does like this whole
idea.
introduction and then it's like, "What's your character?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, import or change my name."
So
And
what do
it's
you
so
look
easy.
like now? Yeah, that's a great idea.
So you're
man.
saying take the character creation and put it after the cinematic story-driven
Yes.
NPE experience.
Yes. Cuz
That's a great idea.
like even with Skyrim, right? No, wait. Well, like Skyrim has like an opening that's like, "Oh, pick your name," and then you're like getting sacrificed and all this shit.
yeah, and you change your character
executed,
on
a
the
little
chopping
different.
block, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. I forgot. I
It's
thought it was
fucking
after the
genius.
chopping block. But like it's one of those things because then players are like, okay, what's happening? What am I doing? I was like, oh, now I can pick it. And then it's like super mundane things. Like I always think of like Skyrim. It's like, what's your race? What's your astrology sign? What's your like which thingies do you prefer? And you're like, oh, I don't know.
a lot of that is really self-evident though, because a lot of it's like cold resistance. Like, well, everyone knows. Okay, anytime I take damage from a cold damage, I'm gonna get resistance to that. That's self-explanatory without knowing anything about the game. Or like what was some of the other stuff, like you can breathe underwater if you're an Argonian. It's like, well, I know what that means. That sounds useful. Immunity to poison, all kinds of stuff like that. So like, the bonuses in those games are very evident. In this game, it's like lasers or blasters. You're like, well, I don't know how good those are. I don't know. Are lasers better? Are blasters better? Like, what's the difference? Like, you
I
don't
played
know anything about those at that point.
I understand the different bonuses for stuff, and it's never ruined my experience, right? Where I come back like, oh crap, I should have done that instead. That would have been cooler. I've never got to that point. It's like, oh fuck this game now. I'm never playing it again. That's not really a realistic expected result, right? You give somebody a bonus, something they don't understand it, you deal with it, you move on. Maybe it may have been cooler if you got it, but I don't know that it,
Maybe allow the remaps to like, instead of like remaps on attributes, just like allow a whoops.
Remap on cosmetics? Yes.
Well, I mean, like, well, you can do cosmetics anytime, I think, but I mean,
Yeah,
more
you
of
can
like
do
a
a race
whoops.
variant.
I didn't like my pick. Can I re-race myself? Like, maybe they can make a clone that's
why couldn't they? The
not
clone.
a clone.
right?
A clone that's not a clone. A clone that's just like a
Clone.
different. I don't know.
They should be able to just
Implant my consciousness in a different
Carl
person's
can
clone.
get it that way. That's not a bad idea, Drayden. They should be able to do that.
If you want to do like a bloodline switch,
They should be able
a
to
race
figure out how to
switch or something. I don't know.
transfer your consciousness from one side of the galaxy to the other instantaneously. I think they might be able to do a little DNA manipulation one time. Not a bad idea. That's not game breaking. It wouldn't hurt anything. It would give people the opportunity to, hey, I guess I didn't really like this. Now I get a chance to change it. That's a great idea. And it should be easy to implement. To me, every time you think of an idea, you got to take into account how hard it would be to fucking code that. That doesn't seem like that'd be that hard to code, right?
Coding's easy, dude. Just like click the buttons.
Just type in.
That's all it takes. Oh fuck, I'm not gonna worry about it anymore then. Give
All
me
zeros and ones. What's the big deal?
Yeah, just fucking.
It's
I didn't realize
less
it
it's
was
less
easy.
about how much time it takes to code and more about if it's worth it to do.
Apparently, it doesn't take any time at all. You just push the fucking buttons.
Yeah, but the thing
Exactly.
is that if
No,
it's
they
not
can
worth
do
it to do, then what's the point in doing it?
I don't know. I think they should just do it.
It's only software. Yeah, you just
Have you guys noticed
take
the CCP is
the
hiring a lot of
Simpson
people
bird,
lately?
Just peck at the keyboard. That's
Yeah,
your
dude,
code
I'm
job.
excited.
Wait, what was that?
Who?
CCP is hiring a lot of people
Right,
Like,
they're hiring. I saw they're hiring
on
a
Twitter and
social
stuff.
media
They're always
specialist.
advertising on Twitter. Yeah,
Yeah,
I could do that. I could tweet.
but are you an
I know.
expert specialist?
I know
in
hashtags.
tweeting?
I have a Facebook account.
I have one. I haven't logged into it since I was like probably 25.
They're hiring other people too, like UI designers and like software engineers and stuff.
Darwin,
There's
you're gonna
every day I'm always seeing like 2 or 3 advertisements on Twitter for jobs at CCP.
Have you really?
Yeah.
Is that because you subscribe to the TCP
Yeah.
recruitment channel?
I follow them on Twitter. I don't know which account it is, but it's either CCP or Eve Online. It's one of the two.
Yeah, I guess I don't do Twitter anymore.
Kind of sad. Had they advertised like the social media stuff a year ago, I 100% would have gone for it. But I like my job now.
I've tweeted a couple things out on Twitter.
Yeah, Akaroth, they are doing a game, a side game, but that's the London studios, and they'll specify in the advertisement whether it's the Reykjavik studio, the London studio, or the Shanghai studio.
What is the side game?
Shanghai studio work on still.
They're doing like an RPG MMO
Project Nova. thing.
FPS. It's
Oh,
something.
Okay. Yeah, it's
London
like
is
the
the new
Nova 3.0. or
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
It'll-
All I know is I want CCP to be successful, continue, and give me the game I like. I've been doing that so far. I'm pretty happy.
Well, they have to be doing something right if they're hiring all these extra people, or people are quitting and we don't know it, and they're just trying to replace them.
We're gonna find out there's a huge drama there where the swords were stolen.
The social media thing, I'm not sure, because most of the social media stuff you see going out is like Convict and Elise or Swift.
Right.
And then like you
Darwin
see
said
some of
he
the
got-
official CCP tweets here and there, but I mean,
I want tweets directly from Hilmar.
Yeah, those are out there too.
I don't want those.
You can just
I know.
follow Hilmar.
I want more information from Darwin.
I've seen some very interesting Hilmar tweets.
What was it? Fish Eyes? What was that one guy's name? Fish Eye? No, Snake Piss.
googly eyes. Oh yeah, the googly eye. Was there a contest for that? I saw they were
Yeah.
posting something like, "What ship should have googly eyes because of Mannix googly eyed convict."
Did you just call somebody snake piss?
Well, not CCP Snake Piss. Is that somebody?
I don't think that's not a.
Something
I'm
like
sorry, I had to let
What?
that simmer for a second because I just had to make sure I wasn't crazy and that you actually called somebody snake piss.
CC
that.
Snake
Close.
Piss.
Snake Piss. Snake shit. Snack? I don't remember.
Oh shit! Okay, hire me as a social media expert. I'll make myself CCB Snake Piss.
Fuck yeah, you will.
I would do it. They wouldn't let me, but I would try.
I'd be CCP Snick Snack. I like that.
Snake Snack?
Snick Snack Snorum. If anybody can tell me what that's from, I'll be super impressed.
Isn't that like the something of unfortunate events or
Oh yeah.
Percy Jackson?
That's
It's not Harry Potter, but it's like a Harry Potter-esque.
older than that?
No, Snick Snack Snore. Oh shit! That's the fucking Sword in the Stone cartoon
Yes!
from Disney.
Oh my god, good job, Drake.
Hell yeah, Snick Snack Snore. Yeah, I remember that cartoon. I watched that. Hell yeah, you got Archimedes the owl, Wart. Is it Ward or Wart?
Wart.
Wart. Yeah, I remember that fucking show. I was like, I know I've seen.
Well,
it.
you
Whatever.
guys are way older than I am.
Yeah, that's back when they used to hand draw
Saw
Disney
that in
shit.
the theater, motherfuckers. As a kid.
There were no computers back then.
Oh, no.
Computers were like stuff you saw in Bueller's Day Off or whatever.
How's it feel to remember when cell phones first came out?
Oh man,
I do remember that.
I remember like I saw people that had cell phones and I didn't. And
I remember
it wasn't even the flip phones. It was like just the Nokia where you. Luckily, I was old enough that like I wasn't around. Well, I was around, but like I was too young. But like when I was old enough to like know about phones and stuff, the big box cell phones, those were gone. But the Nokia, like you pull the antenna out, had Snake on it.
Darwin, you worked on Hercules, dude?
Dude, that's fucking awesome.
That is dope.
What's that?
That Darwin worked on Hercules.
The old Disney Hercules.
Shit.
Hell yeah. That's like one of my favorites, dude. You made my childhood, bro. I don't care what you drew. I don't care what you did in it. You made my childhood.
And the opening fucking song of Hercules is the best. Yeah, all kinds of fucking drama over it, and it was great.
I've seen it once. I think that's all I've seen though. I don't remember. I remember like what all the characters looked like and stuff. I don't remember a lot of the scenes though.
The scene with the women on the pots dancing.
Yeah, that's the opening scene. That's fucking,
That's the opening scene. I love that.
that song is great. And actually, there was a lot of drama in that song because they talked about being the gospel truth. And
Yes.
church groups got all fucking in their panties in a fucking bind and sued them.
What babies, dude. That was such a good, like, I love that.
Okay, so Darwin, he worked on the digital
I
tools
respect
for
that.
processing the 2D animation
110
drawings.
points. I
So
love
he made
Yeah,
the
so
pictures
he made
go.
my childhood.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome. Speaking of awesome, my wife is playing the fairy godmother.
Shots to Darwin making Hercules happen.
Fuck yeah, Darwin, you're
Oh
awesome.
yeah.
Shots to
Also, what'd you say,
Darwin,
Dom?
Dude.
So my wife is playing the fairy godmother in the local production of Shrek.
Hell yeah.
Oh, nice.
Fairy godparents.
And I've been ordered that I have to help build the sets.
Oh, that sounds
all I'm
fun.
told.
Well, I'm sure you'll do a great job, Dom.
No, I'm awful at art. I will do as they tell me. And I can hammer nails. I'm good at that. You don't ask me to draw anything or paint like fancy shit.
Hercules was in the
Hercules
90s?
was 24 years ago?
I feel like that was in the 2000s. Holy shit.
Oh
That's
my
still
god, my back hurts. What the fuck?
Almost the 2000s, yeah.
Like I saw a lot of Disney movies when I was a kid, but a lot of aside from like Toy Story and Wreck-It Ralph and a few here and there, like I haven't seen a lot of the new like Pixar.
Well, Toy Story came out with 94.
Toy Story 4.
First, I saw the first Toy Story, and I think I saw parts of the second, but that was it.
Oh,
But,
Toy Story came out?
like
Your parents had to take you, right?
Yes, they did.
Had to.
I didn't see it in theaters. I just saw it on.
Oh.
I
That was
couldn't drive. I
VHS
couldn't
rec
drive
thing,
when I
but-
was 4.
Me and my wife's first date, we went and saw Toy Story.
But yeah, it's I think Wreck-It Ralph is the most recent Pixar movie I've seen.
Dude, I know you're
And
talking
that's
Pixar,
like 8 years old, I think, at this point.
Wreck-It Ralph
but you
Wreck-It Ralph
gotta
was
you,
good.
you gotta watch Cruella, man. Such a good movie.
King too. Lion King
I haven't
movie
seen it yet.
kicked ass. The Lion King Broadway play kicked ass.
That's the only.
You
play
see,
I've
there's
ever
a
seen
Back
on
to the
Broadway.
Future musical.
I saw someone post something about that. Was that you?
It wasn't me, no.
Oh,
It's
I
out?
did see someone post a thing. Maybe it was Manic or something that posted it.
Probably.
Oh,
not.
I
Is
don't
it-
know how fucking dorky it
Paul
is.
Rudd said Back to the Future is all bullshit, though.
What?
You mean like in Ant-Man or in Avengers when they were talking about time travel?
Yeah, he said it was all bullshit.
You just
I
need
don't
a
think Paul
Mobius
Rudd
strip.
said it was bullshit. I think
Ant-Man.
Well, it was Ant-Man that said it. But it was Paul
There was
Rudd that
Tony.
was saying it in Ant-Man.
yeah, Tony Stark said it was all bullshit.
Well, Tony Stark was
Hot
Tony
Tub
Stark
Time
was
Machine
explaining-
and Back to the Future was all bullshit.
Yeah, Tony Stark and the Hulk, Banner,
Bannon.
I hate it when fucking
Bannon.
Bruce Banner, not
people
Banner.
say that other
What do we
movies
call the half Bannon, half Hulk? What's that? What's the name of that?
It's Bruce
Hulk?
Wayne.
Hulk.
We call him
Hulk?
Smart
Hulk.
Smart Hulk.
Oh,
Or Hank-
the one that's like getting all the pictures with the kids and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he's sad. He thought you wanted a picture
I
with
think you
him.
just call
Take a
it
picture.
Bulk.
Take a picture.
You don't want to picture.
No, it's Smart Hulk. Come on.
Bulk.
Bulk sounds good. I like bulk.
What's up with you guys in combining words?
It's how you, dude.
It's how you. It's listen. You have to be efficient in life,
Yeah.
right?
See, like
More letters.
I took
don't
the
have
idea
time for
from,
these
like,
extra
the
syllables.
German
You got a problem
language.
with the abrivs?
Yeah.
Red line?
German language likes to like just take words, like if it's like here's a thing that will just take full words and combine it together into one long word. I'm
What
doing a
language
short
are
thing
you
and just taking
speaking?
2 words and having them.
I'm doing it now because I know it irritates Redline, so I'm going to do it as much as I
It
possibly.
doesn't irritate me at all. I'm just
really does.
confused by
Wouldn't
it.
have brought it up otherwise.
You get bulk sporfins going on.
Bulk orphans, yeah.
Yeah, because he was in space, right?
Yeah, that's they actually go to bulk world.
Bulk sporfins, although that would be from Black Widow, right?
It just means a lot of them, right? You get them in bulk.
No. 'cause
See,
he-
that's what
he
I'm hearing. I'm
spent
hearing
a lot of time on that
orphans.
planet with Jeff Goldblum, right?
Planet Cold, yeah. What was it?
Oh, right.
Sakar.
That's where you put all the
That's
sporfins.
the
I always forget Jeff Goldblum was in
That's
the
where the
fucking
bulk
movie.
sporfins are.
The bulk
That's where the
sporfins.
bulk sporfins. Okay.
The rock guy,
That's
the
fair.
rock, the fucking
Korg?
Jeff Goldblum's
Yeah,
character-
yeah,
the
Korg.
the Flooded Concords guy, rock
Korg.
hand.
Yeah, Korg.
Cork. Yeah,
I love
that's a sporf. That's a
That
bulk
New
sporf.
Zealand Kiwi accent is my fucking favorite. I
He's
love
the
it.
director.
I can't even.
I just
So
watched
good.
Thor Ragnarok the other day. It's
Director.
fantastic
pretty
every
good.
time.
Cork is the director of the movie.
Is he?
Taika Waititi, I think
It's
his name
hilarious.
is.
I mean, the comedy that comes out of his mouth, it's peeing
I just like the hip hopopotamus video. It's like the
from Big Daddy.
no, just from Flight of the Conchords. It's pretty good.
The I Win game.
The rhinoceros, and then you got the hip hopopotamus. I'm the hip hopopotamus, flows like a phosphorus. Fucking
Dude, sing it.
popping up the top of this esophagus, rocking this metropolis. Ah, it's so good.
Hell yeah, bro.
I'm sad now.
I guess we're out of Eve news.
Yeah, I think we are.
There's more stuff.
It's
I'm
been
not a
so.
water rolling
you-
mammal. Who
Oh,
gave you
there's
that
a new-
preposterous
there's a mass
hypothesis?
test on
Was it
singularity
Steve
for the
or
Mac
Chance?
clients.
There you go. See, I told him more stuff.
Steve.
We have
There's a
the Lions
logging
Club stuff
campaign
coming up,
too.
right?
Yeah, there's a logging campaign with
Right
the
on.
drones. You get like fucking skill points, and there's like air boosters, which help you with the scanning because you need help with the scanning, I guess. And there's fireworks. There's standard login rewards, right? But then there's
Don't you guys miss the war?
no, I don't. There's a mass test on Singularity on the 28th of September for anybody who has a MacBook or a Apple computer. I don't know why you would have one of those.
Ricks
But
and like 3 other people.
yeah, there's dozens of them, I guess.
There's not dozens.
A whole
There's
dozens?
eight
That's
dozens.
the only reason we had dozens. That's because the 2 million new pilots came in.
That's right.
Oh,
2 million
eight of
pilots, and they're
them.
all on.
8
They're
of
all
them
on
were
MacBook.
Apple players.
Look at all those potential fucking Eve players that we're just dissing right now because we're such terrible people. You know, we
Fuck those
I
people.
mean, do they deserve it?
yeah.
Do they deserve our praise or our scorn?
Scorn. Max. Yeah.
And that's why we're giving it to them. Come on.
Scorn them. Scorn.
Hey, look, if you're a new
Scorn.
player in EVE Online, welcome to EVE.
Unless you play Apple.
Yeah.
Scorn.
If you're watching this on a MacBook and you're trying to play
Turn it
EVE
off.
Online,
Turn us
get
off.
fucked.
Scorn.
If you're watching
Turn
this on a
it down.
Linux machine and trying to play EVE Online, get fucked.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Our viewers dropped by 1. We got rid of the Apple.
I'm almost with
One-
Rick
yeah, get out of
Javix.
here.
It's Rick Javix, dude. He's
Hey,
like,
Rick
fuck
Javix
you
like,
guys.
fuck these people. They don't even.
Ricks doesn't watch this show.
I'd like to see them like show me your retina display, assholes.
We're the
Yeah.
Alliance
Where's
tournament
your magic mouse?
today.
Fuck
or
out of here.
tomorrow?
No,
You can't just
Linux
have
is cool.
somebody use their
Linux
magic
is
mouses.
cool.
Yeah, Linux is all right. They
I
should
don't
never
understand
stop with
Linux, but
No one cares
I'm
about
sure
Linux
it's
or
good.
Mac. What the Alliance tournament matches were they today or were they tomorrow?
They're
They're
not.
not ever.
I thought they were.
Those
They
videos they
uploaded them
put
on
up are the videos from the feeder tournament.
Oh, these are the ones
It
that
just
happened.
it just took them that long to put them on the YouTube
That
channel
makes sense.
because they don't have a social media manager. That's why. That's why they're advertising for one on Twitter.
Are they really?
Yeah.
I'll apply right now.
Apply.
I
You
manage
tweet?
social media.
You got a Facebook account?
do it.
I
yeah.
do. I can tweet.
Fuck, you're
And I can
qualified, bud.
Facebook.
But you don't need a
Get in
Are you
there.
gonna move to Iceland?
I can book face. Ugh, do I have to move to
Well,
Iceland for real?
The
Yeah.
beauty with social media is that you don't have to do it
Fuck
from
that
Iceland.
shit.
How are you gonna social media without going to Iceland?
What do you mean? Are you asking me how I'm going to use the internet without moving to Iceland, bro?
Yeah, like, dude, you gotta do your job. You gotta show up to
Weird.
work in Iceland.
Yeah, I'll just use
I've
the
been told
internet.
that
Fly back and forth. It's no big
the
deal.
internet is a series of tubes. I'm pretty sure the tubes go to
Dude, if you just
Iceland.
jump in the
Okay.
tube, you'll get to Iceland. There
I'm
you
gonna
go.
go back to this thing here. Corlac says he's
It's
a
like Futurama. They got the tubes.
So if
No,
you're-
honestly, I need an answer. Is that job in Iceland?
Yeah, most
Yeah,
of their
it is.
roles are in Iceland.
Really? Like, I would have assumed an online thing like that would definitely be able to be done remotely. So not
meetings and
I
stuff.
think so, right?
like
Yeah.
as long.
I
now,
mean, a lot of their jobs can be done remotely because they had to work from home. But
I would
as part of
say
their
that
team
the-
building, they
the
want to be in
time
Iceland.
zone thing. I could see it being like, well, you can work from home as long as you're willing to be awake during Iceland hours, and so you just got to be a nocturnal creature and sleep during the day. Like maybe then,
Yeah.
but
I mean,
But if
not
you live in a
really.
modern Western city, that's not that big of a deal.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like I could
don't
always
sleep
go to
anyway,
Taco
so-
Bell, Denny's.
Taco Bell,
Plenty
dude,
of things are
Denny's.
open 24 hours.
Well, they used to
Waffle
be. Nowadays,
House.
I don't know if they are. Like the Denny's around here, I think are still not 24 hours.
Yeah, it's
Because-
so weird, and
because
that'll
no
happen with
defined- no
COVID.
defined workforce. Like workforce is so short now up here. I assume it's pretty much like that across the country. I keep hearing stuff all over the place, but up here, there's so many like the menial jobs and the just generic like even some of like the the specialty jobs that require specific training, but don't necessarily require like degrees or a specific like where you have to go into like schools and learn how to do a trade. There is such a shortage of people to everywhere you go. It's like, please be patient. We're short staffed, or we're no longer open on Mondays and Tuesdays because we can't have the staff to be open those days. Like everywhere you go, it's like everything is like just no one can find labor, which is like weird because 3 years ago there was like this whole like no one could find a job, and now it's like the employers can't find workers. It's like
because the employers aren't paying people a living wage, so they'd rather collect
There's
benefits.
that, but a lot of the employers out here have like upped their,
Ooh, that's
their
like an
wages to
undead
like
wage.
meet minimum wage out here. I think is like $8 or $9, maybe $9 or $10 an hour, but they're like starting wage $15.50 an hour, and like no one wants to go work there.
There was a situation in Alberta a few years ago when the oil was really doing well out here, where like starting wage at a coffee shop was like $22 an hour, and it was like fucking that's insane.
that's
if you
crazy.
think about it,
Because
like $22 an hour
Because there
to
was
sling
nobody that would work there.
coffee.
Is that why?
because
They couldn't get
well,
anybody to work there.
yeah, because everybody was working on the rigs and everybody was working in oil. But because they were working there and it was so successful, there was so much money that the cost of living went through the roof. So then people's wages had to go up to meet the cost of living. Otherwise, you couldn't.
Are
You
those
couldn't
rigs
work at a
still-
Tim Hortons.
those
You
rigs
couldn't
still
work at a Tim
function?
Hortons and still pay rent. You'd have to work at 3 Tim Hortons, right?
Well,
And you,
and
Are they still functioning? Those rigs? Are they still?
yeah, the oil
employing-
rigs are still working, but they're not making as much money, so their cost of living isn't as high. So all that craziness of $22 an hour to work at a coffee
gone
shop,
down.
it's gone down.
So now this is
That's good,
my
yeah.
hypothesis. I don't know if it's true. Now there's been a lot. Everyone up here like just seems to throw the speculation like, oh, it's because everyone's collecting unemployment. No one's going back to work. And it's like
There was some
that
of
may be true in a handful of situations, but I don't think that's the majority. Because when you collect unemployment, you get a fraction of what you were making, and unless you were working like a super
But also-
high end, like really well paying job, you aren't going to be able to live on unemployment very well. And so
But
you're
with-
going
I
to probably
mean-
want to go back to work to make a higher wage. Because if you were working like a $15 an hour wage, and you're collecting unemployment, you're not getting anywhere near that, and you're not going to be able to make a living wage to pay rent or anything like that on unemployment. And so, but here's the thing: is that I think a lot of I am guessing that it's due to like the whole COVID situation where you have a lot because a lot of the menial labor jobs, like where fast food and all that stuff, it's high schooler kids and kids that are like probably still living at home that would normally go work those jobs. And if their parents are still working and making enough money, they don't have to go to work. They don't need a job. They aren't paying rent. They're living at home. Now, if they had a job, that'd be like extra income for them to do stuff. But like they can get by not having a job. And so I think that whole workforce of workers is not willing to go back to work with the whole COVID
Right.
stuff still going like it is. And so I think that's where you have this massive shortage. Like all the high school and early college kids are not wanting to go work if they don't have to. And so
Why would you work at some place for minimum wage or less in some cases, like with like waitresses and people in the service industry that rely on tips? Why would you work there when you could work somewhere else that pays you an actual wage that you can live on?
true.
But the other thing I was thinking of was like with COVID, and I call this like the work from home revolution, right? Like people have figured out that like, hey, I don't need to work. I don't need to go to the office. I can do this from home. And if I can do this from home, that means I don't need to live in the same city, county, state as the place that I work in, because I can do this from home. So why would I slug like I want to stay in this town, in this city, in this place? Why would I slug my way downtown to work in a coffee shop when I can go online, apply for a job as a social media manager for a software company, and then still stay at home, work from home, make double the wage, triple the wage?
True.
Make your own schedule and everything.
I'm
Make your
saying,
own schedule, yeah.
So that works.
Work
but,
in
I mean,
pajamas.
the online jobs and the work from home jobs are not. It's not like everyone can get one of those. I mean, like there are
No,
a ton of
you're right.
jobs out there that require you like actual menial labor. Like you have to physically be there to do your work, and that is where the majority of the work shortage is happening. And So I don't know.
Well, like in a
it's
city,
not that
in a
there's
city
lack
like
of
Toronto,
people to work the jobs. I think it's just a lack of people willing to go in there, and so that's where I was sitting there thinking like, there's got to be a reason for them being able to go get those jobs, but not wanting to, and also
honestly,
not wanting,
this is
not necessarily needing to have a job because like eventually, if all the you don't have to go into the office jobs got filled up, then people that need jobs would be like, well, I have to go somewhere else. I have to get this job to like where I have to go work.
but like if you lived in a city like Toronto, and I'll use Toronto as an example, there's
Hey,
all
before
kinds
you
of
guys
people
get too
who.
far into, I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta sleep
Okay.
now.
See you, Rain.
Hey,
Night,
Rain.
team.
Bye.
What?
If you lived in a city like Toronto, and you liked living in Toronto, which a lot of people do for some reason, I don't know,
Holy
and you don't want to
shit.
leave Toronto, like you have to get a certain job in Toronto to be able to stay and live in Toronto, right? But
Yeah.
now with the work from home revolution, in order for you to get a good enough paying job in Toronto, like those are taken up, those are gone. So now you have to get one that's in Ottawa or Montreal or Calgary or somewhere else like that. But now you can do it from home.
Saskatchewan? What? Sasquatch.
Maybe, yeah.
But
you can get it.
Manitoba is no, that's Calgary is Saskatchewan, right?
Calgary's in Alberta. Calgary are in Alberta. Manitoba has Winnipeg.
Winnipeg.
Saskatchewan has Regina and Saskatoon.
Right.
I don't think this is the point of your story. I want to hear the rest of your story.
The point is like you can stay in your city with the high cost of living and get a high paying job remotely and stay in that city, right? Instead of saying like, well, no, I need to get 3 shitty jobs and stay in this town because for some reason I like this town. If for some reason people in Toronto think they can't leave Toronto, that there's no other jobs anywhere else, because if they move to Peterborough, they'll never get the job that they wanted in the first place. But that's not really true.
Well, but there's a cost involved in moving. That's the thing. Is like everyone's like, well, why don't you just move?
But
over
if you can't afford a house in Toronto, it's why the fuck wouldn't you move to Peterborough?
Well, I know,
spend a little bit of
like,
money, move to
but, like,
Peterborough,
what
get a
if, like-
job there, and buy a house that's a third of the price that you were going to pay in Toronto, and you get twice as much
If
house.
you already own a house or something, but like, what if you're just renting and it's like, oh, why don't you just move over here? It's like, well, but then I have to pay. Like moving is not cheap. You have to move.
Right. But this is the point
and
I'm
then you
making, is
show
that
up and then
instead
you have
of
to go,
moving
like,
now,
first and last, if you don't have money saved up, you can't just up and leave.
right. So now instead of moving, they can just stay where they are and they can work remotely
Right.
because of the work from home revolution that's occurred because of COVID.
But not everybody can do that.
No, not everybody can do that. You have to have a certain
The
set
only
of
work
skills.
from home stuff is like, stuff
Well, I
that's
mean,
done telemarketing or not
Work in the
telemarketing,
medical
like,
field, not going to happen.
stuff
You know,
that is
you-
done through conference calls, online work, and stuff like that. Like if it requires
The only
you
stuff-
physically
no.
being there to do something, then you have to be there.
That's right. But those jobs
obviously.
those jobs are trades jobs. We're not talking about those kinds of people. Like those kinds
Yeah,
of
we're
people.
talking
don't.
We're all
office
pieces of
jobs,
shit, I get it.
accounting
Yeah.
jobs, like stuff like that.
We're bad people. I get
Yeah,
it.
like because nowadays, like there is no reason that if you're an accountant, that you have to be where the other person is. Like,
But I don't
I
see
do know that a
trades
lot of
jobs
other companies
having
are-
an issue, right? Trades jobs have been pretty good through the whole pandemic, because if you work outside, then there's no reason for you to be, locked down and can't go to work. You're not going to get COVID paving a road. You're not going to get COVID putting up fucking high
well, but
tension
there are
power
trades
lines.
jobs that require you to go inside businesses all the time.
Yeah.
And
I've actually-
those are the trades jobs that like they couldn't shut down because like plumbing work still needs to be done. Various contracting work still needs to be done. And those are the ones where like it was like really, really. I mean, like kind of like my job. I'm not a plumber, but we deal with like water systems, and I have to go into every time I go to service a water system, it's in a company, and so I am hopping from company to company to company to company. So that kind of puts us at a higher risk of transmission because it's like
Yeah, you definitely do.
because it's like
And all this is
I
just
will
to
go- it's
say,
like I will. And like, our coverage area is like Western Montana, Northern Idaho, Eastern Washington, Northern Oregon. So it's like I'm driving
Dirty
all over the
Dirty-
place. I'm like going over to like Wenatchee, going into a bunch of offices there, coming back, and then the next day I'm down to Tri-Cities in Washington, coming back. The next day I'm over to Butte in Montana, coming back, and so it's like I am spreading myself across like multiple states, going physically into all these places every day.
I know a lot of the offices, like some of the banks and the different insurance agencies here in my area, they were going to go back to bring people to the office. That was their goal. Like they said, it was going to be September, October. They were going to bring people back to the office. And about a month ago, they said, you know what, this is working out okay. We're going to go ahead and extend that to early next year. So obviously, it is working for a lot of companies to keep people doing remote stuff. They're able to maintain their productivity. It can't be doing anything but saving money from the overhead if you not have to turn lights on, right? At different buildings. And I know that a couple like Wells Fargo has decided to move all the employees to one building and rotate them, like have them come in like 1 or 2 days a week, and then they rotate them through that, and then get rid of a building. So they're going to be able to save overhead that way. So this is a positive thing for a lot of companies, but not every company. But if they do it smartly, the only thing you run into is if you see a dip in productivity, or it doesn't look like if people are doing the right thing, either fire them, or if it becomes systemic, then you have to go back to bring them in the office. I mean, you may have to do that, but if it's working, why would you fuck with it? It's saving, it's better for your employees, and it's saving you money. It makes sense to keep people.
Also,
Trying to get the army to go that way.
If you don't
Do
need
army
an
from home,
office-
that'd be great.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like all these office buildings where it's like all the people come into the office and sit on the computer. It's like, well, if you have a
And
computer
And that's
at home,
that's
or
what,
if
and
we-
that's what we do.
If we give you a computer to take it home,
KP.
you don't
man,
have to come into the office, and so we just buy everyone laptops, so they have their own work computer, so that because obviously you don't want keep your personal computer shit and the work computer shit separate, right? So it's like use this for your work stuff, and now we don't need an office building anymore. That saves us a whole bunch of overhead and rent and everything like that. So
You just need a warehouse, right, for your equipment.
well, I mean, yeah, depending on what your business is. I'm just saying,
don't spend a lot
if your office, all your office work is just done in an office, and it's literally just people sitting there on computers, there's no need for an office. And I think that's the thing. Like a lot of these companies have figured out now with the whole COVID shutdown, they just realized why have we been paying rent for this office the whole time? Like we don't fucking need it. All these people that we hire,
Some
they
some
can just sit
businesses
at
are
home on the
still
computer instead of coming in here.
right.
As long as they get their
Some
work
businesses
done.
are still wrapped around the culture of you have to be at work to be seen to be productive.
Right.
Some
And that's what's
employees-
wrong with the place that I work, is that you have to be seen at work to be seen as productive. But there's only 2 hours of work I ever do in a day, and the rest is just me being there just in case shit. But call me or whatever. Send me home with a phone that has an email system on it.
How many people directly report to you though?
Yeah.
You've got quite a few, don't you?
Right now, the place I work, there's 12 people that report to me.
You come in the military, or is this civilian stuff?
I don't
In the
know
military.
why I heard the word orgy.
But
It did.
12 people though, you need to be a little bit more visible than your 12 people do. They can probably do work remotely. You need to be able to kind of maybe 1 or 2 days a week. You need to be in the office, still the exposure to them. Because it sucks when you don't ever get to see your boss, right? That
Right.
you do need to see. I mean, I know it sucks when you see your boss too, but you know what I mean. That relationship between boss and employee is important. There has to be some visual interaction there. Just
Right.
to
And
make-
there's some stuff you have to do in the office. But
Yeah.
I'm not. But you don't need to be at the office at 8 in
Every
the morning.
day.
Stay there until 5 in the afternoon, just to be seen in the office. And I don't
Oh,
need to keep all my people there from 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, just to be seen in the office.
You have to have everybody there right now.
Like if there's 5 hours of work a week
Yeah.
you need to do physically in the office, then you show up one day, do all that, and then
Yeah,
you
it would
work
be
from
better
home
if
the
you
rest.
Post like office hours. Every Wednesday I'll be in the office from 8 to noon. You have something you need to talk to me about, come see me then. Otherwise, do your work from wherever. Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah. So
now-
what we were doing before was because it's the military, we would say, okay, we're going to do PT for half the day. So we'll do physical training for half the day. So for the first half of the day, there's going to be nobody in the office. We're doing PT. And then the last half of the day, I'm like, okay, we're going to be here from 1300 until 1500, unless we have to stay later, and then we'll stay later. But those will be the 2 hours that we're in the office. If you need us, that's the 2 hours we're going to be there. And that's fucking it. Other than that, you're waiting until the next day. Or you're calling me at home. And if you call me at home, then I can call everybody else and we can come into the office. We can all be there within 45 minutes. And that's it. But the balloon's not going up. We're not going to fucking save the world in 45 minutes. Everyone calm
how
down.
many-
And so all of this is to say, CCP, can I please do the social media job from America?
That's what we're
Yeah,
trying
well,
to say. Let
so
Redline do the
that-
Twitter from
that's what I
United
was
States of
saying,
America.
but I would say like because everyone in Iceland is on a certain schedule and they might want you like, hey, we need to get a hold of you, like, hey, get a tweet going with this or look up this so I would say like if you want to work for
If
America,
you-
I would say that it would be understandable if they required you to be available for Iceland hours.
My
Yeah,
Which would
friend,
mean
if
that
you
you're,
think
like,
that the tweets that go
means
out
that,
on
like,
the
your
Eve Online
workday is
Twitter,
from like noon until like no. It would be like from 4 a.m. until like 3 p.m. I don't know.
yeah,
I think
sure,
it's-
something like
Fuck, I don't
that.
know.
That'd be
I
fun.
don't know
Who
time
cares?
zones, but
24 hours
I'm
a day.
down. Let me add it, dude.
I'm just saying if you're willing to do that. But also CCP Darwin is bringing up a thing. So this has a point too. I was saying that. So he's like, we're working from home a lot, but nevertheless we get together face to face now and then, and that's hugely helpful for keeping people engaged in solving certain problems, fixes certain issues. So there is something to be said about people that work together not physically, but personally being engaged with each other, not through a phone or not through a chat or email service or something like that. Like being there in person and hanging out. There is a camaraderie thing there, so I mean, like, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I assume that does have an effect on employee morale, maybe. So maybe
working
there is
for a faceless person is easier than working for well, not easier, but like different than working with someone that you actually know.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't know. I'm not saying that's a linchpin that needs to be done. I'm just saying like that there is something to be said for that. I would say that there is a point there. But also speaking of hours, Darwin, aren't you in Iceland? Like, dude, isn't it like 4 a.m. for you?
He also just said that Redline should apply because it's definitely remote work. You should do it.
Oh yeah, apply Redline. Do it.
Darwin said you're a
3:15.
cinch for the job. You're a shoe in.
3:15. Oh, that's
Got
not
it.
too
Darwin, I
bad.
don't think Darwin. Do you realize that means you'd have to work with Redline? Are you sure you're understanding this?
From a professional standpoint, I'm very good at working.
Darwin is artistic, whereas Redline is autistic.
Autistic, yeah.
Come
Different
on, that's-
department.
Would you feel bad if I actually was?
I would
I
actually.
wouldn't, no, I wouldn't.
You're just making fun of me
would
for it?
not
Be
because I
true.
didn't say it.
Then it would be true, right? I wouldn't be lying.
Are you?
I don't think so.
Hell yeah.
He is. You've seen him. He's like the cool kind, though, the smart one.
You're like the cool autism guys.
What's that called? The smart one. Yeah.
Savants.
Cautism is what it is. Like you got to combine the words.
Yeah.
Dom.
right.
Cautism.
Christ's
Cool
sake.
autism.
Oh yeah, you're right.
How do I combine the words Jesus and Christ? Dreist or something like that?
No, I think it's like Crisis. Crisis 4.
Christ.
Can your computer run it?
Christ.
You know,
I think
speaking of
it's- I think it's
crisis,
that's an easy one. That's JC. That's an easy one.
so we've got some non-Eve news coming down the pipeline. Apparently, there's
Yeah,
a
I
Crisis
actually got a,
remastered version.
Oh, I was real quick. Hold on, before we go. While we're still on Jesus Christ, I have something to say.
Are we on Jesus Christ, and are we entertaining that topic?
Very
Why not?
quickly?
I know it.
Because someone mentioned it. It was you.
Did they?
But
yeah, I did that.
I got a text today. There is a game coming out called I Am Jesus Christ. It will be available on PC. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's coming. In 2022, expected release. Be ready.
Sounds sacrilegious.
Yeah, I was saying, I was like, oh man, just it's what everyone's wanted. Like, you could first person experience like being crucified, if it's VR capable. Imagine that. Like, just-
Welcome to the Open Con Show, everybody.
Sorry. Anyway, go with what you're doing.
I have no idea
Jesus
where
Christ
where
told
we're
me
going.
he loves me a lot, a
Did
lot.
I distract
a
you too much? You were talking about something, not Jesus.
I'm
but-
sure I was. I'm absolutely
Is it,
certain I was talking about something.
No.
Autism?
autism.
No,
Hey,
probably
Jesus
not.
Christ. We just talked about it.
Cautism.
Cool cautism.
I think if we took
Autism.
awesome and autism and put them together.
Autism. Autism. There you go.
Guys, I deleted all my items in Factorio.
What is that?
What that means.
Plans reduce it. Yeah,
That
see,
good?
Bjorn knows.
No.
I don't know. You have to explain
Yeah,
that.
Probot, I feel you,
Oh,
dude.
wait, no,
I
never
live
mind,
in
it's right
I
on.
live in apparently this Podunk County in Idaho is the like it was number one for a while. I don't know if it's number one now, but it was like the number one growing county in the US. And there's no fucking housing available here. Everything is overpriced. Everything's shot up. Houses that were 200,000 before are now 400,000. Even like mobile home trailers that are normally like 60, 70,000 are like selling for like 190,000 at this point. And not even, you don't even own the land. You're just buying the trailer for 190,000 and still paying rent on the land that you have it on. Like, yeah. Anyway, not going down that rabbit hole, but
I'm actually going to apply for that job, by the way, Darwin.
do it.
I have
dude.
good references. Will
Hell
you be
yeah.
one of my references?
Yeah, just put down CCP
I'll be a
Darwin
reference.
because he said so.
It's a good idea.
Screenshot
I
the
think you
chat
should,
and send that
Redline.
in.
I
Yeah,
would-
so,
You know,
like he said.
Let me
I
tell you
should.
something. Let me just tell you something about success, okay? So, a little over a year ago, almost 2 years, I started the New Eden Post, right? And now we have over 200 followers on Twitter. 200.
Well, 185 of them are awful, toxic people. But yeah,
How many do I have? Hold on. I have 290 followers.
Well, you're doing really well. You got a lot of followers, dude.
Do I? Is that a lot?
Can you imagine if you had that many people following you in
How
real
many?
life?
How many followers do you have?
Like through the streets, like to work
Yeah,
and
like through
stuff.
the streets. Mm-hmm,
You said how many? 200 what?
Weird.
262.
657, baby.
Are we okay? We're bragging. Okay.
So that's probably awful. I don't know. I haven't been on Twitter in years. Get on there like every 3 months because somebody will say something. I should get on there.
My Redline 13 Twitter has 2,063,
Nice. I figured I have a lot.
and
I'm
those
one
are
of them.
those are bots.
No, I'm one of them.
100% those are bots. I
I'm one of
bought
them.
those followers.
I'm pretty sure I follow you actually.
You should. I post some quality stuff. Not very often. Never, actually.
I find you amazing.
Well, that's at least one of us does. You and my wife.
She didn't find you quite as amazing as I do, though.
She tries.
That's good.
Gosh, this
Thanks a lot,
conversation
Paul
got weird,
LV.
didn't it?
I see you right there. I don't think I followed Drayden though, do I?
So I was typing.
I had to follow you.
Should I move to Pembroke, LB?
What's Pembroke, dude?
Pembroke? No, there's a lot of meth heads there.
Oh, really? I think that's right up his alley.
My people. No.
They have awesome boat jobs.
I take it back. They're not.
The king has returned.
My people.
My people.
I've
come
never
to-
done meth, just for the record. Never ever. I've done a bunch of dumb shit.
You
but
should.
never- I've done a bunch of dumb shit, but never meth.
I continuously do that.
Speaking of which, Pendleton. That's a Canadian whiskey.
Is it?
Oh, speaking of
It is.
whiskey,
This is actually my favorite whiskey. Just gonna say.
Show me the bottle.
Wait, you've never seen Pendleton?
Pendleton?
Pendleton.
Oh.
It's backwards, I think, but
True Western tradition.
it's a Canadian
rye whiskey?
No, I don't think so. It's really smooth and not because like a lot of like bourbons and American whiskeys, like Kentucky, they have a bite, right? It's like a really strong bite.
Yeah.
This is very mild. It's like has a slight whiskey flavor, but it's not overpowering, and it's a very smooth drink. So, because like I can drink whiskey, but I don't really enjoy it that much. But like Pendleton is actually good because it's like a mild whiskey that most like people that want the peaty, strong like Scotch, bourbon whiskeys are like this is like plain. I'm like that's what I'm looking for. like
I'm Googling it
something
right
that's like whiskey-ish, but not over the top. And so Pendleton's really good. It's a nice one. It's glacier fed spring water, so
Ooh.
they get it from ice apparently. I don't know.
Well, the ice melts.
Yeah,
And that's how you get water.
Right.
you sure
more
about
you know.
that?
Yeah, I don't think it just magically appears.
Ice starts melting after it goes above 0 degrees Celsius. So that's
What
Or
is that
30
in Fahrenheit? Is that like
Yeah.
above 0?
It'd be
I don't
32
know.
degrees
32,
Fahrenheit.
I
actually.
guess.
32. That's a weird number to start at.
It's not the starting point.
It's from fucking Oregon. It's not even Canadian.
It's a weird starting point for a very basic thing.
It's not a starting point, Drayden.
I know. We already talked about this, but it was before you came in here, Redline. We discussed it. The 0
I was
point
watching.
for Fahrenheit. Oh, okay. The 0 point for Fahrenheit was brine freezing point. Who uses
I'm always watching.
Who uses that as a scale? Why are we whispering?
Because if you don't say you're always watching when you're whispering, are you
It's
being
not
creepy
scary.
enough?
It's not. Yeah,
People
it's not
won't know
scary. Right?
exactly.
That's good call. Good call. But yeah.
Mhm.
So, American temperatures are dumb, and Pendleton whiskey is good. Shots.
Nice.
Shut. Wait. Oh no, I'm out of booze. Hold on.
Oh no.
That's
Yeah,
a
see?
party
Very smooth.
foul.
See, just a little hook. Most whiskey makes me cough. It's actually smooth. Like I'm again, like I can drink whiskey, don't like it, but Pendleton is actually good. There's very few whiskeys I like.
Seems like you may be having trouble drinking that whiskey, Drayden.
No, not at all.
I don't know, man.
It's not
Seems
like
it might be.
Jaeger where I can just like chug it.
Why would you want to?
Don't chug Jaeger. What's wrong with you?
No, I can, and I have, and I will, and I do.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Okay, so have you guys seen this?
Jaeger's
Jack
just
Daniel's
delicious.
Gentleman
Jaeger's like
Jack
fucking
stuff?
fruit soda, not fruit. It's like juice. It's the
It's
juice.
poison.
Give me
It's
the
literal
juice.
poison. It's
Have
literal
What are you
poison.
drinking, Drayden?
Jack
Pendleton
Daniels.
original?
Have you seen the new
just
Jack
just the
Daniel's
plain
Gentleman
old
Jack?
Pendleton?
Answer the
It's
fucking
good.
question.
Do they not sell it there?
No, it's from Oregon. It's not actually Canadian whiskey.
Can I just
What?
work
It's in
it?
the Canadian whiskey shelf.
What they mean by Canadian whiskey, here's a little lesson for you.
The style. of it.
American whiskey is bourbon, and it's made with mostly corn. So as long as it's more than 50% corn mash, that's an American whiskey, and that's bourbon.
Okay.
Canadian whiskey is made with rye. So as long as it's more than 50% rye in the mash, then it's rye whiskey and it's Canadian whiskey.
Okay. See, I thought.
So it's a Canadian whiskey in that it's a rye whiskey, but it's not made in Canada.
Okay, I thought, because here's the thing, like Irish whiskey has to be made in Ireland. You cannot
Right.
have. So I thought that a bunch of the whiskeys were all like super like territorial, where it's like, if it's a Canadian whiskey, that means it has to be made in Canada. If it's a Kentucky bourbon, it has to be only Kentucky. You can't make a Kentucky bourbon in Tennessee. Or Tennessee whiskey,
Right.
Jack Daniels. That's only Tennessee. You can't make that shit in South Carolina. Even though it probably wouldn't fucking taste any different if you made it there instead. Same barrel process. But yeah, so okay. So it's an Oregon whiskey. It's good though. If you haven't had it, it's really good. It's if you like mild, not super potent whiskeys, it's good.
Fun fact: Canadian whiskey was run across the border during the Prohibition, so a lot of northern states use
What about
rye whiskey in their cocktails.
So what about like Crown Royal? Because that's Canadian whiskey too.
Yep, that's a rye. That's a rye whiskey.
Well, yeah, it's Canadian, but like, is it actual true Canadian whiskey or is that made in the States?
I don't know. Let's Google it.
Bourbon.
So I was like,
Bourbon. All
black
bourbon is
or
whiskey,
no,
but not all whiskey is bourbon in the
Crown
United
Royal is like probably the most popular Canadian whiskey in the U.S. And
Canadian
I'm
mist,
just
maybe?
wondering, like, is that actually a Canadian like made whiskey, Canadian made Canadian whiskey, or is it an American made Canadian whiskey? And then the other one is The other most popular one is probably Black Velvet, which is the you don't have the money for Crown Royal because a fifth of Crown Royal is like $30. A fifth of Black Velvet's like $9. So you just want your shit cheap. Black Velvet's like, we got you.
No, I am familiar with Black Velvet.
Okay, yeah. So Black Velvet is the you don't want to spend money, but you want to drink whiskey and get drunk. Ackroth's never heard of Black Velvet. Might be regional, I don't know, but it's fucking all over the place up here. It's everywhere. It is like your Jose Cuervo of tequila is equivalent to your Black Velvet of Canadian whiskey. Kind of like, so you got your Crown Royal, which is more like Grey Goose vodka. Like it's your higher end, more expensive, cleaner, less shitty flavor, like just like a better taste. Black Velvet is like, it's a Canadian whiskey, quote unquote. It tastes like shit. It gets you drunk. It's cheap.
So in
So
America,
Crown Royal is definitely Canadian.
yes, but
Okay.
in America, you
Where
have
do they
rye
make it?
whiskey, you have rye
Gimli,
malt whiskey,
Manitoba.
you have malt whiskey, wheat
Manitoba.
whiskey,
See, like,
bourbon, and corn whiskey. There are differences between them all, and there are legal definitions for them all.
Right.
Bourbon is a mash made from consists of at least 51% corn. That's bourbon. Rye whiskey is made from at least 50. The mash is made from 51% rye. Corn whiskey is made from 80% corn. The mash is 80% corn. Malt whiskey is made from a mash that consists of at least 51% of malted barley. So those are all different, all American whiskeys. Bourbon is not the only American whiskey. There's a whole bunch of them, and
Right.
the USDA defines what makes what.
But in layman's terms, in like general sense, an American whiskey is a bourbon, whereas a Canadian whiskey is a rye.
well, no, not all. No, that's not true. All bourbon is whiskey, but not all whiskey is bourbon. That's if it's not made from a mash that has at least 51% corn, it's not bourbon.
Right.
Like rye whiskey is just as popular as bourbon in the United States. I mean, it is.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you walk into
but
a bar
bourbon
and
is-
go,
it's
give me a
good.
Canadian whiskey, what's the bartender going to serve you?
You're right, but I was going to say bourbon is
Southern Comfort.
the United States is known for
that's
bourbon.
the
right?
core
Right.
almost.
And that's why it's called American whiskey, is because the United States is known for its
It
bourbon.
does not mean
Yeah.
that it doesn't mean that all whiskey's bourbon. That people
Right.
sometimes get that confused. That's what you were
And
saying.
then you got a
is that-
Scotch. Scotch is much more harsh. I don't like
that-
Scotch.
that has to come from Scotland.
I like Scotch, and you have to find the right Scotch. I never used to like Scotch.
I've tried.
I went with
Pete, Pete or
I
no?
went with
no
a friend of mine, and he was like, "Okay, I know you don't like Scotch, but here's like a starter Scotch. Here's like a very
Pete,
basic,
Pete or no Pete?
now-
What do you like?
no peat,
Me
no
too.
peat, no smoke."
No, heavy
I've
peat
tried.
Scotch
I've
is
tried
awful,
all of
isn't
them.
it?
Like my now one Mike or not Mike or is it oh shit, he was the he did a podcast for a while. Fuck, what's his name? Scott is his real name, but don't dox him. Shit.
What podcast?
Random McNally. That's something you know. So
Oh,
Random.
he's a Scotch drinker, yeah,
Random is a big Scotch connoisseur.
and he knows what he's fucking talking about. when it
Yeah,
comes to
so
Scotch.
every time I would see him in Vegas,
I miss Scotch.
he'd have a flask of Scotch, and he'd be like, "Here's like I would give him shots, and he'd be like, "Yeah, take a shot of this." I'm like, "You know I don't like Scotch." And he's like, "I know, but just drink it anyway." And I would drink it anyway. I'm like, most of the time it's just gross. But there was one time where he's like, "I think you might like this better. It's milder." So it's probably a no peat Scotch.
No peat. The peat Scotches are really, really heavy.
He
smoky.
likes the peaty Scotches.
I think the
Yeah.
real
So I
Scotch
tried it.
drinkers
I was
do.
like, it was still like rougher than whiskey. I was like, but I was like, that's better than most. So I still don't like it, but it's
Like, I finished this one off a
drinkable.
couple weeks ago.
It's drinkable.
This was a good mix. It wasn't really no peat, but it was not real high peat.
Yep.
It took me a while to finish this fucker off, though.
Yeah. My roommate's a big Scotch fan. He loves Scotch, and I'm just like,
Like you can spend a lot of money on a
Heck
bottle
yeah.
of Scotch, and it'll be fucking gross. because
Yeah,
it's
he-
not the
he's got a
right
bunch of, like,
scotch
the-
for you.
I don't
There's
know-
so
Yeah,
many
you're
different
right.
scotches out there, right?
Yeah, he's
Yep,
got a bunch of
you're
like the
100%
I don't know what years, but he's got like the super over the top expensive Macallans and like I don't
There's
know.
there's like a
It-
$4,000 bottle of scotch in the liquor store downtown.
He doesn't have it's not that rare, but he's got the ones where it's like he's got like bottles of scotch in his curio cabinet that are like, $400 or $500 a piece.
Well, Random
Yeah.
and I and a bunch of other Eve nerds went to Milwaukee for a meetup. We went to a Scotch bar. It was like a cigar and Scotch bar. And Random knows what the fuck he's talking about, right? So he goes in there and orders stuff. And then Rafe Collins, the guy I used to do podcasts with, he's a Scotch guy, so he knows what he's talking about. So they're ordering these scotches, like different ones and stuff. And they both ordered this one, $200 for the shot. I thought,
Whoa.
no, I'm not paying that much money. There's no fucking way. I don't like this shit that much, right? So they ordered it. The guy was out of it. He didn't have any. I was like, yeah, that sucks. So he brought him out another one that normally goes for like $200. He's like, I apologize. You got to try to order these 2 or 3 different shots. And he gave them a $200 shot of fucking scotch.
Damn.
And they let me taste it. It was actually really fucking good. But it was,
Yeah, see,
it was
that's-
Yeah,
that's
well,
why
it
you-
fucking should be.
Any,
What's that?
anytime anyone was like, you want to take this shot that's like $200 and if it's scotch, I'm like, no, I don't. Not that I don't appreciate you offering it, because I just don't like peaty scotch, and I guarantee it's gonna taste like that. And so if you're gonna, I don't want you to give me that expensive of a drink
won't
that I
appreciate it.
know I'm not going to enjoy.
yeah, you won't appreciate it. And
So
never
that's the thing,
actually
like,
to be
because they're like,
appreciated,
oh yeah, it's
Right.
super expensive. Enjoy this. It's like, if I know I'm gonna drink it, like, ugh, that's not the reaction they want to see from someone that they want to see someone that appreciates the scotch. It's like, I know I won't, so just don't give it to me. I don't want to drink it because
Just tell them,
I don't want to
fucking
waste.
dash it from the
I don't want
fire.
to waste your
throw 'em in my
investment.
mouth
Like that's
down
a
and peel it.
heavy investment and a very expensive drink and a very high end drink, and I don't want you to make me drink it when I know I'm just gonna think it tastes like shit.
To be fair, I believe they were double shots. There wasn't like a single. I think it was 2 ounces.
Oh god,
It's
yeah,
still
I'd
200
fucking
bucks,
probably
right?
puke. That'd be even worse.
But- The thing is, $200
Wait,
for
so,
a
like-
2-ounce shot. How much is that a bottle? Fuck.
Right. But like a 2-ounce shot of scotch, you're not supposed to shoot it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, sip.
You're supposed to take a little sip, roll it around in your mouth, enjoy the flavor.
I
but,
don't
like, if-
enjoy
yeah.
the flavor though. I would-
But that's just it. If you don't enjoy the flavor, don't fucking buy a $200 shot of.
well, I would
fucking-
never buy one,
Just-
and that's
Or
the
even
thing,
accept one. I think Red Jen's right.
anyone
But that's-
who tried to offer
Like,
me
people
one,
should
I'd be like, yeah,
people
please
should know
don't.
you enough to be like, hey man, do you want a $200 shot of whiskey? No, I don't.
Yeah, I would just be like, no. Give that to someone
Oh,
who would
do
actually
that.
appreciate it.
I
'Cause
get-
I won't.
Let's get lap dances.
won't.
Let's get cocaine. Let's get something
Yeah, it's
else.
like, if you want to give me $200 worth of something, yeah, like give me a a hooker and a line of coke. And I don't do that anymore.
Rania,
I'm done with that.
Rania
But
Down the Pipe
Hookers are
podcast.
Blow +1. I mean, like, there's always the
Who's that?
lure.
So he got so drunk at that bar that he left an $80 shot or double shot sitting on the table. He
Me?
just passed out. Braun, you remember Braun, yeah, from down the pipe or something like that?
Oh no.
At the same time as Random's podcast was going on, same group. Anyway, so I drank that because he's passed out, and that was awful. All right, it was one of those peaty ones I didn't know, but it was free. I was like, fuck it. So I started drinking it, and I couldn't finish it. I was like, the amount of money doesn't necessarily mean good, right?
True, but my thing is like, regardless of like whether the money means it's good or not, it's like, if I know it's the type of drink I don't like, it's like, I don't want you to spend that much money or waste that much of your drink that you really appreciate and really love
No,
on someone that it's like, I'm not going to like it regardless of how good of a scotch it is. If it's the best scotch in the world, I'm probably not going to like it because I just don't like scotch. So
Right.
I would rather you give that, either one, drink it yourself to enjoy it more, or give it to someone that will appreciate it. So,
So have you ever heard of Jack Daniel's Gentleman Jack?
I've
I don't know
heard
if
of
it's-
it. I haven't had it, but
Double mellowed. What is it? You guys know what that means? Double mellowed. What the fuck does that
don't.
mean?
I'll be back. I'm listening though, but
Is that
Do you
like when they put it in a barrel to age it, right? And then they take it out and then they put it in another barrel?
Is
That
that
double barreled?
what you're telling me?
I think the barrel is supposed to mellow it, right? Because they use a charcoal barrel, right? They have
Okay.
like a white oak barrel, and they burn the inside of the barrel, and they put the whiskey, like the straight fucking whiskey in there, and then that's how like a whiskey gets its color is from the barrel.
I did know that. So that's what that means. It's double mellowed means it's been.
I think so. I think that's Gentleman Jack's term for it because the mellowing is when they put it in the barrel.
Have you ever had that before?
Or Jack Daniels, anyways. Because Jack Daniels is weird because they have their own weird.
Because they're not bourbon. Jack Daniels
No.
is not bourbon. It's Tennessee whiskey.
Yes, Tennessee whiskey. Yeah. So
But
it's like
that has something to do with how they age it. They don't
Yeah.
qualify. Have you had this Gentleman Jack before or no?
I don't know.
We're selling it with Hy-Vee tonight when I stopped there for a good,
Yeah.
really cheap price. I didn't buy bottles. I thought, well, I don't know what the fucking double mellowed means. Maybe that means they put marshmallows in it, and I don't fucking like marshmallows. You know, I don't know.
I used to drink Honey Jack.
That's okay.
It's like
It's
a
not-
honey
it's not terrible.
whiskey.
I like Tennessee Fire, right? Because I don't like Fireball. Tennessee Fire is good. It's whiskey with a hint of cinnamon, right? Where the other
Okay.
one's cinnamon with a hint of whiskey. I really like and Tennessee that honey whiskey, honey what do you call it? The Tennessee honey one was the same thing. It was whiskey with a hint of honey, and it reminded me of when I was a kid. Grandma used to give me fucking the whiskey with honey in it, right? I
Right.
mean, it obviously had way more honey than whiskey when I was a kid, but
Just to
it
get you to
reminded
go to sleep or for toothaches or like,
for colds. Help
oh
clear your
right,
chest.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
liked it. It was okay, but I didn't. It's not something I would drink all the time.
I used to carry a flask of Honey Jack with me when we went to work parties and stuff.
But to be bourbon, it does not have to be made in Tennessee or Kentucky.
Right.
That's not true. I know that's usually what people think, but it actually is not true. It can be made. It has to be made in the United States. That is true. And it has to be 51%.
51% corn.
It has to be aged a certain length of time in oak barrels. It can't be more than 80 proof. There's a bunch of rules, and that's the FDA making those rules. I mean, that's not for them to be able to legally call themselves bourbon. They have to meet this criteria.
So if I met all that criteria, but here in Canada, it wouldn't be bourbon.
Would not be bourbon. That's correct. Yeah.
What would I call it?
Good Canadian whiskey.
Really?
I don't know. Because Canadian whiskey they're all blended whiskeys, right?
Most
So
whiskeys are.
probably
It's like
multiple
most
barrels, right?
most distilleries blend their whiskeys because it's
Tastes better.
not profitable to it tastes better first, and second of all, it's like it takes 12 years to age a whiskey. You know what I mean? Or 8 years or 6 years. You can't wait that long. You can't have a business sitting there like, don't worry, boys, in 6 years, paychecks are coming. You have to do something right away. So that you automatically start blending whiskeys to get a decent whiskey out the door, and then you start building your brand from there.
Yeah, I know you're right. Yeah, you have to. I mean, you gotta be selling something.
Yep.
Especially if you could do like single malt, anything. You're like minimum's 10 years, right?
Yep. Like there's distilleries that usually start off with like a distillery will start out with a gin and a vodka because gin and vodka are super easy to make and they don't take any time to age. And then from there they move on to whiskeys, and then after that, once they've established themselves, like 12 years down the line, you'll see like good whiskeys start to come out from these.
I think for Tennessee whiskey to be called Tennessee whiskey, it has to be made in Tennessee. I get that one. That makes sense. But that's not
Yeah.
bourbon necessarily.
Right.
Jack Daniels doesn't qualify as bourbon for a couple reasons. I don't know about the mash part, but I know if they age it, I think longer than bourbon does, or less than bourbon does. One of the two. I can't remember which it is. That's part of it. And there's a couple other rules. I just don't remember what they are.
Cat's drooling all over me.
Like Scotch has got a bunch of. It has to be made in Scotland, but they're actually don't have as stringent of rules of what it needs to be made by. Like it can be different types of grains, and still be Scotches. That's why you have such a range of different flavors of Scotch. Which probably makes Scotch. That's probably why it makes Scotch better than other whiskeys, because it can still be Scotch. Has a great range of flavors and tastes, depending on what part of the country it comes from. I don't know. I guess I'm not a big Scotch fan. I don't mind it. I'm not a huge Scotch fan, but to me, I've always kind of felt like Scotch is the superior whiskey, or at least they think they are, or something. I don't know. Yeah,
It's the original whiskey, right?
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense then. Okay. So their sense of superiority is a thing then.
Yeah.
They just like to lord it over everybody. And I looked up one time what regions of Scotland the different whiskeys come, like what different flavors come from, and well, it seems like peat flavor is majority of them, right? That just heavier than others, but there's only a couple of the regions where there's very little peat in them. And when we say peat, that means it's the peat moss they use to cook, right? The mash they're using peat moss is the right, what do we call it? Is the fuel? Is that correct? Right, and then the smoke from that burning gets into the flavor of it.
That's what gives it the peat moss flavor. Is they're burning peat moss to cook the mash to make the whiskey.
Peat moss is just basically fucking bog poop.
Yeah, so like they have bogs there, and then fucking
that's what peat is, right? It comes from bogs. It's like
so all this organic material gets created and captured, and it turns into this like living layer of earth. And then they take that and they dry it out, and you can use it in your garden to like help retain moisture, or you can just fucking burn it to make whiskey, I guess. So those are the.
I mean, do people have like fires in their backyard and they burn peat? I wonder, or no? You think? I don't know the answer to that.
There's not a lot of trees in parts of Scotland. Like if you look at Scotland's like geographical makeup, there's a lot of hills and a lot of grassland and a lot of like rocks.
So then maybe
not a lot of forests.
Moss then.
Yeah, I think doing that would make
to heat their homes probably with it then and whatnot.
Yep. Yeah.
Why do you smell drunk? Oh, I had to cook some food last night. Oh, I don't know. I got an old peat moss burner in my backyard, on my back porch. You smell like you've been drinking scotch. No, I'm telling you, I got a peat moss burner. I don't think they care there. I think they're okay to just go ahead and drink.
Yeah.
Unlike the United States, most other countries, people are smart and can handle their shit.
It's a different culture, right? Like a lot of those European cultures, the drinking age doesn't really exist.
It's because they can handle it, right? I mean, that's really what it boils down.
Well, they can handle it because the drinking age doesn't exist. So there's no like need for a teenage boy to be like, I need to do this in order to rebel, right? I gotta steal this liquor from dad's cabinet and all this.
When our kids want to start drinking, they just let them, and then they're like, they don't really have the.
They don't want to.
The United States contribution to the alcohol world is binge drinking. That's what we get.
That's right. Alcohol. That's right.
And bourbon.
Binge drinking, bourbon, and Pabst Blue Ribbon, PBR.
Well, that fucking Natty Light, baby. Gotta like that shit.
That's right. Yep. The 4 greatest contributions.
They got that one blue ribbon
in the world. They can't be bad. They won a blue ribbon, right?
It's right there on 50 years ago or something like that. But yeah, they're still riding the coattails of that.
They won it. It's not like you can't take it away from them. They fucking won one at one time. Just like the fucking Miller High Life. It's a champagne of beers. How's that not the fucking best beer ever? It's the champagne of beers. It says it right.
It says right on the bottle.
They have the
but Europe has like this thing where like alcohol is not this verboten thing that you're not allowed to touch until you're 21. So like kids get into it and they're like, yeah, great, I'm drunk, and they're like, yeah, now what? Okay, well, I
put that
treated like a
anytime you tell somebody they can't have it, they want it, right? That's just a thing. When you do that to alcohol and you put such a stigma on it, it makes it even more. What do you call that? You just I gotta have it. It's all mysterious and whatnot. And then
it's the same with pot, with cannabis, right? Like because cannabis is outlawed, people are going out of their way to find cannabis in some states.
I don't understand people.
But like in Canada, we've legalized it, and now it's just like whatever. Like people aren't freaking out. Like people aren't high all the time. People aren't fucking losing their homes because of cannabis. People aren't.
They smoke it and they just sit at home. They smoke it and then they.
Well, like the rate hasn't gone through the roof with teenage kids getting hold of cannabis. Like they're just like, well, whatever. I guess I don't.
Burnout, you're a burnout, right? It doesn't matter,
right?
You probably.
But if you're an alcoholic, you're an alcoholic. Like there's, it is what it is. If you're addicted to fucking those little orange goldfish crackers, you're addicted to little orange goldfish crackers. There's nothing anybody can do about it. They're fucking good, right?
Fucking love those things. I have a bag of them.
right?
Fuck,
My
I was
kids
saying,
have them for
name one
lunch.
person who isn't.
A lover of
But, like-
goldfish crackers? Nobody. I guess everybody. Yeah.
Like people get addicted to weird shit, but the rate of consumption goes up when you put it behind bars and be like, you're not allowed to have this unless you meet these certain criteria, like being 21 or you know what I mean, like having a certain condition,
When you make it
cataracts or
easy,
whatever.
when you criminalize it, you make you make criminals, right? That's just the
Yeah.
thing. I mean, does that mean I would like I think it should be legal, obviously, but there's certain situations that I don't think it should be used, right? If you're working, you probably shouldn't be getting high until you
You
get
shouldn't be
home.
getting drunk either.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's but
But we already have rules in place. Like this is the way it gets me. We already have rules in place for stuff like that. So like, what's the problem with cannabis then?
the problem in the United States anyway is there's no surefire, easy, on the spot way to prove whether or not you're high or not. If I do a drug test,
That's
it doesn't
not what
mean
it was. Well, I
It's
mean,
that's actually one of the biggest things that they're trying to get past.
I
If
think that's
can't
what
tell you,
a lot of
I can-
police
right now you're on- you're on
departments
drugs.
want you to think.
That's a big thing. If you go like alcohol, I give you breathalyzer test. I know you're drinking alcohol right now. If they
Right.
come up with a
Or-
breathalyzer
but
test-
have I been drinking alcohol or have I taken cough syrup or have I just used mouthwash? Like there's a couple ways to get a false positive on a field sobriety
It's
test.
false positive with either one of those things, though, right? Because they do check you later to make sure of that. That's the thing they do.
well,
Right.
you have to.
But you can do that with
it's-
cannabis too. Like if you haul someone in off the road and you suspect them of being high because their eyes are red, they're giggling at shit and they've got like a fucking half dozen Krispy Kreme donuts on the fucking seat beside them and they've crushed like, 3 or 4 of them already and the car
check-
smells like marijuana. Like these are all indicators that they might be high. So you haul them in and you do a proper drug test on them. And if they
Okay. If I
test
do a
positive
proper
for,
test, if I smoke every day, even
Yeah.
if I normally smoke every day, but I haven't smoked that day yet, I'll still show high. I'll still show positive, right?
Right.
Maybe if I haven't smoked that week, if I before that I smoked every day for 6 months, I may still show positive, right? That's not true with alcohol. If I haven't drank for 3 days, I won't show positive. Right? That's the
Right.
difference. If you come up with a way to test it on the spot, I think the United States legalizes it almost immediately. Because that's really that's one of the biggest arguments is being able to prove other people are drinking
Well,
and driving.
it's more than that.
Besides
There's the taboo of weed too. The
I
taboo
think-
of weed has been built up over the years.
That's-
It's been legal since like the 30s or whatever.
the
and
tattoo, the
it has
tattoo
just built up
is
this
more-
whole thing of like, even though when you look at the effects of like, what are the actual effects of you being high compared to you being drunk? Because being drunk is legal. Maybe not drunk in public or being,
I can tell you what I've witnessed as
But being high,
in my line of work. So like
Not
when
that
as soon as
much.
we legalized marijuana in Canada and it was widely accessible for soldiers in the army, disciplinary issues outside of work went way down because the troops weren't getting drunk and then going downtown and then fighting. They were getting high, they were staying in the room and eating chips or ordering a pizza,
Mhm.
right?
PT issues, but not.
No, we didn't
Privilege.
have any PT issues because they weren't coming back into work the next day hungover and all fucked up.
So
They were coming into work super well rested and full of energy and ready to go. It's been the
Full of
best thing
Cheetos.
for the
awesome.
army. Like, yeah,
That's a
And
good
they-
thing.
So
they're
That's-
performing better now than they were when alcohol was the big.
that's my
Right.
thing. That is like when you look at the effects of alcohol on someone and you look at the effects of weed on someone. Alcohol is a much heavier drug, with much more, long term effects. I'm not saying like long term life. I mean like the hangover effects, the coming down
Yeah.
of alcohol. That's much more disruptive to your general mode of not conscious, like your motor operation skills, like general physicality. When you get high on weed, you get high, you get lazy, you get kind of just maybe tired or whatever, and then you go to sleep, you wake up, and you're generally fine. Maybe you're a little slow, whatever. Like you can, there's like the quote unquote weed hangover, but a weed hangover has nothing on an alcohol hangover.
If I get high,
so-
there's not very little effect. It doesn't really affect me at all.
Yeah,
It doesn't affect
it's pretty mild. So the thing is like,
blottoed though. Then there's different. You can get so baked
Yeah.
that you're not functional, right? You can get
I mean,
that
you
point.
can, yeah. But I'm
still
just saying,
not
like,
vi-
the
still
general
not-
effects of weed are less severe than the usual effects of alcohol. But for some reason, weed has this much heavier negative connotation to it, or has in the U.S. because, like I said, there's been this big taboo that has built up over the last 70 to 80 years since it's been illegal. And the fact that it's just been a quote unquote illegal drug makes it this horrible, terrible drug. And it's like, it's just fucking
everyone-
weed. It
lots
doesn't,
of-
it's not, it's like, you know, it's like an in between of alcohol and tobacco.
because it was called a drug for so long. There's several generations now that equate marijuana is the same as cocaine, is the same as heroin, is the same as other things, because it's been called that for so long.
Right.
But it is not. I mean, it's not. But there's
Yeah.
several
I
generations.
think it's just the illegalness of it made people have this mindset towards it that it's a terrible drug, and it's like it's really not that big of a deal. And now that all these states are starting to legalize it, and with Washington, Colorado, now like dozens of other states have like legalized it, and they see that, yeah, our populations haven't gone to shit. We haven't gone into like, you know, anarchy, and it's like everyone that's just smoking weed or just smoking weed and they're behaving themselves. Everyone's like, oh,
the erosion of the
maybe it's
negative
not so bad.
marijuana is happening way faster than I thought it would. It really is a positive thing. I know elderly people now who don't have any. I tell you what, they would have thought it was the devil's fucking tool 10 years ago, who'd have no problem with it now, and don't, but still don't contribute or don't partake in it. But because Colorado, Washington, California, the other states have done a good job of not fucking this up, the erosion of that attitude is absolutely way ahead of schedule. I think we're really close. As soon as the federal government gets their head out of their ass, the United States will not have a problem. Most states
It's on the
don't.
way. Within the next 10 to 20 years, I guarantee weed's just going to be legal nationwide.
There's many states out there that haven't done it just because it's still federally illegal, and they're uptight about that, right? Because it causes its own set of problems. It does, but I think a lot of states will fucking immediately legalize it if the federal government decriminalizes. They don't have to legalize it; they just need to decriminalize it. That's all they have to do. And we'll see it. It'll fly to the United States because it's not. It hasn't killed Colorado. It hasn't killed Washington. California was already fucked, so you can't really count that one. Oregon kind of fucked. I don't really think it's marijuana is the problem there. I think it's idiots. But it hasn't really killed.
Oregon just legalized everything. There's like, oh, you want to do personal doses of cocaine, meth, heroin. That's all fine. It's all legal now.
Anything else going on in Oregon? It's causing
Akaroth brings up the tax revenue point on it. Like that's a huge fucking
That's
driver.
really
Right?
it boggles my mind.
No,
You think the federal government would be all for this because they get tax money out of it?
here's the thing. It didn't make as much as they projected, at least in Washington, but it was still extra revenue. And here's the thing. It's not just extra revenue. It's also a reduction in cost of enforcement because you are no longer having to jail people for weed and use law enforcement to get people for weed, unless it's for like DUI purposes.
Because it's still federally illegal, states can't take full advantage of taxing it. Because honestly,
Right.
there's
So
certain ways they could be taxing it. They'll make more money on it, and I guarantee they will once
they
the
do
feds
tax it. I'm just saying, like, it's a reduction in enforcement prices or costs, and it's a increase in tax revenue. So it's a win-win. And also, there isn't any kind of increase in, degenerate behavior with it. So,
They've done studies.
The joke.
Most places they've seen a decrease in crime.
The joke in Canada is that the Canadian government is the worst weed dealer in the world because they didn't make any money when they legalized
Not taxing it at all.
marijuana. They just fucked it all up. Like you'd have provincially approved or federally approved cannabis stores, but like the packaging was so expensive and the fucking distribution was so expensive that by the time you ordered your marijuana and you got it to your house, any profit that the government was going to make was absorbed by the logistics of getting it to you. So they weren't making any money selling weed. It didn't make any fucking sense. They were the worst weed dealers you've ever
Canadian
fucking met.
government- Yeah, I was like, that's bad weed dealership.
Unless you're smoking your own supply, there's no way not to make
Oh,
money.
and they weren't even getting high on their own supply. They weren't even having a good time. They were just wasting it on fucking packaging and websites and fucking delivery costs. Like all you had to do was issue a license to that fucking guy down the street with that fucking that weird Mexican poncho that you knew, like issue that guy a fucking license, and he sells weed, and that's
The
it.
guy who
And
always
then
smelled
he,
like skunks. Yeah.
yeah, that guy, and he pays for his license, and that's how you get your revenue from fucking selling weed.
Illinois kind of botched it at first too when they first legalized recreational marijuana, because they didn't have any supply. They weren't letting people grow it there until that same time, so they had no supply when they went legal, and it was
Oh yeah,
kind of an issue.
that's the other industry that boomed in Canada was gardening, because they allowed people to grow, like you could grow, every adult in your house can grow 4 plants. So if you had a house with 2 adults in it, you can grow 8 plants, right? But
Nice.
like the people who like, because you know how people are, right? Like if I like coffee, I'm gonna go out and get myself a fucking proper grinder and the beans and then the pour over and the proper way to make it, and I'm measuring the temperature of the water. It's the same thing with weed, only like a million times worse. So like dudes are buying like proper tents, like greenhouses and tents and lights and hydroponics, and like they're studying it. They're like taking
So
master's classes in how to like harvest it, and they're making shatter, they're making oil, they're making fucking all
they can
kinds of
do hot
shit.
stuff, Yeah.
Yeah.
The smart ones are anyway. Yeah.
So like that market is like skyrocketed. But again, Canada fucked it up because instead of taxing all that shit, they just like,
What about there's no commercial growers then in Canada?
yeah, there's
You
a
better
bunch of
tax
them.
those guys.
Yeah, but again, they lose all that money by packaging and regulating it and delivering it.
Are they
Like,
still losing money at this?
yeah, they are.
Oh my! So they
Not
haven't-
losing money. I think they're breaking even now. I think they're starting to figure it out, and they're starting to realize like that's not
They
not the
just
way to
give
go.
it out in sandwich
Do it
bags
for a
to the
while.
real dealers.
Right. That's all they should have done. But like there's a couple of First Nations reserves that have cannabis stores on them, and they grow their own and they make their own and they market their own and they sell their own right off the reserve. And those ones are the best ones to go to. They have the best product, they have the best prices, they have the best supplies. The websites and the stores in town are so overregulated and so overpriced that it's not worth going to.
That's too bad.
It's weird.
I know at the end of this month, I'm going to be going through 2 states that sell it legally, and I will be taking advantage of that. I know Drayden will be. I'm going to get him a big old pile.
I mean, like I live in
Big
Idaho.
bag of gummy bears.
It's illegal in Idaho, but Spokane is like 15 miles that way, and it's legal there. So
Okay, question for you then.
everyone
Do you
up here,
think-
they just drive
Idaho
up to Spokane and buy it from the dispensaries and come back over. So it's
Yeah, Idaho-
basically legal here, just as long as you don't get caught.
Are the Idaho State Police watching those roads, those avenues that are going in and out?
They
Are
are. They know what everyone's doing, and they're not wasting their time making roadblocks or anything like that.
Because Nebraska is.
Oh yeah, no,
That's-
Idaho doesn't. Idaho is basically like,
Ridiculous.
if we catch you red-handed with it, we'll have to take action. But other than that, we're not going to like actively go and try and pursue all the people coming across the border with it that we know is happening.
I don't know if they're still doing it, but at first, Nebraska was doing illegal searches. They didn't care, right? They did illegal search. They busted you, put you in jail. If you fought it, they dropped the charges. If you're not smart enough to fight it, they prosecuted you.
Hmm.
And-
Yeah, no,
and
they
they may
don't
have
do
stopped that now because you can't do a roadblock and just do a search, for drugs without probable cause, right? You can't do that. But they didn't care. They were doing these roadblocks and running dogs around everything without probable cause. Not pulling you over for any reason, just for a roadblock. They didn't care. They figured they were going to make enough money. Maybe they weren't arresting people. They might just be fining you. People were paying the fine without fighting it. If they'd fought it, they wouldn't have to pay it because it wasn't illegal fucking search and seizure. They weren't arresting people and putting them in jail. They were just fining them. So they're making a lot of money doing that. But it's bullshit, right? It's fucking harassing people. And I mean, I don't think they're putting them, unless you got a ton on you, you're not going to jail. They were just issuing tickets for it, but it was an illegal ticket, because it's an illegal stop. So if you fought it, they just drop it. They don't care, but most people don't, so they just pay it. They must not, and the amounts of the fine must not be outrageous because people were paying it, right? That was the biggest deal.
Here, I mean, like I don't know. I haven't really ever since it got legalized. I mean, I quit smoking for the most part back in 2008, like late 2008. So yeah, I mean, like I used to smoke all the time, but then I got in trouble for it, and I just quit
Yeah.
smoking. And now it's
But
like, I
did
mean,
you-
like, there's been a couple times, like maybe like once a year, I'll like take up a single puff.
But didn't you tell me you didn't really enjoy it all that much? At the
No,
end?
I did back in the day. I was a big pothead. I was a massive pothead. I was fucking. I'd wake up and smoke like 2 bowls before I got out of bed. I'd have a bong sitting right by the bed. But
Okay, I mean, why? There's nothing wrong with that.
yeah. So I mean, like, I was, I was high all day, every day, like back when I was younger. But like once I got caught with all the shit, then I stopped doing that. And now it's like I don't smoke weed. Maybe once a year, once every other year. Like there'll be like a day where I'll just like
I tried to limit it to like once or twice an hour.
yeah. I mean like like for me it's like if I'm in Vegas maybe and someone's got like a like a fucking a weed vape or like a joint going, I'll be like, I'll take like 1 puff off it. I'm like, that's all I need. Now I'm good for the rest of it. Because if I smoke any more than that, I'm gonna want to go to sleep. Because all my tolerance is gone now. So, but I got no problems with weed, but I just don't really smoke it much anymore.
I don't either. Well, yeah, that's not true. All right, well, it's 11 o'clock. Suppose we better.
Yeah.
It's fucking 8 for you guys or 9 for you guys, isn't it?
It's 9 for me.
Fucking assholes.
It's 10 for me.
Oh, you're mountain? I thought you were
He's
directly
central.
north of Drayton.
Mountain.
Oh yeah, he's mountain.
Mountain.
Yeah, so like Idaho's weird, Dom. Like Pacific time is all on the coast except for the very top little notch of Idaho. It because there's a mountain range that goes across it and then up.
Like Nevada's Pacific, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's so you have the mountain range. So it's like the western border of Montana, but then it cuts across the top, like the top peninsula of Idaho. So the very tip of the peninsula of Idaho is Pacific time. All the rest of Idaho is mountain time because it's on the other side of the big mountain range that goes down.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. I just assumed that
Yeah.
all of Idaho was Pacific. Okay.
So like our state is split, but yeah, it's like just the top little like when you have the fat part that goes once it gets to like the very very skinny part, pretty much from that part up is Pacific time. All the rest is like mostly mountain. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right. Interesting. Because I thought the line was like right in Arizona, so I just kind of drew it straight north, but it doesn't go straight
Yeah,
north.
it goes up until it gets to there, and then it cuts across. So, although it does go around Nevada, and then it comes back across like where Utah is, and then swings back up on the peninsula thing. Ad food, thanks for the resub, man.
Ad food. I'm calling him that from now on. Fucking ad food, baby. It's actually teabagger. Ad
Well,
food's-
it is teabagger, but I'll say ad food. It's ad food teabagger.
Teabagger. He likes to teabag people.
I go
Ad
with the
food.
path
Ad
of
food's a
least
good guy. He's a good man.
resistance on name pronunciation.
That's great. Hey, ad food's a good guy. I like him a lot. Ad food.
All right, but yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
good.
we're calling it then. It sucks that Adfu just came in, resubbed, and then
Oh,
we're
yeah.
leaving. But
9 o'clock for you guys. Been watching a movie?
maybe.
I got nothing going on. I'm not calling shit. I'm up to the
Do
fucking
we want to do a
dawn.
movie? I don't really know what to play, but I can find something.
Yeah. Well, is there something people have been asking for that we haven't done? Oh, I forgot to mention. God damn it! I had a fucking. I needed to mention. We need to do shots. Fucking play the graphic.
Yeah. Oh,
I know it's too late for me, but I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. Do it anyway.
I actually already have one poured, so might as well.
So you go first.
No, you're first. You're top.
Damn it.
You're a top. I'm a bottom.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Power bottom.
God, about him. All right, so based on both CCP's announcement of doing the responding to the reviews during this GM week, and a podcast that I listened to called My Brother and Me, pretty funny. So we're going to try to kind of co-opt that idea. They're both are kind of like advice columns or shows. So I've got a site for people to go to if there's any question they want to ask. They need advice from me. I will give you advice on any topic, whether it's Eve or not Eve related. And you know I give only good advice and always have just fucking 100% accurate information. So it should be a lot of fun for you. Let me give you a site here. You caught me off guard.
All right. I guess I'm up.
Is there a link to this website where you're gonna give us advice?
Yes, I'm getting it right now.
All right. I have to stop eating these chips. God damn, they're so good.
What kind of chips you got?
Google Doc
They
form.
are just some Lay's cheddar and sour cream. What I found in the cabinet, not the cabinet. The cabinet. There was like 50
Sounds like
different-
something someone from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan would say.
Yeah, right. There was like 30 different choices of just corn tortilla chips with salt, and then there was these ones. I'm like, oh, that's the flavor right there.
Yeah.
But I'll do a shot for. Oh, what's up, Laser Clear? I'll do a shot to. What's a tough one? I don't know what we got going on. Anything
So
in
we're all
space?
calling-
I'm trying to think of some space news. There isn't a whole lot of space news. I already did a shot for the James Webb, but I guess SLS is up and erected. It's fully erect.
I'm up in a fully erect right now.
It is fully erect down there, ready for some testing, and I think they're still hoping to launch it later this year. I don't know. Artemis
That's the
1.
big starship, right?
That's the big Artemis 1 starship. It's the.
I want to see that sucker go.
Yeah, so the first one is supposed to go up, and I forget if it's just supposed to orbit Earth to make sure it works and come back down with the capsule, automated, non-piloted, or I forget if it's supposed to go around the moon and come back to make sure it can work that way. And then Artemis 2 is supposed to go around the moon but not land, kind of like Apollo 10 did. And then Artemis 3 is the one that's supposed to like go up, meet with the what's the orbiting station the gateway, if they have it up by then. They may not have a gateway ready, so it may just have to be a self-sufficient mission and land with their own lander and do their thing. But that's years and years in the future. So, and then Artemis 4 is supposed to be like the last
Manned one, right?
planned one. So 3 is the first, 2 is the first manned one, but it's not going to go on the moon. 3 is the second manned one, but the first one to land on the moon, put people
two
back there.
Not land.
Yeah, 2 will go around, not land, but have people in it. 3 will go and land with people, so first time since the 70s. And then 4 will go and land and probably do more type of stuff. And then after that, it's all open. But they will probably, after that, depending on Starship's, SpaceX's Starship development, they may just cancel the SLS project and just start using Starship instead. Because the SLS is super expensive, very inefficient as far as cost-wise, not power-wise, but very inefficient cost-wise and all that stuff. And SpaceX is just better at doing things cheaper, faster, better than NASA, so they might do that. So anyway, shots to just space cool shit going on.
Shots to space. Good job,
I like
space.
All right, LB, you up?
So I was in the Walmart yesterday. Oh, it's salmon shorts.
Oh, we got November. Oh shit, what's up?
We're not leaving. We're just doing shots and we're going to do a movie. We're still going to be here talking.
Yeah. So I was in the Walmart
Okay.
yesterday, and they had a special on three for $9. So I bought 3 boxes of cereal. Shreddies, no, not Shreddies. Crispix,
I love
Apple
Crispix.
Jacks,
Hell yeah,
and Life cereal.
nice.
So,
All good choices.
Shout out to those 3 cereals. Excellent cereals. I'm going to go upstairs and have a bowl of that.
Yeah, those are all.
Crispix is, I think, is one of my
Have you ever
favorite
had the honey
Crispix
nut?
is so good.
Have you ever had the honey nut Crispix?
No, I have not. I just
They-
stick with the original.
It's hard to find, but if you ever see a chance to get that, I would recommend getting it because it's fucking delicious.
Right.
But
I've been looking for
Crispix, even
original
plain Crispix is
Chex. Like I can't find original Chex cereal.
good. Honey nut
Chex.
Chex is also great. I love honey nut cereal.
Right.
Corn checks and wheat checks. Rice checks and corn checks, you mean?
Yeah, but
Well, they sell them here, I guess.
the only Chex I can find is like the cinnamon sugar one. I don't want that one. I want the original.
No, you want the
Straight up
corn
Chex.
checks. Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
it. That's what's
Yeah.
what's great about Crispix. It's
Yeah,
got corn and rice.
Crispix is
Chex.
good.
Yeah, they're fucking awesome.
Right, it's both in one world.
Yeah.
I like Life and
I've been
Apple Jacks. I
Life is
introduced my
really
kids to Apple Jacks, and now I think they're going to eat it right out from underneath me.
Yeah,
Which is a
Apple
shame.
Jacks is really good. Life is excellent. Even after a bad experience with Life cereal, I still love it. that bad experience with. So I was
What?
at my grandma's house. This was like almost 2 decades ago. Actually, probably more than 2 days. I was a kid, so probably like 25 years
Normally on this show, when someone says we had a bad experience with X, it's because we overindulged in it and then threw up all over the house. Is that what happened?
Yeah, there was no throwing up, but it was definitely a mistake. So I was I think like 8 or 9 visiting my grandma. She lives in the Bay Area. She was not like hoarder level, but she definitely didn't like getting rid of stuff.
Right.
So, we
I
went
think
there
it's-
and we were just like, me and my brother, we were down to like visit grandma on a vacation, and she's like, we woke up the next morning, we're like, oh, okay, like what's for breakfast? Because we were used to like having cereal. She's like, oh, I think I have some cereal under there, under the sink, which is like, why do you keep cereal under the sink? That's where the chemicals go, Grandma.
That's not where that goes.
But that's where that went. And we started. It was Life cereal. We're like, oh, we love Life. Yeah. So we started pouring bowls of it, and we like put milk in. We're like eating it, and it's like very stale. Almost tastes like cardboard. And we're sitting like, this is just like, maybe it's just a bad box of Life. I don't know. It doesn't taste very good. And we looked at we were laughing at the front because we're like, oh, look at these kids. Like, this kid has an afro and like all this stuff. And we're looking, and eventually we look at the date, and it was like best used by 1991. And this was like in 1998. So the cereal was from like the 80s, because cereal lasts like 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's like, it was from the 80s, and that's why the kids had the afro. Like, the kid had the afro, and the other kid had something else. And the outfits were outrageous because they were like a decade behind, and we were eating like 7 or 8 year expired cereal.
Was it moldy or just
It wasn't moldy. It just, I think
Just
it
super stale.
Yeah, it just was super stale. Luckily, the milk was fresh. The milk was
that doesn't help.
not expired by
I feel
7
like-
years.
I
Also,
feel like you'd know if your milk was 7.
yeah,
Oh,
I think we would know if the milk was bad. The milk was fine. The cereal
Not
was
milk at that
gross.
point. It's usually cheese.
Yeah, you just like pouring it. It's just like.
Yeah, milk's not normally chunky.
What's up, Rain? I mean,
Rain.
November. Hold on, I gotta change your name.
November. It's not warm enough where you are to be wearing a tank top.
It's
Yeah, I was
warm
like, hey, you fucking
inside
Don't
my
lie.
apartment, mate.
No,
Hang
it's
on.
not.
Alexa,
you put that on. You
Alexa?
put that on for the show. Bullshit.
Oh, dude, yeah. See, like, okay, so I was asking November to come
62
on.
outside. Hang on.
I was asking November to come on earlier because last week, was it last weekend?
No, it was the weekend before. Last
Okay,
weekend
I
I
was
was
like, shit.
I was in Chicago.
That's right. Yeah. How was the festival? That
That was rad, dude. I went to Riot Fest. It was fucking dope.
nice. Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, I went down to Seattle. No real like particular reason other than just like, hey, dude, I got a weekend open. It's like a 5-hour drive for me to go over there. So went over. We hung out. Had some drinks. Had some food. I like ordered like 2 or 3 meals from that one. Like
3 separate dinners at the
Yeah,
Sloop Tavern.
the Sloop Tavern. I was like,
I love the Sloop Tavern, dude. It's a
I was
fucking
like,
rad
oh man,
place.
like a ham and cheese. That sounds so good. Sort of like, oh no, I ordered like the French dip sandwich. I got some like au jus, some French dip. I'm sitting there just like mowing down. I'm like, I'm so fucking hungry. And then like I finished that and I ordered another beer. I'm like, I'm still hungry. Can I get like the ham and cheese grilled sandwich? Just start eating like food, and I got some fries. I just like ate like a fat kid while I was there, but it was so good.
We went to before that we went to Nacho Baracho.
Nacho Baracho.
I can
right.
barely hear you.
Me?
I can hear him fine. Maybe turn him up. Right click on his
Well,
name.
look,
turn-
I'm checking to make sure I don't turn it.
Oh, I have him up to max, so that might be why I can hear
Probably
him
my
better.
microphone. Hang on, let me check the volume at the back. I probably turned it down at some point, like a big idiot.
Okay, I was like, he sounds fine to me, but I have him up to 200%.
He was at 100%. I could barely hear him.
If
so.
you put him up to 200, he sounds fine.
Well, I'm not gonna now because he's fixing shit. I don't know.
Yeah, now it's gonna be overbearing, but we'll see.
So the gain knob is either all the way down or all the way up.
You want you want about almost like 3/4 the way up, not all the way down
Oh.
for sure.
Hang on, am I quieter now or louder now?
A bit louder.
How about now?
That's a
A
bit
bit
louder. Let me put you at 100. Okay, now.
How about now? How about
Okay,
now?
that sounds fine. Don't.
Okay, so the gain was all the way down.
Okay,
not all
maybe
the way
maybe turn it down a little.
I got him at 100.
I have you at 100 and you're a bit loud now.
How about now? Is that better?
That's perfect. Perfect.
Okay, cool. I will leave it there. Yes, we went to Nacho. First we went to my place, and so in my fridge, as you can see back here behind me, I have a collection of beer that I have been gifted over like time by people. You know, I get like when people don't know what to send me for like a gift, but they feel like they must send me a gift. They send me like one of those gift baskets, and it usually comes with like beer and stuff in it. But because it's the Pacific Northwest, like 9/10 of all those beers are IPAs, which I
You
refuse
get
to
crappy
drink.
beer from people because they don't understand things.
Yeah. So, well, no, like it's a nice gift. You know, they've thought of me enough to send me something.
If
So
you
what
get
I do is
IPA in it, it's not a nice gift.
I take all the
trying
IPAs
to
and I
poison
put them in the fridge for when I have visitors, and then when visitors come around, I give them the IPAs.
Because you're a
It's
nice
useful
guy.
because I got there and he's like, "You want a beer?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Take whatever you want." I go in there, I'm like, "Oh, I'll take this IPA right here," and he's like,
You like 'em?
"Cha-ching." That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I have a buddy's refrigerator, and that's all he had was IPAs and Natty Ice Light.
Natty Ice,
What the
dude.
fuck is this guy's wrong? He pisses me off. All these shitty IPAs and fucking Natty Ice. That's my choices. I was like, fuck you. I'm going to the store.
Well, I was drinking White Claws, but yes. Then we went to Nacho Baracho, and I think Seth was working then.
Yeah, it was
So
right
we-
before we left too.
Yeah, so we talked to him for a bit, and then we went to Ballard, and we went to the Sloop Tavern. Then we came back to Capitol Hill, and we went back to Nacho Baracho, and because Miles was there by
Yeah, the
then.
funny is like I know we took Ubers each way, and it's like I almost don't remember the Uber trips. Just not.
I don't remember the Uber trips at all.
Not because I was like too drunk. It was just like it was just a. Like, it must have been something you set up because like we're like he's like we're gonna head over here. I'm like okay, so we walk outside and just get in a car. Like we didn't even like wait. It's just like it's just like yeah, we're taking this car. Just get in. It's like, and
Yeah, I
I
was
think my
ordering
mind was
them.
just assuming that like some dude was just driving us, like someone you knew. Or I don't know.
I was ordering them as I was sitting at the bar, so
Yeah.
that, like I could time it so we didn't have to stand outside like idiots.
Yeah. Like what was it? Oh fuck! Like the before the cruise, when we were downtown, like it was like you, me, and Rain drinking down there, and we were like waiting for an Uber, and like all of a sudden there was like it was like the superhero costume guy riding the bike.
Oh, riding the
taxi.
bike thing,
Yeah, the bike taxi, and like it was just like blasting on some speakers, like too sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my shirt, and he's like this guy's just like fucking ripped like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but like in a skin tight spandex like the Tick costume type of thing. And I was sitting there, I was like, I kind of wish we would have taken a ride in that instead of the Uber to whatever bar we're going. Because he had like it's like one of those like kid like car like.
Do you know how much those bike, like the little push bike things, do you know how much they cost? They're far more expensive than an Uber.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, dude. The
I mean, I
price
can
of
see
those
why.
is like,
You got to make your money. It's flashy and shit, but
it's like when you go anywhere that they have
it's like a glorified wagon behind a bike. But
yeah. Well, it's like anywhere you go where like some dude rolls up in a horse and he's got the cart behind it. It's like, come for a ride in my horse and cart through New York City. It's like way more expensive than taking a taxi, and it takes even longer.
true. But it's the effect. It's the experience, though. We could have just been like, he's like, where do you want to go? It's like to the end of the block here, like 100 feet.
Sure. But we needed to go to Belltown.
That's
So we
true.
So we could go to the rabbit hole.
God, I remember like, oh man, how many bars did we stop at that night on the cruise night? It was a bunch, but
Some
It
number
got
that is
blurred.
definitely greater than one.
it
is
got
the
blurred,
answer.
and somehow I still Stunt Flores. I still remember the name now, but Stunt Flores ended up driving me back, which was funny because we were so far. Like we were like it's like you have the SeaTac area, which was where normally you would think people would stay, if they're like coming in for a trip, but no, we were like almost south of Tacoma. Like I don't remember where we were. Some Airbnb way the fuck down there. It was like a 45-minute drive with no traffic, like on the freeways heading like I-5 south, like 40 minutes. It was probably like between Tacoma and Olympia, I think, that we were staying somewhere down there. And like stunt floor was like, "Oh, that's on my way home." I'm like, "Is it?" Like, it's so fucking far away. It'd be like a $40 Uber trip to get there. He's like, "Yeah, I'll just drop you off. It's on my way home." I'm like, "Okay, you must have drove up here from quite a ways then. I don't know."
I mean, that was back in the day when Ubers were cheap. Now they're real expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, now you spend like $30
Probably,
to go
probably
like
drove
a
in
mile.
from Puget Sound, right?
The what?
Drove up from the Bahamas, maybe.
He could have. There's a bridge.
Just last the Dead Milkman. They fucking got a Camaro up there.
Yeah, no, it's legit. I already did cut loose that we didn't get any tattoos.
Yeah, no,
I did let it.
we got too drunk, and that was outside the.
I won $50 off that, so.
Yeah,
we got too drunk, and that was that. And
yeah,
then on Sunday we watched football.
Saturday, and then Sunday we like slept in, and then we woke up and just were like hungover and just watched some football for a couple hours, and then we got some lunch. It's like,
Yeah, we got lunch,
yeah, we're
and
not
we-
getting tattoos today. There's no time.
we talked to the bartender about what did we talk to him
Like,
about?
it was like the
movies and shit.
Like
We talked to him
they
about
had Pan's
movies.
Labyrinth, or not Pan's, just the Labyrinth, like the old David Bowie movie, the Labyrinth.
Yeah,
playing
yeah,
on
they had the
movie.
Labyrinth on, which I thought was a bold decision to make, given that I believe there was a Seahawks game on at that exact time.
Oh, was there really?
I think so.
I
yeah.
just took it as that they weren't a sports bar. They were just like an atmosphere bar. So
That place is that place is like it's a fancy cocktail bar, but the food is really good, and I like the people who work there, and
Yeah.
so I also only drink beer there, so I don't have to wait 1,000 years for them to make me drinks.
yeah, I was a bit pretty hungover, so I didn't want to like drink any booze. I mean, I could have, but I was like, also was like, I got to drive home in 2 hours, so I'm gonna just drink water at this point. But
That's why you always try to wake up drunk so you can start drinking again. There's no hangover period.
yeah, he was hair of the dog in it, but I was just like, nah, I gotta drive like 5
Yeah.
hours.
I didn't have to drive anywhere,
Yeah.
so
I was like, I gotta drive like 300
I
miles.
can have a couple
I need
more
to
beers.
Not be I need to be as rehydrated as I can be, but
that whole that weekend that you came up though, and like the week before and the week after were just like
just go.
Well, yeah. So like, I had friends in town for like the week before you got there, and then after that, some other people came up, and then the following weekend, I flew to Chicago and was there like all week. So for the last couple of weeks, have just been like,
Yeah. Yeah,
so this is my first beer in like 8 days.
Oh shit. Well, cheers then. Hold on, let me pour a drink as well. Yeah, I'm this weekend I'm just gonna
This is my first beer since 11 o'clock.
No,
I've been kind of like
nice.
kind of just going the last few weekends. So last weekend had some
We watched
stuff
two
to
movies
do with
last
my.
weekend.
Well, I went over, like, did some dinner, cooked a big dinner thing for my sister and her husband, because they had COVID like 2 or 3 weeks prior to that, so I was like staying away from them. But now they've been like cleared for like a week or two, so I was like, okay, because I usually, like, my sister, like once a month I'll like go over there and like make them some dinner, and so I went over and made some chicken parm, and then so then the other weekend is like my mom's birthday, so I went over there. So, and then the week before that was out in Seattle, all this stuff. So it was just like this whole go. And then this last week at work this week was like a 50-hour work week for me, so I'm kind of just fucking beat. So this weekend I plan on sleeping in as late as I freaking want to tomorrow and doing nothing, and then Sunday doing absolutely nothing.
You got it easy. I got to mop the floors tomorrow, dude. I'm gonna mop my floors and do all my laundry that I haven't done for 2 weeks because I've been partying too hard.
Oh, I gotta probably do some laundry too. But that's easy though. That's like a set and forget it. And then the folding part. Although I guess I don't have to fold. I have a closet now I can hang shit up in, and I finally got a bunch of hangers so I can like just hang shit. instead of
You never
folding
have
it.
to fold it. You can just leave it in a pile at the end of your bed, right?
I
No,
do
no, no,
that
no,
a
no.
lot. I
You
actually have
can.
half a load on
You
my bed right
shouldn't.
now.
You
Hey, wait.
shouldn't, but you can.
I have half a load of laundry on my bed right now that's just in a pile sitting
I do
there. I don't know if you can see it. That's my football picks on the big white paper there, but the rest is like just a pile of like pajama
So-
pants
What a
and
big
boxers.
fucking leather-
Basically, and
I
a couple
fold
shirts.
hardly
the other
anything.
things,
For
right?
things like socks and stuff, I have these bad boys that I have some shelves for, and I just put my socks and shit in there.
You got a lot of colorful
I
socks.
do the same thing with my socks. I
Dude,
do the
yeah.
same exact
I
thing.
put my socks, and then I have a different one for my underwear, and then a different one for
I don't
my
wear
other
them.
socks.
I actually do the same thing with our socks. That's what we do.
all my clothes.
Put it in a
I don't
box.
have any like white socks or white. So like all my clothes are all just
They're all
colored. So like, I
brown?
just have like one hamper bin for like generic everything laundry, and they all just go into the. Like, it doesn't matter if I'm watching socks, underwear, shirts.
There's two
pants.
states of clothes: clean and dirty.
Yeah, it's like they
You
all
just
just go
all
in because
together.
like they're all wash on medium heat. Like
I asked a pertinent
same
question.
soap, same
I wanted
same
to answer.
cycle. I mean, I don't have to bleach anything because I don't own any. I have like 3 white Hanes undershirts, and that's like literally the only white clothes I have. So I don't bleach anything.
I've never bleached anything in my life. I don't think.
I'm always afraid to bleach stuff too because I'm like, but what about the next load? What if it didn't drain all the bleach right? Then I'm gonna like
Then you gotta-
ruin
then you-
all my shirts and stuff.
When was your washing machine made? Made after 1930?
It's like
Then you'd probably be
4
okay.
years old.
It's like you're designed to do this shit, right?
I know, but I just sometimes when you open it up though, like my roommates will do bleach loads, and sometimes I'll open it up like, God, it smells like bleach in here.
That's
Is there
what that-
leftover bleach?
that's-
And I'll like run a rinse and drain cycle, empty,
I hate when my washing machine
Just
smells
to-
clean.
just to make sure. Just because it's like I don't know, it smells like bleach in there. I want to like rinse. I just run a rinse and drain cycle with nothing in there, just to make sure it gets all the bleach out.
Oh, paranoia.
Just
Seek
because,
help.
well, because most of my clothes are black, and so bleach turns it orange, and you can definitely know if you get some extra bleach on a black anything. So
But if your washing machine isn't clearing all the bleach out when it's doing its rinse cycle,
I know it
right?
does, but
Yeah,
it's
then there's
just-
something
it's
wrong with
like-
it and you need to get it
it's-
fixed, right?
It's an
And so your words, your
irrational-
roommates
it's
are
an
putting extra
irrational
bleach in there
word.
just to fuck you over. Is that what you're thinking, right?
Everyone has irrational worries. Don't worry.
Oh,
I have
I
an
know, I
irrational
got-
fear
I got
that I'll
them
wake
too.
up and zombies have taken over the world.
That's not irrational.
I don't swim in the ocean because sharks exist there.
That's not irrational either. Most things in the ocean are way bigger than we are.
Yeah, but well, no, most things aren't. Most things are plankton.
Don't be a
It's
smart
true.
ass. Just because you're technically right, and that's the best kind of right, I get it. But you know what I meant.
Yeah, I know, but there's a ton of.
Yeah, I'm
big
going to
shit.
bed.
All right, see you.
Good night, Elby.
Good
Bye,
night.
guys.
Good night, bub. When are you gonna stream again? When are you gonna stream again? Can you answer it? Or did you leave?
He left already. He's gone. I'm going to stream next weekend because there's a 2v2 Interceptors event on.
Ooh, what interceptor are you gonna fly?
Who's doing that?
I'm gonna badger Minton into doing it with me, or I'll find someone, and then it's gonna be. I think it's any interceptor is allowed.
Who's running it though?
Oh, it's one of the CCP like abyssal event things, so it's in game.
Cool.
But yeah, I'm gonna do that.
2v2 interceptors.
2v2 interceptors. I'm trying to find the
What
rules
is your
now.
go-to?
So like, probably like the combat ones are best, like the claws and the.
So it depends. I might like
without
without
those are more speed, right? They're just
without looking at the rules. My suspicion is that you'll only be allowed to fly one of any given ship, so you can't do dual anything. But
Oh, so you have
based-
one of each then.
based on my historical experience with these kind of events, I think that The Caldari ones will be good, maybe. Although maybe they're too slow. It's kind of hard to
Like,
tell.
the crow and what's the other one?
The Condor, is that
Con-
one? Or is that a frigate?
That's a frigate. That's a T1 frigate.
Raptor.
The crow is the T2
Raptor, yeah.
Raptor, yeah. Like I was like the crow is the T2 interceptor of the Condor.
Because you got a couple of options, right? You can try and do 2 Rammy boys, so you can do like a claw and maybe a claw to get initial tackle, and then maybe one of the Galente ones to get in there and just like dish out shitloads of damage at short range. Or you can try and kite away, or you can do some kind of mix of the two. So we'll have to wait and see. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to load up. I'm going to buy lots of very expensive drugs and spend them.
Can you use drugs in the thing?
You can.
Okay.
There are no restrictions on drugs. There are restrictions on implants, though. It's maximum meta 5.
I was like, sometimes they'll have restrictions on some of that stuff.
So, okay, what did you say? No, and there's no like officer or.
No, it's max meta 5, so T2 max for everything.
Okay, because faction is T6, right?
Yes, faction is out. There's no abyssal stuff. There's no like you can run whatever implants you want up to like you can't use the pirate implants, but you can use like level 5.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
No pirate implants, but you can use like the
same rules they've had for the other ones.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's the same rules.
Consistent, right?
Mm-hmm,
okay.
I don't know. Like I feel
I know I just read that somewhere, but it was for that 4v4.
Yeah, it's all the same. I feel like the like a light missile fit like a kitey light missile boats, if you can get them, is maybe good. I don't know. It's hard to tell until you actually like get in there. Or you could just like be an absolute piece of shit and just have nothing but like tracking disruptors and missile guidance disruptors in your mid and have no tank. Or just hull tank and fly around. Yeah.
I know that the claw was really good for DPS for a while. Mm-hmm. That's why they changed the that's why they changed who was nullified and who wasn't nullified.
Because it still is. Like the
claw
is
still good at
damage
output.
Yeah. The claw still puts out a lot of damage.
Because it's got an extra low slot, right? For damage. Is that why? Yeah, okay.
And also, I'm pretty sure the claw gets a bonus to hang on, I'm looking it up right now.
It's like rate of fire, I think, or something.
I very rarely fly interceptors, so I don't actually know.
The Caldari interceptors, they look cool, but their damage output is just shit.
Yeah, so the claw gets a 10% bonus per level of interceptors to its turret damage output. It also gets a 7.5% bonus to tracking speed and a 5% bonus to rate of fire. So
okay. So it just gets everything then.
It's designed
just all the gun improvements.
I think like an Artie Claw might be okay.
Artie?
Yeah.
Just for range?
Here the thing is,
but like,
they're all
I
interceptors.
mean, like I understand their tracking is gonna be good, but like tracking other interceptors, you think Artie would be? I know you got to get like closer with.
The claw's really fast, so if you know what you're doing, right? If you know what you're doing, and they're not like, so if someone comes to you, right? Most people when they fly internet spaceships like this, and like if they're coming at you, right? What are they going to do? They're going to hit orbit, and they're going to try and orbit you at like whatever their optimal.
But they're going to come straight at you at first.
Yeah, exactly. And so what you want to
like a 20 or 30 degree angle though.
That's good.
Sure.
A little bit.
Most people aren't going to do that, and so what you want to do is if they're coming at you and you burn away from them, and their claw is fast, so like they're gonna have to slot in behind you, right, to come to you. So if you do it right and you take like a slow curve, like right around the edge of the arena, you can basically keep them almost directly behind you. And even if they do catch you, you just fucking fly, pick a direction and fly in it, and you'll bust their orbit. And as they come around, you're still basically applying in that big like semicircle behind you. So, and then like, but also with artillery cannons, unlike autos on frigates, they have such a tiny fucking range, even with barrage.
Yeah, you gotta be like a kilometer away to get optimal.
Whereas the arties, like, as long as you can get them somewhere behind you and like kind of chasing you, you're always going to apply with them. And so I think that the artie claw could probably do some work.
See, and I was just thinking about this now. If you know you're going to fight only interceptors, right? I want to go with the missile boats.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Because they're
Like
going to hit
missile
for all
works.
damage the whole time, and you
Yep.
you know the speed is not going to make a difference at that. So that
Well,
might
they-
be
they have
against
to
the
also
Raiders.
run their MWD, right, to get you. Like, if you're MWDing away with light missiles and like overdrives in your lows
Oh,
or
it's gonna
whatever,
hurt you.
Yeah,
they
your-
have
your
to
radius goes,
chase
like,
you,
huge.
and they see radius bloom, and like especially against like missile ships who are fitting probably shield. Like,
Now,
I mean, it
can,
depends.
can they still outrun them? Right. So if you
I
dip
was
full
like, I've
speed, can they
seen,
still
I've
outrun
seen
them?
one
Right?
interceptor. I don't know what they had fit, but they were going like 4,800 meters
So
per second. And they
there's a
outran the missiles that we were trying to shoot.
You got
at
to
them.
give up so much to get to that, right?
Yeah, no. There's nowhere near it. Like you can't run snakes or anything. Like I guess you could like stack all of your low slots with overdrives and stuff. But even then, with
If
heat,
you
you're
get to the
still
point where
not-
you can outrun missiles, though, you're gonna have a hard time staying in the arena.
No, well,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
When,
Yeah,
when I
you-
saw someone outrun us, we were using heavy missiles, so they did outrun those. But
Yeah, no. If you were going that far, so
light missiles, maybe not.
this is one of the challenges, right? With the, like flying small, fast ships. I experienced this a whole bunch when they did an event that was like you could use the pirate and navy frigates, and so I flew a whole bunch of slices in it. It's really hard because you want to like fly away because I was flying with like a beam slicer. So you want to fly away, but you have to make that hard break to like stay at the edge of the arena without burning out of the arena. And so interceptors that go too fast are just going to like, unless you're like amazing, you're just going to fly out and die before you can get back into the arena.
How big is the arena?
It's like 150 diameter.
Oh,
I
so
think
you're saying
the-
if they stick at the end though, because like if they're in the middle, you're not going to fly out then.
Well, no, you start like in the middle-ish, right? But if you turn to fly away and you're going real fast, you'll cover that ground real quick.
Yeah,
And then like making the turn is hard unless you're really good at like when to turn off your MWD so that you're not going to hit the edge, make the turn and then turn it back on. Like I'm not very good, so I fuck it up all the time.
I just set it and forget it, and never turn it off.
I mean, I guess you could just hit orbit on the arena, like the center of the arena. Just pick
Just
like a
hope for the
distance
best.
and just like fly around it. So not the last event, which was the FFA Corvettes one, but the one before that was like 2v2 Caldari battle cruisers only. And so Drakes were really good.
Yep.
And a couple of guys in my alliance discovered that like the real secret was to just fit 100 MN afterburners on and basically do exactly that. And so no one could apply damage to them as they just like orbited the gate with their heavy missile launchers and 100 MNs.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. Look at me bringing EVE Online talk to the EVE Online internet show.
We actually did do a surprising amount of Eve talk tonight, but the last 30 minutes, 40 minutes, well, actually no, last probably an hour.
We had 2 hours of solid Eve talk and an hour of non-Eve talk, but we were outside the first 2 hours.
Yeah.
Well,
The
that's
first
nice.
couple hours
Eve
were
the whole
mostly Eve
time.
talk. It was
We
surprising.
went on a couple rants, but
We were talking about, yeah, actually Eve. Weird.
people
What happened tonight?
listen.
I guess people just still like internet spaceships, you know?
It does happen.
It does happen.
It also did help that we had CCP Darwin, because like we had a lot of like, oh well, CCP did this, and I don't know, maybe this, and he come out like, this is the situation. We're like, okay, well, we got the answer now, like officially from the source, so now we can base it off that.
That's nice. We killed a bunch of CCP Vargas yesterday.
Yeah, we were the one of the things we were talking about tonight was like the escaped Titan through console commands.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
I
Kind of one of
missed
those
that.
like, I get they weren't supposed to let it get, they weren't authorized to send it where it went, and it wasn't supposed to die, but at the same time, it's like, well, but your dude's fucked up and it got caught. You should have let it die, in my opinion. Instead
Well,
of just using like GM codes to save it, because
isn't the problem that it's not like created through in-game resources?
it wasn't.
And
It
it's
was
like
just
randomly
spawned. It was just spawned.
Yeah,
with
exactly.
code.
So if
But-
it dies and all the stuff drops,
But Darwin said they only
then-
had 2 modules on it, so if it died, it wasn't like it was going to really drop anything. And I mean, maybe you get some Titan salvage, but I mean, it's snuffed out. It's not like them getting like possibly
wait.
one Titan
Wait,
loot drop.
So Snuff. So wait, Snuff didn't get the kill.
They didn't know because they console commanded. and
Nice,
saved-
good, great. That's fantastic. Every time
Yeah.
Snuffed Out gets a kill, everyone should fucking use their GM commands to run away so that they don't get any kills at all.
Yeah, no, Snuffed Out was the one that would have gotten the kill, but then they
Good,
used their
great,
GM commands
fantastic.
to like just
I'm all
shaft
about
them a
this.
kill. Yeah,
I'm all
so-
about it. Should happen every day. Happen every week.
November is a supporter of the GM commands to fuck Snuffed.
Exactly. Any kind of abuse of power so that Snuff don't get kills. I'm happy for.
So they were obviously very pissed. But yeah, it's not like it would have dropped anything. It had, I guess, it didn't, because it was meant to just be jumping around high sec, like going woo woo, the police, you're under arrest, like as a joke. But it didn't have any, so I don't even know it probably didn't have any guns fit. I'm guessing it probably only had like a prop mod fit, and
They say that, but it was probably entirely fit with a.
just like fucking officer, like fully officer decked out, like the best shit ever in every
Like,
single slot.
Hey, did you see this? Hang on, I'm gonna link you a kill here. I'll put it into Twitch chat. This is my favorite. This died in LXQ just recently.
Uh-oh.
Just some guy in
What?
in Pandemic Horde.
Huh?
I put a Zkill link in the Twitch chat.
Oh, we got is a bar guest. 46 billion ISK bar guest. What is? Holy shit! What's it got on it then? Oh shit! 6 officer launchers. My God, Estimel's modified rapid heavy missile launcher. 4 of them dropped. That's the cash monies.
I know, right? That's his wild times.
And then you got 6 billion. It's dropped with the unit W634 modified.
It's dual prop as well, which means it looks like
Is that
he
an officer's sensor booster?
where's
It's
the
oh yeah, it is. I was
Yeah,
like, it's
yeah.
a 6 billion sensor booster drop.
Yes. So I think that he was in the I don't know, because I didn't see it as it happened, but I think maybe he was in the what are the things called that you can only afterburner in?
Oh, abyssals or
The ESS.
the
I think
ESS.
he might have
Oh, he
died
was-
in the ESS.
Why would you steal an ESS in this shit?
No, it was in LXQ, right? So he wasn't stealing it. Like
Oh,
he
just
was.
ended up warping there for some reason.
I mean, there's a bunch
Look
of
at the
Horde
fucking-
guys who.
Look at the amount that dropped. Almost
Yeah, a
everything.
bunch,
Good
like a
portion
lot
dropped.
of it. That's paid. That's
31
payday.
billion
That's
of it
30
dropped.
billion in
Yeah.
modules in officer mods.
He meant to do that. Though. It was on purpose.
Oh, I'm sure. Or maybe he was like, maybe he just was one of those people who, like, I've done this before. Definitely not as expensive a ship as that, but I've definitely like fed like dreadnoughts getting super lazy. Like, you think you just can't die, like I'm just like, aha, nothing can kill me. I'm invincible. And then all of a
It's like,
sudden,
where's my reps? Shit.
Well, this-
He's got a pretty good kill board. I think this was just he got caught.
I think it's the same as people who get caught in alliance tournament ships, right? Like,
Yeah, well, I'm just wondering, like,
they think that they after a while they're just kind of like, yeah, nothing can catch me, ha ha ha.
Or he
I
undocked
can't
in the
die."
wrong ship and didn't realize it till it was like
see,
18
and
times
here's the
in.
thing. So his afterburner is mutaplasmin, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it's an
yeah, it
abyssal.
is.
So
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's a really nice one, which means that even though the value on this kill mail isn't showing up, that if I doubt he rolled that, I bet he bought that on a contract, so that could be a handful of other billions on top of that.
Yeah, that
And the
that's
abyssal,
one thing.
because it's counting it as 0.01 ISK.
Well, it's probably the
I
same with
guarantee
his.
you that prop mod is worth way more than that, and it dropped. So
Well, both his prop mods were abyssals, and his warp disruptor was an abyssal as well.
Okay,
So,
yeah,
and
yeah.
also his ballistic control systems, both of them were abyssals.
Yeah,
so
and it's like on an
it's
officer fit
probably
ship,
probably way more than what.
yeah,
it
I was like
actually
on an
says.
officer fit ship, you're not putting garbage abyssals on that thing. You're only putting like high end abyssals, and I doubt he rolled them himself, so he bought these. So that's, I would guess, probably another at least 10 to 20 billion worth of abyssal mods on this thing that is not accounted for, and they all pretty much dropped, except for actually no, they all fucking dropped.
That's a pretty...
That's wild. That's wild. That's at least another 10 to 20 billion, I bet.
Also,
Drops.
the heavy newt is also an abyssal, so there's that too.
Okay, that didn't drop though, but
The only non, like, he's got a missile guidance computer 2 on there, and also this is my favorite part: all the rigs are T1.
yeah, I saw that, and I was wondering if, like, because that's the thing, like,
It
I
probably has
see-
to do with fitting. Would be
yeah,
my
because
guess.
I'm not, rigs are like an afterthought for me. They're not something that I like put a lot of thought into, and I know that sometimes, yeah, T2 rigs are obviously better, but sometimes just to get the calibration fitting, you need to sacrifice to get 2 of the one you want, because he has 2 of one and 1 of another, right? So he's got he's got a
it's
bunch
3
of,
separate ones.
he's got like
but-
warhead califaction, hydraulic bay thruster. So I forget which each of these do, and then hyper spatial velocity. That's the warp speed, right?
Yeah, hyper. Yeah, that's
That's the warp speed.
That's what you put on hills. That's what you put
Yeah,
on hills.
yeah,
hyper
yeah. For
spacious.
the zoom in supers, the hydraulic bay thrusters, is that
That makes them shoot faster.
shoot faster?
I
Warhead
think, or
califaction. That's
shoot
explosion
further.
radius or something, right?
Yeah. But they also affect the fitting of the missile launchers. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, right. It probably makes them. But if they're officer fit, he's already getting a reduction in.
Also, he has
Yeah.
He's got coward drones in there. I noticed he didn't use his Hornets. His EC-300s. His
Yeah.
coward drone.
Well, yeah, because they're in there when he died. He obviously didn't launch them out.
Also, what's with this poverty agency Pyrolancia Dose 2?
Where's that?
In his cargo hold, he died with like a Pyro 2 instead of Pyro 4s. He's got like overclocker 3s.
Wait,
I'm like,
oh, overclocker.
yeah,
dose
you should be
4.
using Dose 4s for everything if you're gonna run around in.
So like he had dose 4. Are you saying like he has dose 3s too?
Yeah, why would you? why
Oh,
would you
dose
bother?
2s. Yeah, like yeah. Why? I mean, like, because they overlap each other, right? Like one would over.
Well, yeah,
supersede the other.
they all go in the same slots.
Yeah. So it's like if you use the 4, it's going to supersede the 2. So why bring the 2?
There's also this 34 billion-isk Varga that died. I just like looking at people who lose ridiculously expensive ships.
Datmaster Flakes wants to come chime in. So Datmaster, if you're not in the Open Comms Discord already, Datmaster, down right below the stream, there, it's kind of small. Like the very top box off to the right side, there's a little link called Discord. That should give you a link to the Open Comms Discord. Jump in the public voice, and I'll drag you down.
I gotta go get another beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's yeah, because like I didn't realize the mutaplasmids, so it's already a pretty hefty kill, but with those mutaplasmids, I guarantee this guy spent quite a bit more on this thing than what it's being shown.
Yeah, because they don't value those correctly.
They value them at like a penny, like
Oh, yeah, I
0.01
don't know how to value them basically.
each. So, and he probably spent billions on those. I don't know how many billions, but I mean, those are probably well-rolled mutaplasmids, and they're not cheap. I'm gonna do a drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're going to Vegas, right?
I'm undecided at this current time.
Oh no.
Don't be weak.
I just have like October is like I got a bunch
Don't
of
be
things
weak.
I have to do.
Yeah.
Do it.
I want to, but I mean,
What's
So
the-
I'm currently in the process of getting my my green card so I can remain in the US, and I'm probably gonna have to do like government interviews and stuff.
Did you have a green card before and it's expiring, or
No, I
just on a work visa?
Yeah.
So if you tell them that you're going to Vegas to party, they're gonna say, "Oh, this guy definitely needs to stay in America." Give him a green card.
Look at him supporting the tax infrastructure. Like,
No, that's exactly when they say, "All right, when you get back, you need to do your you need to go and do your medical test right away, immediately upon returning, to ensure that you're like, you know,
upset
That
That sounds
being-
right. That sounds
not
right.
going to die of alcohol poisoning or something."
Just tell him jokes on you.
Joke's on you. I'm staying.
I was
anyway.
like thinking where to go with that joke, and I lost it. So
I got nothing.
I was like, nope, jokes on me. Actually, I don't.
As you say, kind of jokes on.
I do that often. Don't worry. Where you start talking and then you realize that you don't have anything funny to say,
Yeah,
and then
it
you
was like
just
you
stop.
start something, and usually you can come up with something on the fly, and then you're like, I got nothing, so I'm gonna back out of this one. I'm out.
See, when you're not smart like me, you just whatever you say is gonna be funny because it's gonna be dumb.
Yeah, usually I'll just trust my gusto, but didn't work that time.
It's all right. You tried. You tried your best. And
I,
that's what
I gave it a
matters.
shot, but
That was your best? Oh, Drake.
gross. Nasty.
What'd you think of your drink tonight? Then were you happy with it?
It was all right actually. Once I
Would
put
you
the lime,
choose it? Would you make that drink by choice now?
I would actually pick it over a handful of others. Once I put the lime juice in, it was
That
good.
made a big difference.
What did you have?
So I didn't think I had some a bunch of tequila. I didn't think I had margarita mix. So I was like, I'm just gonna make a ghetto margarita. I had squirt soda, which is like grapefruit soda. So I was like, I'm just gonna put some tequila in squirt, and I tasted it, and I was like, it tasted okay, but it kind of tasted bland because margarita mix is very strong. It was kind of missing that lime flavor. It had the citrus from the grapefruit, but it was missing the lime. So I went down to the fridge, found that I had lime juice, came up, put that in it, and it actually tasted fine after that. Not quite the same as a margarita, but it was a good drink. But also when I was in the fridge, I saw that I had a half-gallon of margarita mix just sitting in the fridge. So I was like, okay. So the second drink was just a straight margarita. But
Nice, dude. Nice. I asked a girl in Chicago. So, in my trip to Chicago, I learned something. Like this may be local to where I was staying. I'm not sure, but I was there for like 5 days, and every time I asked for a margarita, I did not get salt once. I had to ask for salt, like specifically, and then they would just give me a salt shaker every time.
Where was this?
Weird.
This was in
Salt
Chicago.
shaker?
I went to like a bunch of different places in Chicago,
Yeah, that
and it
goes
became
through,
like
yeah.
an experiment. I'm like, I wonder if this is just a thing. And then all the places I went to, I'm like, can I get a scratch margarita? And then they would give me a margarita, and they were fine, you know, like they made them, but I guess they just are short on salt or something in Chicago. I don't know.
I don't know. That's just dumb. But
Yeah.
I've also seen.
I
some
actually
bars
like
putting sugar
margaritas
on
without
them.
the salt, so
Sugar on them.
But
You seen that?
I've seen, yes. And the sugar ones tend to be like,
Are they like flavored margaritas? That much?
yeah.
Oh, okay,
So you
okay.
get like, it's also, you can get like the spicy ones that have like a spicy salt mix and stuff. But no, you can get like, because you can do some tequila with, I can't remember which one it is. There's like one specifically, and instead of using lemon, you're supposed to use orange with it.
Oh.
And the ones that use orange with, you can do with salt, sugar.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, the
That makes sense because
So-
lemons, oranges are are sugary, more. Like, that makes sense. You put sugar on them.
yeah, I actually I'm not a big fan of the salt with the margarita. So, but I'm used to like because salt is like just generically inherent that it comes with it, right? It's like you have to. I request like, can I get a margarita with no salt? Because I know
It's
I'm getting no
interesting.
salt.
It's interesting. I love the salt. The
Like
salt's
I
great.
normally love salt in a lot of things, but like I feel like the salt on the rim of the glass is like too much. It's like almost like that.
Do you ever put salt in your Mexican beer?
Nope.
You should. If you get like a Tecate or like a Sol or something, don't get Corona because Corona's awful. But
Yeah.
get like anything other than Corona. And then what you do is you take a sip.
Modelo.
Modelo's fine.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like a Mexican lager, right? And you take a sip out of the neck so that it's like down to like the knob here. And then you get some salt and you put some salt in there and then wait for it to fizz up a little bit and then drink it. It's great. I went to Mexico and with every beer that I ordered, they bought me a little thing of salt and a little thing of lime.
Okay.
So that's where I
Okay.
learned.
I was saying because we're getting a cabana in Vegas, so if you
Yeah, I have to see.
Yeah.
I think I'm also supposed to be going to like Texas right around there as well because I promised my friends I would go and do Halloween stuff with them. And the last time I back-to-backed Vegas into Halloween, it was not a good experience for me.
Yeah. Bit exhausting.
Yeah, yes, it was. But last time I went Vegas to New Orleans.
Oh man.
It was tough.
But yeah, just let me know because with this year, especially now that like all the coronavirus restrictions are coming back, so there's a restriction on the cabanas, max 6 people per cabana. I think we're gonna try and get 2 per day.
But doesn't that mean 6 people in the cabana? Or does it mean
Yeah,
6
so I mean,
people?
like if 3 people
If
leave,
people
3
pay to be in
others
the
can come
pool-
in, but it's a max 6 at a time. So
Does
like-
everyone else have to just stand outside awkwardly?
now you can get access to the pool, but I think they have a max. I think I saw there's like a max number of people out in the water at a time. Like, I don't know what the situation is
Well,
gonna be
sure
like.
You're gonna have the capacity rules. I mean, it's no big deal.
Yeah, so they're gonna have capacity rules, and but yeah, so I think we're gonna try and get 2 cabanas per day. That's 12 people per day that could be in the cabanas at a time. So it's gonna be possibly limited. Now I know that this Vegas is gonna be. It's not like 1,200 people show up like the last one.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like a few hundred, and the vast majority of them are not gonna be looking for the open comms cabana. So it's gonna be like like kind of like friends, like me, Dom, Manic's gonna be there. I think Rain will be out there quite a bit. Delana might show up. Some people like that. So
Yeah.
we'll get some people locked in. But I'm kind of wanting to like figure out like who's gonna be by and like who.
Yeah,
it's
I need
gonna be
to-
suck. It's gonna suck if we get to capacity. It's like, oh hey man, yeah, like come on out, but you can't come into the cabana. You have to stay by the pool, and maybe
Well,
we
if
could
it's nice
swap
out, I'm
people
gonna be out by the
out.
pool
Like
anyway,
if we
right?
get to capacity where it's like
Yeah.
But if it's
gonna be
nice out, we're
weird.
not gonna be in the cabana that much. We'll all be mingling around. I mean,
yeah,
I just
think
need to
that big
figure
deal.
out. I need to figure out what my like.
If we don't, we'll have
Halloween plans
November
are.
Yeah, we
comes,
got flag coming.
fucking bounce people right out of those motherfuckers. Okay.
Get out of here!
We can always
Get
just
out.
do like, all right, people can just stand by the pool. Like, I mean, like I'm sure we could have more than 12 in the pool area. It's just only 12 can be in the cabanas at a time.
Yeah, so
And it
hang on,
also
wait.
kind of depends on like how much are they actually going to enforce
Unless
it
it's
in the pool.
cabana
That's the,
area-
like we could have 15 in the cabanas, and there's just gonna be like,
Wait, which hotel is this in anyway?
this will be in the plaza. It's on Fremont Street.
yeah, hang on. I'm looking it up. Let me see what
Yeah,
their
because
cabanas
like
look
I'm staying in
like.
the Golden Nugget with Vlad, and there's
The plaza looks very much. So hang on. So I see that there's the cabana itself, right, which has like a roof over it.
Yeah.
Does like the space directly in front of the cabana count as in the cabana,
It's
or is it
hard to
outside?
say. That's one of those things we'll have to test the waters in. I think, like, yeah, we got 20 people in front of the cabana, but only 6 are in the overhang of the cabana. Like,
I can't control the front of a cabana.
what counts as the cabana? The shade. I think the shade is what counts, right?
Does it look like there's like tables or chairs right in front?
Yeah. So yes, I suspect based on this photo. Hang on, let me copy. I'm gonna put a link in here. Hang on. I'm gonna put
Yeah,
it
because there's in the Fremont area, there's only 2 hotels with cabanas. It was the Plaza and Circa. The Plaza cabanas were $250 a day for the weekends. But that all automatically applies 200 to your bar tab. So it's basically 50 for the cabana and then a prepaid $200 at the bar, which is great because
Alright.
that means like you get $200 worth of drinks with your cabana purchase. But then the Circa was $3,000 for a cabana for the day, and then also required a minimum of $450 bottle service purchase per cabana as well. So it's basically $3,500 per cabana with a max of 8 people. I was
And
like, that's not feasible. Like we're not that rich.
I suspect, given the velvet ropes that they have out in front of the
Yeah,
cabanas,
those look like
that
the
they
lake
can.
cabanas. Those look
Yeah, I think
it's
they
just
consider that as
overhangs.
part of it.
So yeah, it's just overhangs with chairs. Like they weren't anything special, but
No, I mean it's that. No, I was just like pointing out, like, also they apparently set the fucking sign on fire at night. That's
Yeah.
exciting.
but also the if you look at the
Every night?
Circa cabanas, they weren't
I
anything
don't know.
special either. Really, they were just cubby holes that were, you know,
Hang on.
$2,800 more expensive for a cubby hole.
So you're opposite the Golden Gate. I'm trying to see where it is in relation to like.
It's kind of like on the
Everything
end. So you
else.
have Fremont Street. There's like a big long
Yeah.
parlor.
Yeah.
It's like down on the end of it. Like
Is it
Oh,
right?
I see. I see the D, which is
yeah.
in
So you have the
middle.
D, and then you have like the Circa across. The D's right next to the Gold Nugget. But you
You're
come
right
out of the Gold Nugget, you go left, and it's all the way at the end of Fremont Street, which is like a block and a half, and then that's the plaza. And so it's still like
yeah.
really close, easy walking distance
At the beginning of the zip line or the end of the zip line?
into the zip line.
Damn it.
You're at the
You
beginning.
zip line home.
I have to walk all the way down there. I probably
Oh yeah. Like go to the thing and just zip line back to your hotel.
fucking kick ass, right? I'll go back to the room. Where'd you go?
There is a Denny's in walking distance that's on the beginning of the zipline side, so we can go to Denny's and then zip line to the cabana.
I mean, Denny's is clearly the best restaurant in Las Vegas.
It's actually like the best restaurant in the United States.
I agree. You're right.
I mean, they have.
I've never been
eggs.
in a Denny's in my life.
Never ever.
No, never.
Oh my
ever.
god, you're not missing anything, but except for the experience of just like greasy breakfast.
Unless you've been drinking, they're terrible. You've been drinking,
I
every
have
fucking place in the world.
I have Dick's Burgers down the road. If I've been drinking, I don't need to go
Oh
to
yeah,
a Denny's.
there's a Dick's in Spokane too. It's like the old diner, like you get a bag of Dick's.
Ooh, I'm gonna try to do that. Sorry.
But yeah, the Denny's, like, that's the thing. I always had the joke about Denny's, but like it's not like it's some special restaurant. It's just the fact that it's like it's a restaurant that's open in the middle of the fucking night. And so like
That's a fucking truck stop.
it's like you finish drinking, it's 3 a.m. You want to go get an omelet? You could walk to Denny's and go get an omelet and some chicken noodle soup and orange juice or a milk.
So let me tell you, right? So back in the day when I was a young lad, before I moved to the United States, I lived about 5 minutes walk from a 24-hour McDonald's. Right? This is back in Australia in Sydney. Like McDonald's was open 24 hours a day. So and like also bars were open 24 hours a day. So I would come home at all hours of the day and be able to go to McDonald's and just like get whatever they were selling at that given time. But then I came to the US, right? And I was on holidays and I came into Seattle and it was like the 3rd of January. It was freezing cold. I'd been awake for like 30 hours and it was like 8 p.m. And I was with some people that I worked with. And I'm like, look, it's 8 p.m. I'm going to go upstairs, have a quick shower. I'm going to go downstairs to the foyer. I'm going to ask the person who works there where I can get a beer. Anyone who wants to come with me is welcome. I'm going to try and stay up till like 11 and then go to sleep. And I found a place that was closed because I was on 8th Avenue downtown. And I went out and I like had a few drinks and I had a few more drinks. And then it got to 11 o'clock and they were closing. And then I went somewhere else and I stayed out. And then it was 2 a.m. And then I went back to my hotel because everything was now closed, like drinking wise. And I went upstairs and I went to get into bed and I'm like, I'm real hungry. And so I looked up McDonald's on Google Maps and I found one on 4th Avenue, which was like 4 blocks away. So I got into all my fucking cold weather gear because it was freezing cold outside. And I walked down to 4th Avenue or 3rd Avenue and fucking McDonald's was closed. I've never seen a closed McDonald's in my life.
Oh, now they're all.
I came to America
now,
and
yeah.
McDonald's is fucking closed. What the fuck is this?
What is
You
this
registered
tyranny?
McDonald's were the
Tyranny
only
of oppression.
drive-through. Like, that sucks. Lobbies closed. What do you mean fucking lobbies closed, motherfucker?
I
Drive-through
know.
only.
Like,
Well, my fucking vehicle's too big to go through the drive-through. Fuck you. Open the goddamn
And then
lobby.
you can't walk through the drive-through either. You're like, can I
yes,
just
you
get
can.
some like?
If you bitch enough, they'll let you.
Sometimes they will. You stand in front of it. It's like I know
I
I'm not
pull
supposed to
my
like
vehicle, there's
walk
knife-
through this thing, but like, come on, please. I got a credit card and I just
Well,
want some McNuggies.
pulled
the
mine
Third
around.
Avenue McDonald's does not have a drive-through.
Stopped, got out, walked up so my vehicle didn't hit the awning, right? Went and ordered the window. And they're like, you can't do that. I'm like, I don't fit through your drive-through. You get this. You're not lobby's closed. Is the way we're doing it. And they did it.
No. So anyway, it was a very disappointing time in my life when I came to the home of McDonald's and they were fucking closed.
Heathens.
Sad times. Sad
It's
times.
bad times. It's bullshit. Fucking Burger King stopped selling apple pies. It's ridiculous.
I've never been to a Burger King. Did you know in Australia Burger King is called
It's gross.
Burger King in Australia was called Hungry Jack's?
Really?
Burger King
Yeah.
here, where I'm at, they've gone through a really bad period. Their food is awful. Their service is terrible. And it's like all the Burger Kings in my area for some reason. It's just weird.
Are they like franchises though?
Damage may be done, you know?
Yeah, it's a franchise.
I don't eat a lot of. I mostly eat Big Macs when I travel. That's one of the things I do when I go to different countries of the world. I always make sure to eat a Big Mac in a different
trying to
country.
Fucking McDonald's anymore.
Is it Le Big Mac in France?
Like, traveling all around every day, it was so easy just to get fast food for lunch, and I fell into that trap. And I've given it up for about 8 months now. So
Yeah, I literally only eat Big Macs when I travel because it's interesting to see that they're exactly the same in every country that you go to.
just awful.
I mean, no. So
I love Big Macs.
I
though.
do too. They are.
They still did the Mac Jr. I'd buy those motherfuckers.
It's one of those things though, right? Like sometimes you go places in the world and like I love food. Food's great. I enjoy eating stuff that people make in weird places that I've never experienced before. But sometimes you just want something that you know is going to taste exactly how you think it's going to taste and know exactly how it's going to taste. And that's what a Big Mac is to me. Like sometimes I just want that. Like I know what I'm going to get and I get a Big Mac and it's going to be a fucking Big Mac. It's going to taste the same no matter where I am. So, like I like that. That's nice.
There's
Yeah,
no room for the, this sounds good. And you eat it, you're like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, that's
Agreed.
weird. And now I have to eat it.
Well, now either I throw it away and look like a schmuck, and go order something else, or I fucking suffer through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like sometimes like I will try anything. Like I'll give fucking anything a go at least once. But yeah, sometimes you're just like, you know what? I just want something I know what it's going to be.
That's why for a while there they did a thing called the Mac Jr., which is basically just a Big Mac half the size, like just one patty, like a hamburger with all the Big Mac shit. That was perfect. It was easy to eat in the car. You get two of them, you got a Big Mac, right? It was fucking great, but they're easier to eat. So they don't make those anymore, for whatever reasons, and you can't convince them to put that shit on a fucking hamburger. They won't do it. Some fucking reason, I don't know why. So I've gotten it. If I want to get a Big Mac while traveling, I buy a Big Mac and a hamburger plain. I take that extra bun because they won't give you a fucking bun, and then turn the Big Mac into 2 sandwiches.
Yeah.
It fucking kicks ass. I mean, I don't do that very often. I haven't done it for 8 months now, but it was work out very well traveling, not getting all messy from trying to eat a Big Mac on the road.
Yes. That's good. I mean, there's so much good food in the world though.
Not lots of good fast food everywhere though.
No, definitely not.
If you're in
lots
a
of
hurry
good
or on
fast
traveling,
food.
it's hard to find good food.
The kitchen thing, Dom. What's the kitchen thing you're talking about?
What do you want to do, baby?
I'm saying like you keep talking about like what is it? Is it like a kitchen at your hotel?
Yeah, the hotel where we're staying has a kitchen, not kitchenette, has a kitchen.
I can just go cook in it.
And so we can do it.
And it's got a grill?
And we have grills outside by the pool, yeah.
Really? You just get to use grills.
Yeah, they're there for the use.
And the kitchen and the stove.
The kitchen's in the room. The rooms are 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen, and a little dining room.
So how far apart is that from the grill? Like where I can like manage stuff in the kitchen
No.
and then run outside and manage the grill, or is it like all the way downstairs and?
It's a long way. Long way.
Okay, so it's like grill the chicken, get it cooked, bring it upstairs, make the other stuff.
Would that work? Or you
It
could
could work.
give us instructions. We could do that while you're doing something else. You know.
No, it could totally work.
Is there an oven?
There's an oven. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you do is you oven the chicken
Yeah.
for like 25 minutes, and then you grill it for 5
No,
minutes.
so my thing was like so for the dinner I was thinking about doing blackened chicken Caesar. Or no, blackened chicken Alfredo. Sorry, blackened chicken Alfredo. I can oven is probably better for the blackened chicken anyway.
How black do you make your chicken?
No, blackened is the seasoning. It's a
I'm
blackened
supposed to-
seasoning.
how
It's
black
not.
is-
I don't
Yeah.
actually
How
blacken
strong
it
is-
and like burn
This
it.
is sounding very racist.
How hot is it?
It's not
how
very
hot-
spicy. It's on a spiciness level like
How much better? How much more spicy than ketchup is it?
barely.
Okay, then I'm in. I'm all right.
Yeah,
just don't like-
it's
I've had
it's
I've had blackened shit that was so hot. I just couldn't fucking
oh
stand. it.
no. So blackened seasoning generally it's more of like a savory like full flavor. It's not about the spice. The spice is like a tiny
But I
it's got
found-
it's got a little bit of
It's
spice
wrong.
like
Make it really hot because I like that. That's not too hot for me usually, but I've encountered it where it has been. So that's what I was asking.
So the way I make it, at least with the spicy, and I could just bring some of my spicy seasoning just in case. Like I don't know what they got down in Vegas, maybe it's, but the stuff I use, like think of like mild salsa, and it's like about that, probably less.
I can handle that. I'm good
Okay,
there.
yeah, it's pretty. The spiciness isn't about. It's not about the spiciness. It's about the flavor. Like the flavor of that blackened seasoning is like really strong, like
This is one of my
really
favorite.
good flavor. So it's not meant to be spicy. It's meant to just have a little tiny zing to it, but not much.
No cayenne pepper.
No, I'm not gonna put, and I don't put any other like heavier spices. It's just the blackened seasoning on the chicken, and then it's just Alfredo. So it's not a spicy dish. It's more of like a very savory
Cayenne
dish
pepper-
with the Alfredo, and then like a tiny hint of spice.
Black pepper though, right? That's the spice you're using, correct?
There's a little bit of black pepper I'll put in the Alfredo, but I mean like I'm saying like the blackened seasoning has a tiny.
What do you? How do you make your blackened seasoning? What do you make it out of?
No, it's pre-made.
You think you're gonna make your own?
I don't know what they put in it. It's got a bunch of stuff, but it's not
You
that
don't
spicy.
make
It's
your own?
really mild spicy. Like I wouldn't even I don't even consider it spicy. Here's the thing. It's something that Rain, who thinks ketchup is spicy, she would be like, Rain thinks ketchup is spicy. She would eat this and not think it's too spicy.
All right, her and I have the exact same palate.
Yeah, like if you think ketchup is spicy, you'd be like, this is a
No,
little
no.
spicy.
You know, ketchup's the baseline. If you go higher, it's easy to go higher to ketchup, right?
It's well, I mean, like because ketchup has no spice whatsoever.
That's the joke.
Yeah, I know. But so here's the thing. If you
Frank,
if you don't like spice whatsoever, you will be able to handle this. This is not a spicy dish. It's
No,
not.
I don't just like spice whatsoever. I just don't like to chemically burn my mouth.
It's
And
not
people-
going to be anywhere near that.
Some people like to do, oh, it's not that spicy, and it's like fucking burn holes through fucking concrete.
Even
it's
people that are sensitive to spicy foods, I would think that they would consider this not very spicy.
Good. I'm in board then. You're good.
Yeah. So like you who hates super spicy stuff would probably be like, it's a little spicy, but not bad.
I'm okay with that. A little spicy, I'm okay with. Yeah.
Yeah. So me, it's like I don't even really taste the spice. It's more of like the flavor of the blackened seasoning, but it's got a tiny, very mild spice to it.
I take the bottle of fucking North Carolina Reaper peppers, add the fucking ghost peppers to them, and then put it on shit, and it's, oh, it's not that spicy, and they're fucking liars.
Oh no. So I like that stuff, but I know it's spicy as fuck. And it makes my eyes water. It makes my face sweat. But I'm like, I like it though.
Why does that?
But
It's
so
burning your mouth.
yeah, it does. So that's the thing. Like stuff that's super spicy. It's not that I don't notice that it's spicy. There's some people like, oh, it's not even spicy at all. It's like, no, this is spicy as fuck. But I like that.
You don't try to
Yeah.
act like a guy.
But yeah, no. The blackened chicken not gonna be spicy. You'll be good with it.
I fucking love Alfredo.
It'll be oven baked. Do an Alfredo, maybe some kind of veg. I don't know, broccoli, maybe like a seasoned broccoli or like an asparagus or something. and then I figure that'll be a dinner, and then maybe there's a day we do a lunch thing as well. And I was thinking about doing some like chicken Caesar wraps.
What day are you getting there?
I'm getting there Wednesday,
The same day I'm getting there.
and then I'm flying out Monday.
We're leaving like super late on Sunday night.
Yeah, so I was thinking like maybe do a dinner on like Thursday or something when people don't have plans for the weekend. You know, because I figure people are gonna have plans Friday, Saturday night, and all that stuff.
That'd be perfect. You can come over and make lunch. Do lunch on Thursday, because MPX does its dinner on Thursday night.
Oh, okay. So maybe do the chicken. Maybe do the Caesar wrap.
Yeah,
The
that's fine.
chicken Caesar wraps on Thursday for lunch, and then maybe do like a dinner some other night.
You can come to dinner with us, because it's open to anybody. The MPX dinner, and
Yeah, probably.
we do Holsteins there at the Cosmo.
But chicken Caesar wrap again. Also not going to be spicy. The only spice I put some black pepper on it, but not a ton.
I like black
and that's
pepper.
it. So, it's good. Like the recipe, the seasoning rub I found for the chicken, it's really good. It's like basil, oregano, black pepper, paprika, garlic salt, onion powder. It's really good. It seems really basic, but when you put it all in there, you put a little olive oil brushed on the chicken, put the seasoning rub on it, grill it. It's fucking delicious.
I can help you make a bunch of those wraps. We could take them over to the pool to have.
Yeah,
some
maybe.
people-
Yeah,
we
just get some Caesar salad, put the wraps in there. Hell
Had
yeah.
a whole bunch of them, couldn't we?
I can't buy the. I'm trying to give CCP money and I can't do it.
Vlad, I was thinking cabanas we do Friday, Saturday. So maybe if we're doing lunch Thursday, we won't do a cabana thing, but we can have just people come over for lunch if they want some lunch, hang out, have some drinks, make some wraps.
So yeah, Friday and Saturday, right?
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, I think cabanas.
What time frame?
Well, I gotta show. Well, Manic was saying he will do it too. I think we're both gonna plan just in case one of us forgets to wake up, because we can't reserve cabanas in October because the pool hours vary that late in the year because they don't basically based on weather. They don't want to set reservations for cabanas, and then the day it starts raining and no one shows up, and then they could rent the cabana out to someone else, but it's reserved. So October, it's first come, first serve. So basically, me and Man are gonna have to wake up early. Whenever we have to find out what time the pool opens, and probably wake up an hour before that, and get over there and reserve 2 cabanas, so that
You
we
have to
have them.
fight people, dude.
Yeah, I mean, like we'll fight people. I will.
Sabers. I'm telling you, sabers scare the shit out of something. You pull out a fucking saber and start fucking shaking it around, people will run.
I mean, I'm tall enough. I could probably intimidate someone.
Oh, I'm too experienced to use this fucking cerebral accelerator thing. What the fuck?
You're too
You're smart to learn more.
Those are only for new players. New players.
Yeah, you can't.
I'm trying to buy a bunch of skill points for like my ult. I wanted to buy like the 1.5 million skill point bundle.
Go buy your that cerebral thing. Go buy your skill points or your date of birth.
I have no idea. All it tells me is I'm too experienced. It's probably. I mean,
because it'd be interesting to have like I started a character 20 or 10 years ago, but I've never put any skill points on him. Could I get a cerebral accelerator? Maybe not. Maybe it is time frame. Yeah.
It doesn't say. Oh, no. The only drawback to this booster is that the capsular training renders it ineffective. As such, it will cease function for pilots who have been registered for more than 14 days. So if you've had your character for more than 2 weeks, shit out of luck.
Don't buy one of those.
No, it came as part of the skill point thing. I bought skill points, and it was an extra. I'm going to sell it to someone and buy more skill points.
More skill injectors.
Got that hustle.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to ensure that the character I want to use next weekend to fly in the Interceptor event has all of the frigate skills to 5 and all the associated things. So I'm currently training Galente Frigate 5. Let me add some skill points.
Is your alt? What just hit? I'm above it.
Yeah, no, this is an alt that I have. I'm just
I tell myself I want to do that fucking new player experience thing. I need to do it.
So I have all of the skins that CCP offers for the Abyssals already, and the one big thing is I did it all on the one character, and you can't transfer them from one character to another. So I have like 3 of certain skins that I just can't do anything with.
So no, okay, the Kybernaut and Edencom, is that what you were talking about? Those?
No, they're called Abyssal Glory, and they're like soulbound skins.
They're not ones that become an action item, right? They're just a.
Yeah, you have to redeem them, but I can't redeem them because I already have them.
And all 3 of the characters on that account?
No, what I could do is I could but I don't want to put them on the other 2 random characters.
I get that, but yeah, I've got a couple too that I can't redeem because I've already got them. But.
Yeah, so I need to start using a different character to get them. I guess I could move characters around onto the account and then redeem them and then move them away, but then you can't use the character for 2 days or however long it takes to fucking go through that process.
Really?
And if you try and move a character off an account, you have to say yes and then wait 24 hours or whatever and then agree to it. So it's a big waste of time.
I know that.
And I would have to biomass to make a space.
No,
somewhere.
you just start a new account, move one over to that account, then move this. Don't you remember that game where you move the tiles around to make the picture?
I already have too many accounts. I don't need any more.
So you start an account and you're going to transfer a character over. It's an Omega character, but you have no characters yet on that account. How's that work?
Well, the account. No, I guess you pay Omega by the slot, right? Because that's what the MCT is.
So is whatever when you buy a character on the Character Bazaar, and I know it's different now. Nobody does it anymore. They do skill points. But say you buy a character off the Bazaar because that's what you're going to do to transfer them over. They're Omega, so that however long they've got left on Omega comes to you. Then I wonder.
No, because I think what happens is the Omega is tied to the account. And then the training queues are specific to the slots. So I've bought characters off the Character Bazaar before, and no, I had to subscribe the account.
Okay, so that makes sense. So you transfer it over, it goes to alpha status until you subscribe the account. Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then you subscribe the account, and then if you want to train additional queues, you have to then pay for the additional queues.
So if you subscribe the account, trade that character out to somebody else, bring in an alpha character to you, does it automatically become Omega?
I believe so, but
or you can choose to make an Omega, I guess, to be the thing. I guess.
I think it becomes just automatically, as long as the account's subscribed, because you pay on a per account basis. You don't choose characters.
This can get super intense when I'm fucking.
You subscribe the account, and then you choose which of the 3 slots that you have is the one that is training by default, right? Because if you have 3 characters in 3 slots, and one is training and 2 others can't, you can pause training on the first one and then log into the second one and start training, and it will be the one that is then the main character of the account.
Okay. Right. That makes sense, I guess.
I'm actually, I just realized I'm fucking jealous. I'm like, you got the foot pedal. I need to get the foot pedal.
Yeah, dude, get the foot pedal. It is the greatest.
Because you're sitting there absolutely. Dude, I have to pull my mouse up to talk that way. It's the best thing ever.
It is absolutely one of the 2 best purchases I made during
it's amazing.
Yeah,
during
it's so good. I need one.
During COVID.
Because of you,
yeah.
You had that one night. I was like, oh, that's fucking amazing. So I went online and got one. I got a 3-foot.
Yeah,
It's fucking rad, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, I went over there and I was sitting next to him, and he was talking to he was doing some scrims and stuff. He was talking to the guys. I'm like, but I saw his hands. I was like, he's not pushing any buttons. How? But I was like, but he's not a voice activate because I've been saying shit and they haven't been like, who the fuck is that with you watching the script? I was like, what's going on here? And then he told me the foot pedal. I'm like, oh, that's so.
Yep.
That's so good. I want that.
It was a great purchase. That and the Soda Stream are the 2 best purchases I made during all of COVID lockdown.
Okay, honestly, the Soda Stream, You really are happy with it.
I go through like so I drink so much of this fucking bubbly water in a day. It's I love it.
Well, Rafe Collins, the guy who used to podcast with me, he had one or has one. Maybe he's just doing it wrong because everything he fucking makes tastes like ass or dirty sock.
So I just drink water with the like bubbles in it.
And
That's
he's just
it.
doing carbonated water. He's doing like
I
tonic
just
water.
I just like bubbly water. Like
He's
I
not doing
really
the
do.
sugar syrup packet things.
No, I don't put any of that shit in there.
Yeah, he was trying to make soda, actual pop.
No, fuck that.
It never came out right.
No, I just like
He's probably doing it wrong, but I did see him like explode several bottles because that was funny.
Pumps it up too much.
I guess he got paid. I don't. Do you pump it actually, or is that what you do?
I have like the electric one, and you get like
It's
you
got a
push it, and
CO2
it's
cartridge, so every time you
You
pump
hold
it,
on
it
to
just...
the button till you're good, or is there?
no. So it has like 3 buttons, and one does like 5 squirts, one does 6 squirts, and one does 7 squirts of like gas. And in my opinion, it just uses up the gas faster, so I just use the 5 gas one.
I don't know what he was doing 2 times watching. I mean, it made a fucking mess.
Yeah, the old ones you could like pump it in yourself. You didn't like push a button.
Yeah.
But it's
I don't think that
it's
one.
basically just putting it's CO2, and when you diffuse it in water, it turns into carbonic acid in the water, and that's where you get your.
Well, I would drink a bunch of it, but I would buy it like Perrier or whatever from the shops, and this saves me a bunch of money because it's much cheaper to go and exchange the gas bottles. Like I have 3 of them on my counter, and when those 3 are empty, I just go and change them, and that lasts me like 3 or 4 weeks, and then I swap them over and get new ones.
I saw
I think that carbonated water usually is like too carbonated, so you get a chance to control that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think one of the best videos I saw when it comes to carbonated water is Now Red. So it's the guy that has a YouTube channel. He does a bunch of chemistry stuff. He always is turning like this thing into that and this thing into that, like through chemical processes and stuff. And some of it he does edible chemistry. And so one of them was he took diamonds. He's like, this is basically just carbon, right? So you can make carbon gas. Like he's like, you put it in a tube, and he's like, you can melt the carbon. Basically melted diamonds and then heated them up to where like it vaporized the diamonds, and then combined it with an oxygen thing and like pumped it into this canister, which he made carbon dioxide gas, like CO2, from actual diamonds, and then hooked it up to a soda stream and injected it into the water and drank it. He's like, it's basically just tastes like carbonated water, but it's carbonated from diamonds. This is like the most expensive. He was like a $500 glass of water he was drinking. He's like, hell yeah. Like,
wait. Are we talking like artificially like lab made diamonds, or are we talking like mined out of the ground by African children blood
actual
diamonds?
real diamonds, but not precision cut expensive diamonds. So it's like
still blood diamonds.
It's the scrap diamonds that no jeweler wants.
I think
so they're much cheaper. But also so they're basically like the diamonds that are not going to go into jewelry. They're not going to go into. They're basically the diamonds that go into like diamond bladed saw blades and shit like that. They're like the scrap diamonds, so they're way cheaper. But
come on.
Yeah, so they're much cheaper. But yeah, he used it was like a few $100, I think, like that, and he basically made a glass of carbonated water out of diamonds, which was pretty fun to watch. Yeah, he makes all kinds of stuff. There was a
skins for 1 plus 1.1 fucking G-Day.
There's another video where he took one. He like vinyl gloves or like latex. I don't know if it was vinyl or latex, but it's some kind of like lab gloves. And he was able to take those, and there was a chemical compound in there, and he like broke it down with various acids, and then did this titrations and did some other stuff, and then combined it with this other chemical, and essentially made synthetically made the grape flavoring they use for like sodas. So he basically made, and he used his soda stream as well. So he made grape soda out of lab gloves.
Out of snake fucking venom?
No, yeah, he does all kinds of stuff like that. Like he's like, I'm gonna take this random product and turn it. he took cotton balls and made cotton candy. Like he
Oh.
took the cellulose out of he like was able to extract the cellulose from the cotton balls and then convert it to like sugar, like glucose, and then although it's supposed to be sucrose in the cotton candy machines, he like got it to like work with the glucose and like so he basically made like cotton candy out of cotton balls. So he does all kinds of stuff like that, which is
Maybe
awesome.
goats might eat it, but I don't think it.
Yeah.
No.
He said it tasted kind of burnt. So
Who this person?
it's Nile Red is the YouTube channel.
I'm looking it up.
He does a bunch of cool shit. So he does like fun like food chemistry like that, but then he also is just like synthesizing all kinds of like chemical reactions. Like here, I'm gonna make, because I guess chloroform is used as a solvent in a lot of chemical reactions for chemistry. It's also used as an assault weapon, but you know, so he's like, here's how to make chloroform out of bleach and acetone. It's like, are you sure you want to show the general public how to do that? Because that's probably not a good idea. Because most people are not using it as a solvent. So,
Maybe he shows how to make fucking.
but yeah, like he's like, oh, okay, and then we have our chloroform here, and then and then at the very end, just nonchalantly, he's like, I'm also gonna inject 2 milligrams of this thing to prevent it from generating phosgene gas as a byproduct. It's like, oh, it's just gonna pump phosgene out. That's like, you know, about as bad as sarin gas. It's like a chemical weapon. Cool. Yeah, he does all kinds of fun stuff. I like watching that guy's stuff.
Oh, I thought I'd bugged out for a second there. It told me that I needed to be Omega to do this, and I am.
Oh.
But it's okay. It was just a bug. Nobody panic.
Your Omega didn't lapse?
My Omega didn't lapse. I'm definitely Omega.
You're not no alpha bitch.
I'm not. I don't believe I like the new skill queue window.
I like
either.
it.
Oh, really?
I'm fine.
You do?
I mean, I don't dislike it. I guess is a better way to put it. It doesn't
I
bother me.
guess maybe I'm just a cranky old man who's set in his ways.
I've heard most people like Manic would say that he liked it, but he wish it could have been more.
There's a couple things they could have done differently that would have made it better. I agree, but overall, it's not.
I mean,
like,
it's
it hurt
better than the
game.
old one, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you
because
could
it's
not so.
It's an improvement on what it was on the test server. That's for sure. It's definitely better than it was. I was just confused about how to kind of. It has like this semi like Evemon thing in it that doesn't have the same features, and I'm mad about that. I guess.
Well, I think once again the launching of it wasn't done with a lot of information. It should have been a little clearer. Like, hey, this is how if you want to break this out, you don't have to like. I don't know. I know how to do it because I've broken out. I take out the fucking scan thing from the.
Yeah.
So I already knew how to do that. It wasn't a big deal. But if somebody doesn't do that, they might not have figured out how to make it smaller right away. It's taken them a while, and they could have maybe talked about that a bit, or I don't know. I don't know what they could have done. I don't get the answer, but I could see complaining about that. But
Hover
overall,
over
it's not
tooltips
bad.
are missing. That sounds like
I
something
think
that should
it's
definitely be in there.
I think it's a little like I still think it's a little like it's big. It takes up too much space because I have my character sheet like pinned as a window, and it's now too wide to fit into that same window. I need it to be narrower. I want it to be smaller. Like it's too big. I need the training queue, to not be where it is. I need it to be on the bottom where it was before. But I can't make it do that from what I can tell. I'm clicking lots of buttons right now, and none of them are doing anything.
I think
I heard you talking shit about it.
I might be heading off to head to bed or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But I'm gonna do a drink before I go.
Word, I got my beer.
All right, so
got
cheers
my
to you
beer,
guys. Cheers everyone in chat. I've had a long. I would stay up later, but man, I just finished like a 50+ hour week, and I'm tired.
Oh yeah, dude. 11 p.m. is my bedtime now. So
Yeah, like my shortest day this week was like almost 9 hours, and then I've had several 12-hour days. I'm ready to go to bed.
well, cheers to you.
All right, cheers,
Good night,
guys.
good
Thanks for
night,
hanging
guys.
out.
Yep.
We'll catch you next week.
Good night, everyone.
Check out other things and stuff that's out there.
All right, good night.
Night, team.